there's two witnesses to that definition.
Yes. There's the definition,
right?
and there's
so like maybe like
within.
you guys need to get past being triggered by the word violence and just understand what domestic violence.
Not
Well, it's not
complying
just
with your
that. It's
definition.
centuries upon centuries
It's not about
that violence is
complying
always
with my
meant
definition, it's complying with the consensus definition.
Whose consensus are you quoting? What's the law say? How is it legally defined?
Domestic
It's exactly how we're
Hold that one
defining
up.
it.
I got it right here.
Domestic abuse, domestic
That's
abuse would
even
probably
worse.
be
So
more,
let's look to the legal one.
versus saying violence because people trigger off of the word violence.
Right. I would say domestic abuse is a more generalized term, which would include domestic violence.
Correct.
I put a lot of stuff in the back.
Well-
I was just because I'm very passionate about talking about DV and just trying to make it a regular conversation. Because it needs to be talked. I think that if it becomes a more normalized conversation, it could help if it trickles down to where it's such a normal conversation. If there's young teenagers that are in high school that, they start experiencing those things with boyfriends and stuff, and they don't know if they don't have that knowledge and it's not a regular conversation. They don't know how to, how to navigate.
Okay, I have the
situation 'cause they
legal
think it's just,
definition here.
you're young, you don't have that information. If you make it a normal
Right. Domestic,
Can
though,
identify
also
red flags,
typically
and it maybe
means
can prevent
within a household
longer,
or a family.
having
Yeah,
kids
with
and all that
couple,
stuff. and
yeah, like
having
that's
kids
the
and
whole
all
So,
that.
like when we're talking about like
Hang on,
teenagers
guys.
dating
Otherwise,
stuff,
please. Otherwise, people are not going to hear it. Easy. Can you put that definition in the back chat and I'll bring it up? Because otherwise, I can't hear. If we, I know this is a passionate conversation, but just if
I
we
don't
can bear in
understand
mind-
why this part gets so passionate though. Like we literally have definitions to domestic violence. Like everybody wants to cry about the word violence. It's so weird.
Right, I've got one here from Sinner. Okay, look. So this is the definition of domestic violence. But I'm wondering legally, like whether
Sinner is no. They didn't. They asked for that right there is the Oxford Dictionary. I've already give the Oxford Dictionary and the CDC. Now they want the legal definition, right? So
well, you're just proving my point that it depends on the jurisdiction.
oh my gosh, when we're
But it
having
all
a
comes down to the
conversation,
term.
this is the problem, right? When you're having a conversation
charge.
about something like this in general, I think it's like it makes more sense to kind of stick to what like everybody else calls domestic violence.
Well, if
reason
we're going to be
is-
talking in general, I think we should stick to the dictionary definitions.
All right, well, I just looked at MySpace statutes.
No.
I'm referring to domestic battery.
This right here is the way it's defined legally. You get
What is
charged
that?
with domestic violence.
Some
You get
black
charged.
community post or something.
It's not just about black community or not. This is on the top of every page that these people publish. This happens to be the page about, black communities. You want to see the one about white communities?
Yeah.
That's all the fucking same.
So Fatty just committed domestic
break it down to
violence
children,
by
women,
yelling
teens,
at somebody.
all that stuff. Males, yep, they have all
Well,
those
yelling is violence, apparently.
Are you his partner?
I get it. This is like
have it in
grade
the-
There's
nine
in the
six
Native
different
American-
terms.
bullshit,
There's
so
6
it's okay.
different terms.
Hey, Fatty,
6 different terms.
thanks for
You only
getting
get
us
charged
started.
with one.
Up to a
You get
conclusion
charged
for
with
the
domestic violence. That's the charging crime.
Right. Because
Right, so
charges
there's
have to be
six different terms.
specific, not subjective. The problem with these definitions of domestic violence is they are subjective.
That's why there's 6 different terms and each
Mate,
term is subjective.
No, your definition is subjective. Nice try.
Physical harm.
Nobody's talking about physical harm. We're talking about domestic violence. If you want to change the fucking point, that's your
shit.
choice.
Physical harm is a part of domestic violence.
Yes, but he's now talking like changing the. Stop derailing the conversation to have a semantic conversation.
Am I
about
committing
what domestic
violence against you?
It's retarded though. It's retarded. Like it's like they like it's like you can't just have a normal conversation.
All right, I'll quit committing violence against the conversation. Carry on.
Oh, you're hilarious.
Really could be 7 if you look at it.
Chris Brown, Rihanna. You guys want to talk about that?
Too
for
bad you
1
can't
minute?
kick us like the other show, huh?
Chris
Stop
Brown.
being violent.
It's funny, right?
I apologize to your buddy because I was being petty to him.
Mel, are you there?
Yeah,
Can you hear me, Mel?
I can hear you.
If somebody gave you herpes, would you hit them?
No,
Well,
but
giving somebody
I'd be
herpes.
fucking upset. I wouldn't hit him.
That's what happened with Rihanna and Chris Brown. Chris Brown messed up big time. He apologized, but still, yeah, he messed up his whole career because of that.
Sorry, what happened? Rihanna gave him herpes.
Rihanna gave Jay-Z gave Rihanna herpes. Rihanna gave Chris Brown herpes.
And he beat the fuck out of her.
That's why
Shit out of
shit
it.
out of. That's the only reason why he would beat the shit out of her. What other reason? You know what I mean? That's like
Yeah, but there's
the
no
extreme.
reason that makes that okay.
Is giving somebody herpes a
I never
violent
said it
act?
was. Who said it? Did you
Could
say I
that be
thought it was
considered
okay?
violence?
No, I'm saying that I do not think that's okay. That's not an excuse. You can't beat
Hell
someone's
no,
face.
of course. Yeah, I agree.
That's a shut and closed case. Like Chris Brown is wrong, and all degrees. No,
That's one of
you
the
do
biggest
not feel-
DV, cases in the last 10 years. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
But
but
if you
that's
want to
black
get
and white.
factual about STDs, a lot of men are asymptomatic.
What's that mean?
They
Asymptomatic.
don't have
You
symptoms
don't
like
show
women.
symptoms.
There,
Yeah.
that's what. Thank
Oh,
you. You're right. That's what I said. That's what I meant. Asymptomatic.
they're like carriers,
Sorry. Thank
but
you. Yeah. So they don't have the symptoms like a female would. Yeah, they're carriers. So then,
Like
if they have another
asymptomatic
partner,
with
then they're
COVID.
so the female's gonna have more of a symptoms a lot quicker than a man would.
I don't know. I would
I said
never
it
hit a
wrong.
woman,
Sorry,
but
my
if
bad.
somebody gave me herpes, I would not be happy. Like, thank God, praise Jesus. I'm 345 out of 345, no STDs. But like I'm just saying, I'd be pissed. But I
Yeah,
would
but you
never
wouldn't
touch
smash
women.
a girl's face in,
Sometimes
though,
it's-
would you?
Absolutely
but
not.
Right.
But I'd be really upset. I'd
But
take
if you
up
Do you need
contract it,
to-
it's not necessarily going to have like breakouts. You can carry it in your blood too
I don't
for
care.
a long time and not
You
even
gotta
know
let
that
me.
you have
If
it
you
until
didn't
you
tell
have
me,
a breakout. And that's just a fact.
could giving somebody
I know. I'm
herpes be a
just saying
form of
that's the facts about
poisoning them?
it. So it's
I'd
not
be
like
so
some
pissed.
people
It
might
can
not know
be.
they have it.
It
But
can
I
be
would
I'm just
still not
wondering
hit.
if that could be considered violence.
I mean,
there's,
the lie could be
Yes,
considered
and it's
violence.
forever
So
violence. The
If
bruise
you
doesn't go
knowingly-
away.
Yeah, he lied at me
That's why
violently.
people should be responsible and make sure.
If you knowingly
could
did
be
it,
with-
yes. If you knowingly gave somebody that
Another
STD,
part.
then yes, it could be, right?
What about
it?
Nah, that's too deep.
No. Let's not go into anything like.
Yeah, I went right away on
hang
that.
on. From the late 80s, from 1987 to 2023, there was over 273,000 cases of reported STD vindictive cases, where people are giving it.
Dang.
Oh, that's just so bad.
I mean, that's 20-something years.
That's
So that's, I
fucking
mean,
scary.
It is scary.
is that 10 grand
It's
a
a
year?
crime, right? It's a felony.
Yeah.
If I think
I
in
would think
England,
so.
and please correct me, Mrs. J, it's only if it's HIV, right? It's a crime.
Um,
It's got to be.
I think
No,
it's
if you
wrong,
can prove
actually.
that they,
No.
if they can prove that you knowingly,
I'll have a look, Mel.
this is for any STI. So,
Okay.
Trace it back.
but vindictively, where it was reported as being vindictive.
Because it would
from-
be in like the house, like I don't know how about over there, but like in the public health record, like if they wouldn't tell people, but they have it on record, wouldn't they? If they got tested and it would be on public, like the health
It
department.
wouldn't be public. It'd be in their medical
Right.
records, so for sure.
That would, I mean, I don't know.
STD facts. Yeah,
No, not
there's-
public, but yeah, like so, if somebody wanted to try to trace it back or trace it back to a certain individual, if they wanted to pursue something like that, I would imagine it
Yeah,
would be.
the courts would be
like the
able to
health
track
department, like
that
kind of
through the
public
medical
records.
records
Yeah.
for sure.
it would be chargeable, yes, if you did that and did not notify the person that you were sleeping with that you had this condition, then yes, you would be liable in court. Yeah.
Right.
Man,
Quite
that'd be the
rightly
worst
too.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, intentional
Yeah.
or reckless sexual transmission or infection is, yeah, it's a crime.
Chlamydia, gonorrhea,
Yeah, I
and syphilis.
I knew somebody
Or
had
both.
a sister that would do that. She wouldn't tell them till after she slept with them.
Oh.
And yeah, it was that's so dangerous. Yeah, very dangerous and it's very irresponsible. So I would, and it's not our place to tell people, but that's not right either. You can't, be knowingly just passing things on, and some things are not pure. You can get rid of it. Like
Right,
herpes.
can I ask
It's,
I don't know
everything.
this one, Amber Hilbering? I don't know this case. Does anybody know this case that I've highlighted?
I think they're trying to talk about Amber Heard, and they probably screwed up on the right.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we've discussed the Amber Heard thing, but I think she got what she deserved. She kind of got cancelled from Hollywood, and she definitely deserved that.
Also, I just wanted to
It doesn't
say,
seem like it's affected her. She's got that history.
so the Domestic Abuse Act was passed in 2021 here in the UK. Domestic abuse is cruel and complex and can affect anyone, leaving physical and emotional scars can last a lifetime. So we also here in the United Kingdom, it's both. It's physical and mental abuse. Just so you know. For domestic, that one. All right. Does that help?
Yeah. The psychological is what I think is more.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So going forward, because we've established quite a lot tonight on this panel so far. I'm really in the 3 hours almost. So how is there any way that, as intelligent human beings that are up on this panel or in this chat and are listening, going forward, is there any way we can improve the rise of DV against men? What can we do as intelligent adults panel?
Okay. I feel that if society as a whole, are you talking about, Mel, or just here in
society as a whole?
Well, I think the way in which TV and programming on TV is done, this actually glorifies it in a lot of ways. Because people watch TV and series and people think it's okay. It's not okay. And I think TV has a lot to do with this, as well as how education in our schools isn't dealing with it. It's a difficult one.
Yeah. The rest of the panel, men, please.
What's the question again?
Oh God, Scotty, you're giving me a stone ahead. I swear to God.
I am. I'm sorry. I go through like an eighth. I'm sorry. I'm from
You're
California.
good. As a society,
California.
the intelligent human beings on panel and in chat, going forward, how can we improve the ever increasing domestic violence cases against men?
That's a really tough one.
Just gotta start knocking bitches out.
No.
No.
Hey, Chris Rock said it best. What? I'll never ever hit a woman, but I'll shake the shit out of her.
I think a good way to go about it is to especially when it gets when we're talking about the psychological part. That's what usually happens with women most of the time. It's more so than the physical, but I think it's just making sure that young men recognize these patterns, understand them, so they can get away from it quicker.
Yeah,
agree with that. Can I ask a question for the ladies on the panel?
Run away.
Do you guys have had conversations in your lives when you were younger with adults about things in relationships that are like red flags or crossing the line, and what to do when those things happen? Like, has your parents ever spoken to you about, if this happens in a relationship, this is a bad sign, you need to leave this relationship, blah, 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 this is where you cut them off, blah, blah, blah. These kind of conversations. Did you get these kind of conversations as kids?
No.
Not at all?
Nope. That's why I say it's not a regular conversation, a normalized conversation.
I have.
That's what needs to happen.
Any person with integrity is going to have boundaries.
But if nobody's taught you what those boundaries are, how to draw those boundaries, or if you've never learned that, you only know what you know, right? So unless you see different or taught different. So I think it needs to become a more normalized
Well,
conversation to where it's not like, oh, I don't want to talk about it, I don't want to deal with it, because a lot of times
Right.
even your friends and
well,
stuff, when they
each
kind of wean you away from your people,
I,
yeah,
I feel
well,
like
each
they don't want to
person
deal with it.
sets their own boundaries, what they're comfortable with. You know,
I think
it's
facts and being able to identify red flags prior to, you know what I mean? It could prevent a lot of pain and trauma and kids being, born into, domestic violence situations, because the kids
I feel like
experience that too, and the kids it's just as much as abuse to the.
most women do have conversations around these types of topics, though, right? Because I've heard many times women say that they do get talked about, like how to be safe on a night out, the red flags of a man when approaching you, and all these type things. So it seems really weird that they would tell you about all these red flags in life, about like walking down a street and about this guy across the street and how you can tell whether they're dodgy and what you should and shouldn't do, but yet they never mentioned anything that would like be about a relationship.
Yeah, it's true, Haku. It's true. My dad has always talked to me about the dangers of being out, but has never talked to me or mum about the dangers of what would happen in a relationship. So it's interesting you should raise that.
I think that should be, obviously men never get talked about any of this stuff.
And it's been a stigma. Yeah, that people don't talk about it. They're like, don't talk about it. A lot of times it's shameful, like just what their thoughts or what they thought it is or what it is. And sometimes they, keep it quiet, or just, it's generational, because, people evolve and they grow, every generation's a little, smarter, a little wiser or whatever. But a lot of times you don't have those conversations because they didn't have those conversations, when they were younger, because it's generational. So if you don't have that knowledge, it's how are you supposed to identify it?
I think the lack of education is insane on how it's not on both sides. The lack of education, because life skills aren't taught in schools anymore. I don't know about you guys over there, but here in the United Kingdom, life skills are out the window. It's like it's just gone, and one of those things is life skills, being understanding how to be in a relationship and deal with relationships, and what those things are that could be classed as DA or DV.
And what you'll find is, like people said
And then
about
too, I
drawing
think you could,
boundaries.
you could also kind of, but you can also kind of think too. There's a lot of broken families, or there's a lot of fractured families, and
You know how we fix a lot of this?
dads that are not.
You know how we can fix a lot of these problems that I've heard
They gotta
right
have
now?
something to be able to model after. What a man, if they have a good, dad that's, but there's a lot of fractured families out there, so that there's a lot of things that a lot of disconnect.
Yeah.
I said no. How are they supposed to know what a good man is if they don't have
before
one
a
in their
comment
life?
was made about
There's a lot of broken families.
Right.
Okay, Haku, what were you saying?
Hey, Flo, what was that you said earlier on Jack's about knowledge, and that it's not knowledge unless you use it, type of thing?
It's not wisdom unless you know how to use the knowledge. Something to that effect.
There you go.
So there was a
So
comment
tools.
before
You need
about. I'm going to drive off a bridge. Okay. So for the 56th time today, there was a comment before about you should just know how to draw up boundaries. Most people are going to be getting into relationships before they really understand what boundaries they need within their life. Young people aren't at the stage to understand what boundaries need to be drawn. And that's where you then start making the building blocks of how you see a relationship, right? So saying that people need to know the boundaries at 16, when people are getting into their first relationships and building their idea of how a relationship works, they don't know what boundaries are healthy on. And if they're not
well,
taught this,
that's where parenting comes in.
well, this is why we were saying that they should be taught boundaries. And if somebody on this panel's reply was that people should know how to set their own boundaries. Like, yeah, when you're fucking 40 years old and you're saying that on a panel, that's all gravy, right? But we're talking about how to avoid younger people getting into these situations to start with. Obviously, a fucking 40-year-old man should be able to understand how to deal with domestic abuse now, right? But we're talking about people who don't.
Let me tell you, I mean, it's not my job to be a parent to everybody else's children.
I agree.
Okay. And the thing is if you're out there and you're a parent, it's your job to raise your children properly so that they know how to set boundaries so that they don't get into bad situations when they're an adult.
Yes. Amen.
That's where these
And
conversations
that,
are good to have like this, because you're making it's a more normalized conversation, and you're making more people aware and using that knowledge, and what you know
you
or
were
what
trying to
the
speak
discussion
before
is,
as well.
so other people just see that it's in a collective, that it's being talked about more, it's being discussed, so people could be, some people might, like I said, you only know what you know until you see different, or you know you know
Yep.
Easy, what were you trying to say before? Easy.
I forget, bro. I forget.
It was a while back.
40th time it's happened.
he said, I
It was
forget.
15 minutes ago.
He's like,
Daddy, what are you showing?
sorry, Easy.
Parenting with Dignity link that we were talking about the other night over here.
Patty, I'm trying to Patty, not Patty. Who the fuck is Patty? I'm trying to copy the link, but I don't know why it's not kind of working. It keeps giving me like this massive long ass transcript.
It's not linking the HTTP correctly.
I'm
but
trying to post it in the chat. It's just not working. And I had this same problem the other day when you did that with that link.
If the link's too long, sometimes it won't post just because it's too many characters.
Oh yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on.
Drew Bledsoe's dad put this course together, and there's all kinds of free resources, free information on the website. It's all about children and giving them empowerment through choices, teaching them how to deal with boundaries, how to deal with consequences,
Nice.
and to choose the right choice. Right.
Nice.
So going into every situation knowing that there's a consequence, picking out three consequences and shooting for the good one.
Yep.
Maybe change the flow of this a little bit and ask like kind of a question or maybe a statement and see what people think about it. So like growing up, at least I did, had older male figures basically saying that, yeah, women are crazy, but you just kind of have to put up with it. They're going to be mental. They're going to do crazy things, but you just got to deal with it, mate. That's what it is. Happy life, happy wife, happy life. You just got to deal with it. They're going to be crazy, right? And do you think like
chicks are always best in the sack?
Right, and they kind of just like explain that, like they basically just try and say to you that like, oh, they are going to be crazy, but you just kind of have to deal with that because that's what it is like, right? And do you think that kind of normalization that men do to other men about dealing with women and just basically brushing it all off as if they're all going to be like that, so you basically just have to deal with it and do the best you can, kind of adds to the reason that we would like put up with that more? Do you think?
Yeah, maybe.
Like, did any of the other men had that growing up? Like, had people say that kind of stuff about, like, even your dad say that about, like, women and stuff like that?
My dad never said that, but I am familiar with the sentiment, and I think that the sentiment is part of the poor boundary issue, right? Because kids are being trained to accept things that are, presumably violations of normal boundaries and normal behavior.
Yes.
And then that's also visible to the women. So they respect dudes less for, it's just a whole domino thing. I don't like the sentiment.
Yeah. Well, it's like, even just within the saying, right? Like, happy wife, happy life is basically putting your happiness aside and just being like, right, if you can make that one person happy, your life's going to be all right. If you can't, it ain't going to be right. Like,
yeah, that's true.
It's submissive.
Yeah, so like in general, like that's something that is widely spoken about between men, right? Those kind of sayings, those kind of ideas, and that could push men more into the situation, especially at a younger age. If you remember your dad saying these things, and you're there being like, "Oh God, I guess this is how it is. I guess I should just put up with this kind of craziness,"
You never really saw any of that until the wife's uncles came around, and they were dudes that would like. They were gruff biker dudes, and holy shit, some of the shit that would come out of their mouths.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a fucking table, like in front of all, like it was like that part of the family. My ex-wife's part of the family. I mean, straight up poor white trash.
Pass the effing gravy. No, I'm
right,
joking.
poor white trash. That's the definition. They considered themselves poor white trash. They identified as that.
How's this cayenne?
To a point of, but to a point of like, beyond what it really was, and just the, like we were talking about with the dividing of the parents. There's always this back and forth between the brothers and sisters, and the off-color comments and shit that the kids always pick up on. And I never came from that. So like when my kids first saw that type of shit, they were just like what the fuck is this? Like, which brought up the topic of, boundaries, consequences, all the stuff from Parenting with Dignity. I would definitely recommend that anybody, whether or not you have kids or not, I think everybody should have to go through a cognitive class like that at least teaches us to deal with our, not feelings, but our reactions to them, and just how we naturally process as people.
Have you ever done mushrooms before, bro?
I would
Oh, sorry, man.
I would say things like when you're saying like the saying happy wife, happy life. I think this is more to teaching men to be chivalrous and understand. Like, think about it this way, like, I don't know who that is. You got like huge feedback. How is no one else hearing this? That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm the only one hearing it.
Sounds like there's a TV on or something in the background.
I do hear a TV now that you mention it.
Yeah, I don't know. But anyways, it's loud when people talk. It makes me lose even everything I'm saying, to be honest. I'm fucking losing my mind.
Okay, can everybody mute while Easy talks?
The happy wife, happy life thing, it comes from the fact that, like, that, again, if you treat your let's in one, like, I'll give you one example of it. If you treat your girl a little special, think about how, like, what happens on Valentine's Day for a girl, right? When you treat her that little extra special for that Valentine's Day. Sometimes you get things that she doesn't do all the time for you. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah,
I think this is more speaking to that shit. And then the other one where you were saying about, like, oh yeah, girls are crazy. I mean, like, I guess if you're, like, gonna just take that shit literal and not, like, take anything else, but, like, yeah, I guess I could see, like, an importance for, like, fathers to their sons to, like, when they say, yeah, there's girls are gonna be crazy, but don't ever put up with a girl that's like this. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, yeah, I can see the importance for adding that on.
I'm thinking, as a child, are you supposed to take your dad's literal words of, like, when you're 14, 12 years old, being like, oh, girls are always going to be crazy, you got to just do the best you can, blah, blah, blah. And you're going to, like, rationalize that in your head and be like, oh, but there's a level of boundary where that crazy is too much, blah, blah, blah. Like, later on in life, yes, you will. But, like, you could have still had multiple bad relationships.
Yeah. It just becomes part of your course. Just becomes part of your thought process. It's nothing that you rationalize. It's nothing that you make yourself become. It's just something, because what dads don't say in the same sentence is, but they're also the most loving, amazing.
No, that's not true, because we literally have the saying, can't live with them, can't live without them. Like, we literally say this, right? Like, so, like,
but when we're saying bitches will be crazy, right?
I don't know if
and not anything beyond that.
Quotes like that really have anything to do with it, but
yeah, colloquial little lines aren't encapsulating a lot. But I think fuck, goddamn it, I just lost it too. Now it's too late for my brain.
Marijuana affects the memory.
Nah.
I don't even
Would
smoke.
you think that the old school ideas of like to endure in your relationship, which I do think sometimes enduring through bad times is right. Sometimes people can take that to the extremes as well, to where they, again, don't know where the line is, where they should endure up to, right? Like, so these, like, things where we've not set hard lines when we're explaining these things to people in their youth.
Well,
Like,
yeah,
it's very
if we're
ambiguous.
gonna get into like the reason like domestic violence victims stay in these situations, right? If we're gonna get into those, yeah, for sure. Like, there's gonna be a whole load of psychological reasons, right?
Thank you,
Yeah.
Infamous.
And I think there's probably some better ways we could teach the young people in our lives that, like, there is a line that people shouldn't cross, and if they do, then your preservation of self should be a higher priority.
I think there's kind of a mistake though in telling people what the line is, because everybody's ideal the relationship that is going to make me happy versus anybody else, it's not going to be the same. But if people are honest about what will work for them, that dynamic, then you'll find somebody else who shares the same dynamic ideals, right?
Just
Yeah,
quickly,
you don't think there's like things that are
thank you,
objectively
Infamous, twice. Sorry to interrupt. I just need to thank Infamous for dropping 2 super chats. Thank you. Carry on.
So
Thank you, Infamous.
You don't care about happiness in many situations, right? Like, we tell our kids not to do heroin, right? But like, how do you know that he's not happier taking heroin every day of his life, right? Like, technically he could be, right? But we'd say that, like, there's an overall bad to your life and society around you like, that's still not a good option, right? Even though you might find happiness from injecting yourself with heroin, we'd still avoid and tell you that that's a bad plan, right? So, like, yeah, you could say that, like, oh, I'd be happy in a relationship when my missus tries to stab me, but we all know that that's a line that's probably not conducive to a good society.
Maybe
around
happy
you, right?
was the wrong
or a good
word.
place to bring up children.
Maybe happy was the wrong word. What I mean is, I think that people try to force fit themselves into what they think they should be and their relationships should be, to the detriment of both themselves and their relationship ultimately.
Yeah.
Does that make any sense? Or
yeah,
I think we do the
agree. I
opposite.
mean, you can't just put each person in a cookie
So
cutter
then
mold.
basically there should be some more education and some more talk about how to have a healthy relationship too, as well, to touch on subjects like whether it's a friend, whether it's a partner, whether it's somebody potential, any kind of, relationship, what a healthy relationship is, and that will help show you where the boundaries are. That should be a good conversation too. Maybe that's where that should start too, as well. What a healthy relationship looks like. So then that would, and then it could,
I think it's
segue on to
confidence.
to the other things.
I think it all boils down to the confidence, just to even have the confidence to have your own preferences and think that they're okay to be there.
You think Johnny Depp isn't a confident human?
I didn't watch the Johnny Depp trial.
Right, and that's
don't know.
You think Rihanna isn't confident? These people that are hyper confident.
But you gotta.
I don't know these celebrities. Yeah, and I'm not addressing Rihanna either, so I don't. I'm not sure what you're trying to say. That you think that.
I just think everybody has different personalities, and they understand differently.
You're saying an issue is that you think people don't have confidence, and that's where the boundaries get.
I don't think Johnny Depp getting his bed pooped on is an issue. I'm not trying to solve that issue. He can handle that.
No, but like, you think him getting his finger almost severed and getting plates and bottles thrown at him, having his family attacked, having his staff attacked is just
if he went through all that shit, yes, that's a self-worth issue. Why the fuck would you take that? You would never suggest somebody else take that. Why would you suggest that for yourself? That's absolutely a self-worth issue.
Because
but
that's, like I said, it's generational because of what he experienced as a kid. He didn't learn what healthy relationships were, so he fell right into unhealthy relationships.
Despite that, did you not see what happened to his career for like 4 years before he got cleaned up in court? Well,
what is the point that I'm missing here that you're trying to make with Johnny Depp? I think Johnny Depp had low self-worth, put himself in those situations over and over again.
No. Well, if you'd let me speak, right? So there is an actual tangible, logical reason why he would fear doing so. Okay, so when he came out about this, when he said he was going to out her, when he got rid of her from his properties, he then outed him in the public. It took no proof for him to lose all of his contracts. He did not do a movie for 4 years. He lost so much. He had problems with his family. He was falling out with not what his mother was, but basically the person that was his mother while she was dead. He was in a fallout with her due to this. There's many reasons that are logical.
Before all these extreme things happened to him, he put up with a long pattern of increasingly abrasive behavior. Yes, I think it boils back down to self-worth.
But to see like that power and control thing, because that's what she did. Is she did that op-ed and she did that so because they have that social media presence and a lot of people watching and looking because of who they may be. So she did that, and all she had to do was just say that, and people were, they were on board, thinking that she was more of a victim than anything, and that's all she had to do. He did lose a lot of money and contract. You're right. You're absolutely right. And that's part of that power and control from a female's side of being the abuser or the one that's trying to control the situation.
These things, they don't happen all at once as well. It's not like somebody goes from being super nice to being completely insane, right? And smashing bottles over your head, right? They go on a very gradual increase, right? And when you don't know where this line is that
it's
they
like
cross,
grooming you.
like it's very hard to know when that day was that abuse became past that line, right? Because you're gonna have arguments, you're gonna have disagreements, you're gonna both do dickhead things because everyone's a human, and human's gonna human. Brittany Simon, there we go. So like you're gonna get these things where it's close to the line but not at the line, but then it's past the line, but you don't even realize it's past the line because you're still doing the rationalization that you did for the previous stuff that wasn't past the line. And now, before you realize it, you're in so deep. And now she's going, "Oh, what are you going to do? Tell the world."
I've been through a crazy divorce. I get it. You're not wrong. But the point is, like, at some point, he got used to conceding space. If somebody steps on your toe and you say, "Ow, that hurts," and then they step on it again, do you hold the line or do you retreat? He continually retreated, and I think that's definitely a self-value issue.
And he kept himself in the situation, though, is the problem. He kept himself there. And,
well, what happens?
I'm gonna jump down, guys.
So I would say they're stepping on your toe while also holding a gun to your stomach, right? Because the day that he kicked her out the house was the day she went and released an op-ed, which lost him all of his roles in Pirates of the Caribbean, made him fall out with loads of people.
You don't think she stepped on his toe until she lived with him?
No, not really. I think she might have maybe nudged it. Yeah, they probably did some weird stuff.
I definitely would disagree. I mean, who knows? We're speculating, but I think almost for sure that you see these patterns of behavior before you're tied in that deep to somebody.
No. A real perpetrator is going to play like the perfect fucking partner role for the first 8 months at least. They are going to play a role so fucking good. Like, and then they are also
and my ex-wife changed right after we got married, and we were divorced a year later. The minute these things start happening, you can respond. You don't have to get. He was tangled in so deep for so long with this chick.
Who you talking about?
Johnny Depp, dude.
Oh, so, like, Johnny Depp.
So, like, again, you say, like, I think he's stuck around because
guys. I just wanted to say.
Oh, bye, girl. Hey, I love when you're up here, girl. Like you are like the balance. You're like.
Can I just say one thing? I just want to say thank you to all the men that actually came up here and actually had this conversation. It's very commendable, and regardless of what people agree or disagree on, just having the conversation in general is a great step, like in the right direction. You know what I mean? To just make it.
Thanks, girl.
So thank you guys, and I just wanted to say I commend you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Infamous.
Infamous, thank you.
See you later.
Dude, that girl's awesome. Sorry, go ahead. My bad. She's so cool. Infamous, you're awesome.
Who was saying something? Was it Flo, or was it Easy? I can't, or was it Haku? I kind of lost track.
Haku,
It
what
wasn't
happened?
me.
You tried your picture didn't go up. I've never seen you. I saw you for like a 1 second.
Yeah, it's because I'm chilling tonight, and that, rather than staring. So sorry.
No,
So going back. Who was talking before Infamous left?
It was me again, but again, I don't remember what I was saying.
Easy, man.
Like, every time I talk.
Hell yeah. Smoke weed every day. Hey, Easy, you smoke weed? You don't have to answer that, actually.
Yeah, he
Right.
does.
So the conclusion of how we can improve on the situation is educate our kids. So we're looking at a generational change. That's what we're saying, right?
Yeah, because I don't think in any world we will ever use systems or resources given to us to the only thing that's going to change is like us just not putting up with it and other people in society not putting up with it. Like nobody puts up with domestic violence against women. Like we said before, if a man comes round, if my best friend of 15 years or 20 years could come round tonight and tell me that he punched his missus and give me every fucking reason under the sun why he did this, we are fighting tonight. Like that is
I
it.
agree.
We are not friends. I am fighting tonight. You could tell me she picked a knife out the drawer. We're fighting, brother. Like,
Hell yeah.
you don't do that, right? This is unacceptable in all regards, right? We will never allow this, right? But the opposite is just not the same. Like, and that needs to be not just from women's side, but from men's side as well. It should never be okay. Like, it should never be looked at as okay, like in society. It should not be like, oh, well, he shouldn't have been a dickhead. Like, no, that's not a responsible response to that. Like, yeah, take it seriously. Yeah, tell your girl that she's a fucking idiot, right? Like, yeah.
Tell her twice if it takes twice.
Yeah, man, you're a woman. Slap her.
No.
Right, because I teach my child never to lay hands on a woman. So I think it's important that we teach our girls too that it's not right to lay their hands on our men. I think it's, we do, and I think girls get told less by their. I mean, my dad was always like, Mel, if you can fight your way out of something, fucking good on you. That was my dad raising me.
Good point.
One of the things that I'm noticing in movies and TV more and more recently compared to years ago is that we see nowadays a lot of female superheroes being and portraying themselves in a very masculine posture and being very physically violent towards men. Do you think that and just the fact that these young girls are seeing and watching movies like that, do you think that's a contributing factor in this whole thing? You don't?
Nope.
How do you not think culture influences people?
Yeah.
Well, it influences them. It doesn't influence them to beat their fucking husbands and their boyfriends.
Hell no.
So the answer is yes, of course it influences people, but no, it's not the reason, right? Or
I think it definitely could influence people to lead that way, like lean more that way, like a lot of these shows have like the main like male character as something to ridicule, right? So like you make fun of the stupid dad.
The women's empowerment movement is not a fucking excuse of why girls are beating their men more. It's because society is fucked up more, is why.
Yeah.
Okay. How are those brochures?
Awesome.
Let's not get into Sharia laws and go there.
So the Parenting with Dignity program, Mac urges us to let the kids make some of their own decisions and to experience consequences early on by setting boundaries and goals with their parents so that they can act responsibly when left alone and become more independent when they grow older.
Right, but can we agree, Faye, that men teach their little girls to be able to fight their way out of things? What do you reckon?
Yes, I think they should.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I have not taught my daughter that.
Okay.
I think that's she's a small 13-year-old girl. If she tries to fight a dude, it's not going to go well. I don't want to. That's not the way. I tell her to look for. I say if you find an older woman, go up and call her mom, right? And she'll get it. That'll work every time. But her
And in general, it's more about kick and scream and punch and do whatever you have to.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Resist. But yeah, I'm not trying to empower her to slug her way out of a situation as the best course of action.
First, if you can get away, run. But if somebody grabs her by the hand, kick, scream, and yell.
Right.
You feel me?
And that's all part of like a lot of that stuff's in just, kindergarten books, first, second, third grade storybooks. Yeah, it's indoctrination. Yeah, whatever. But
I just want to ask the daddies here with daughters. Now that it's a new generation of children. So Flo said he doesn't teach his daughter, which is excellent. Anybody else on panel with a daughter, like man with a daughter, what do you teach your girl?
It was more just about kick and punch and run away and do whatever you have to do, and that's. I mean, even still, society will teach that
I don't
kids.
think what Mel was talking about was like her dad saying if she gets attacked that she should punch people.
No, I don't know how.
No, I misunderstood the question originally.
Now, let me tell you about my dad, right? And just so we understand better, and I understand it from where he's coming from, but it's not correct. But when I was 13, I got into a physical fight with a girl who was like twice my height, and later on that day, and I hadn't even realized what I'd done. But later on that day, her parents came around with the girl, and her face was so fucked up that it looked that she'd been attacked by a group of men. Now, I was ashamed of what I'd done when I saw her face, but my dad, obviously, he did speak with the parents, but then he patted me on the back and said, "That's my girl."
Even more so, right? If a guy tried to start on me, if the same sex dude tried to start on me, and I didn't beat his ass, and I came home, my dad would be like, "Why have you got a black eye? Like, why are you like, get the fuck up, mate? Like, what are you doing?" He'd be angry that I didn't fight that dude.
No, but I'm talking about
why did you bring your kid over here? What am I like? Your kid got beat the fuck up. Teach your kid not to be retarded.
No, I mean, that's what my dad said, Flo, but what they were trying to do, the parents of the girl, which quite rightly, don't get me wrong, I'd never done anything like that ever since. It was like when I saw her face, it was enough for me to realize that I'd been disgusting. But the point is that family came round to say, look, we could go to the police and get your daughter arrested. You need to have stern words with your daughter.
Yeah, but that family is the problem. You didn't do anything wrong. You recognize that, right?
No, of course I did. I was repulsed.
Hold on. She was fucking with you and you defended yourself.
No. She kissed my then, and it wasn't even a proper boyfriend, like somebody that,
okay. You got mad at her and fucked her up. Now, I was ashamed,
and I had a handful of rings. That's what fucked her up. It's a handful of rings.
Gangsters?
I wasn't a gangster.
Knuckles.
I would have patted you on the back as well.
My dad was like, "Good girl." My dad was like, I was half her size. She was a very tall girl, and I was half her size. And my dad was like patting me, going, "Well done, babe." But it wasn't the right thing to do because you shouldn't ever encourage your children to be violent in any way.
Yeah, the guys like watching chick fights.
Chick fights came home and said that they got kicked in the stomach and punched in the face. And my question back to them was, "Well, why did you not punch him back?"
Well, I was like a little chihuahua. I came in from underneath. I surprised her out of nowhere. Yeah. And they say the bigger they are, the harder they fall, right?
Well, I think it would be different, right?
Haiku, though, in the same reasoning, wouldn't it be that we would just want to run away and call the cops in the same situation as domestic violence with our partners we would with the same sex in situations and not try to be, the agitator of such situations and try to be,
calling the cops is an agitation of the situation almost always.
Really,
especially after the fact.
Whether it's TV or whether it's
society, you probably should tell your son to take a step back and go and phone the police. But I tell you now, if your son is the kid that gets punched in the mouth in the schoolyard and he runs off to phone the fucking police, that kid's going to get punched in the mouth a hell of a lot more times in that schoolyard. Whereas if that lad turns around and just jaws that kid back, even if he loses the fight that follows, right, he still will take less beef in that fucking schoolyard than if he hadn't, right? Like,
what could he do if he gets punched in the mouth by a girl?
Unless it was a Buddhist schoolyard.
Take it.
If he's punched in, he shouldn't punch back. No child man should ever punch back a girl.
I was just curious about his response because I actually disagree with the sentiment that he expressed earlier about no man should ever respond violently to being attacked by a woman. I think that men have every right to defend themselves. The reason that you don't hit women is because it's so mismatched. It's, you know, you don't need to. But if you need to, right, you have the right to.
You do.
Yeah,
and
I'm
you
sure
should.
technically
You shouldn't encourage dudes to play like, just take it, be Johnny Depp.
you're also going to ruin your life, though, right? Because even if, like, for example, when my ex tried to stab me, right? If I knock her cold out there, I go to prison, right? Simple.
Hell yeah. That's felony assault, brother.
Yeah, even if she was trying to stab me, I'm still fucked. My life is fucked. Even if I don't go to prison, the public view of me is going to be a psycho.
Guilty or not guilty, you're done.
How does the public know what happened? You know, I'm not even going to go there. Never mind.
I ain't gonna punch her that hard that she can never speak again, brother. Like, she has a mouth.
What?
So you're going to be like, yeah, I punched her. You're going to lean into her trying to condemn you for defending yourself.
So what are you going to do? No, I didn't do it. That bruise on her face isn't me. Yeah, that's not me. Yeah, I don't care what she told you. She fell.
Too easy. That shit's too easy. First of all, there's not a pussy in the world worth going to jail for. There's not any pussy in the world worth going to jail.
That is correct.
Okay, and especially in that situation, right? I play the long game. See, like where I have my sailboat, the lake is like 1,400 feet deep.
There is a way to get every situation. In every situation, if you ask the question, what would the courts say I should do now? Right? There's a right course of action at every stage. You can take the right way out of a situation.
And if you play the long game, you're usually not going to take the quickest, easiest route, the least path of resistance that leads into violence, that leads into fights and the back and forth and the bickering and the bullshit. Like, the bitch would call me at work, and within 5 minutes, I'd be so pissed off, I'd have the whole entire crew raging and be in a complete, absolute state of...
You'd be sobbing in your truck at the job?
No, of just raging, pissed off, fuck.
I'd be in there sympathy crying with you, bro.
No, it was usually in the outhouse, though. It smells better in there. Nice hot day.
But another perspective on this topic, though, is if domestic violence is ever solved,
can I do it?
We've got a new issue.
Let's finish. Flow.
If we ever solve domestic violence entirely, then we've probably got a whole bigger problem, which is people don't give a fuck about each other at all. So,
or they just love each other so much.
How so, Flo? I'm confused. You're
because
saying that...
the only people that don't fight are people who just don't give a fuck about each other. I mean,
No.
I don't know what kind of relationship you've been in, Flo.
Okay. You know what? I was trying to look at a half full glass. Never mind, it didn't take.
What about
Fatty, give us some literature from the waiting room lobby.
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of relationships you've been with, Flo, but if all your women are trying to beat you up, maybe you're just attracting the wrong kind of woman.
Oh, I have a type. They're thin, they're blonde, they're crazy. Yeah, you live, you learn.
Yeah, not with blondes.
But yeah, I've been through all these situations. There is a way through them, you know.
Calmly, You know,
of course.
For example, what would your dad say? What would your dad have said? Could you guess? If, say, a lad had said something to you that was insulting, and you physically slapped, punched, hit, scratched him, and then came home and said to my dad, "Oh, this guy said I was this explicit word, so I slapped him." Would your dad think that's okay? Would he think that?
Yeah, I mean, my dad's old school. My dad, like, you know, my dad's old school. He would say, "Well done, Mel." So, you know, he I mean, you know, if somebody had said whatever to me and I would have slapped him one, he would have said, "Well done." It's really as simple as that. But I think what we need to learn from this is that going forward, that we teach our girls the same as we teach our boys not to lay hands on each other, like irrespective, unless it's self-defense.
And not to be laid hands on.
Stones, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So my dad is also, dad's like alpha male, you know, always has been alpha male, looks after his family. But at the same time, people used to say to him, you know, "Tony, you've raised your daughter to have just even more balls than both your sons put together." So for him, it was about his little girl.
That's from the brothers, though, more so. Yeah, that's from the brothers, though. You got that from your brothers. So.
No, my brothers are, you know, they're also alpha male. I mean, we're all alphas, let's say. That's how my dad raised us, you know. But with me, it was different. It was trying to teach me how to be able to protect myself. So in his little way. But would I just start slapping a man around randomly? No, fuck no. I've got enough respect for my men not to put my hands on them.
What if you were dressed in leather? You really wanted it.
Daddy, stop flirting. I'm already hitting on Mel.
No, you were supposed to make me pregnant, Flo, and you failed. You lied to
me. I know, but I got Celia pregnant.
You got Celia pregnant.
Somebody getting pregnant.
You got Celia pregnant. You know, you know what it is? I think when women are taught to have respect for men, then that kind of shit don't happen. It's really as simple as that.
Yep.
And the poorer the community, the more tendency there is to have that type of shit going on, because there's a lot more stress and mental anguish and mental health issues in general.
And if you're not taught rightly, you know, by your parents and the people around you, then these kind of things happen, whether you're male or female. It's really all about your morals, just, you know, how you've been raised. And I don't condone anybody putting any hands on. Okay, I want to ask the panel a question. This one's a really tricky one, so I'm going to be intrigued to hear. And it's still on the domestic abuse, blah blah blah. If your child hits you, it could be because they're on the spectrum, or it could just be because they get angry for whatever reason. Is that allowed?
No.
Hell no.
Allowed?
What do you mean allowed? Hell no.
And how do we enforce that?
Well, it's probably going to happen when they're like 3. And then you just
I'm talking about even in their teens, going from young to...
Oh, no, yeah, no. Then I don't know how they... Yeah, no, fuck that shit. Why would they... What? No.
Well, I'm asking a controversial question because
I know, and I'm trying to figure out how to answer it in a delicate way. And it's late. I don't know why a teenage kid would think that they could hit me in the first place. I've made some errors to get here, I think. Because certainly they've wanted to hit me before now. So either they have done it and I've allowed it, in which case I've taught them it's okay, or what they just decided out of the blue.
Let's say your teenage kids, like let's be specific, right? We've got teenagers, and you know what teenagers are like. They're hormonal, right? They're going through changes, they're hormonal, they're all over the place. A lot of the time they hate their parents when they're teenagers, right? I'm talking young teenagers. And whether it be a girl or a boy, they hit you. Is it okay, morally it's wrong, but do we allow it to happen? How do we deal with it? Mrs. J asked, how do we deal with a teenager hitting either parent?
Grounded for a year.
Yeah,
wants,
how do you
who
enforce
wants to
that?
bite this bullet?
How do you enforce that on a kid that pretty much just says "fuck you" and gets violent, and especially with a single mom? I'm imagining, so.
So mine was like self-contained, right? So like, for example, if like one of my brothers had done that, I'd fight my brother on sight, right? Like straight up.
Okay, let's say, okay, I'm going to do a scenario because this question's obviously difficult. It is, and I'm going to do it for both sexes. Let's say a single mom, her teenager hits her. How do we deal with that?
Call the cops, have them put in juvie for the night.
No.
I think that he handled it.
Juvie for 2 days. There's got to be a consequence. There's got to be a consequence. There's got to be something extreme that breaks that cycle. And something extreme in that situation.
I think that you handle it whatever the most direct and efficient way is. So I disagree with juvie as the first thing. I would call the cops as the last resort. I would start with, is his dad going to allow that? So if you can call his dad, even if you're a single mom, let dad fuck him up. If not, does he have an uncle? Does he have, somebody in the family? There should be a man in the family or even a friend of the family. Some dude should step in, I would think, who's got a relationship with the kid and fix that behavior.
I agree.
What if it was your daughter hitting you, Flo? If it was your daughter, teenage daughter hitting you, what then?
My daughter's 13. If she hits me, I'm just trying to think of what catastrophe could have to be going on for that to even happen. We probably got bigger issues than the hit if that's happening.
The dynamic up to that point would have been way different.
But do you see what Flo? Can everybody see what Flo's saying? The contradiction. If it was a boy hitting his mom, you get a dude to come in and sort it out physically, right? That's what you're saying. But if it was a girl, there's something else going behind.
I do not have the same standard of expectations for a boy treating his mom as I do for a girl treating her dad.
Well, there's also like a perfectly reasonable explanation for that, right? Because for the man to have a propensity to think that he could lash out, it has a very high severity of repercussions to that action, right? So in having to do a more severe punishment for that child is because if that man grows up thinking he can lash out in society, he will end up in prison. There is no other way around this. We cannot teach our young man to let his emotions control his physical actions and to lash out at people. So like as a good parent, you would have to drill that in very, very sternly, because if you do not, he will end up in prison. He will end up lashing out and punching somebody and hurting somebody and end up with a criminal record. Whereas
a teenage boy is trying to subdue his mom. That's a dominance move. A teenage girl is having a meltdown if she hits her dad, probably.
Right.
I think the dynamics are entirely different.
Yeah. Mr. Easy, have you got something on this?
Either way, they've got to be. It's got to be done.
Yeah, he's on his live talking to his panel. I'm sorry, talking to his chat. But it's an interesting, I'm just trying to go back, looking forward. Does that make sense? And we've already said that we would treat, I understand Haku's absolutely right? If a boy hits a girl, he's going to prison. But are we then helping the situation with Mel DV if we say to our 13-year-old girls, oh, there's no repercussions, but let me find out what's going on behind the scenes?
Probably, but
I don't think they're the same situation at all, though. I think they need to be treated differently because they are fundamentally different. A girl's not trying to dominate her dad like a teenage boy would be trying to dominate his mom in that scenario.
No, right.
Or even his dad, right? Like for a teenage boy to step to his dad and try to physically impose himself on his dad, that is also trying to be alpha, right? That is you trying to assert
he
dominance.
Chose the venue, dad, right? Agree. He chose the venue of conflict with his dad. He gets to be responded to in that venue.
In what manner, may I ask, Flo?
If a teenage boy wants to fight his dad dad gets to fight him back.
And I'm pretty sure we all agree that his dad, right, is going to be way more capable, right, in this situation. So his dad's not going to go all out. I'm not saying quick time, grab him and start landing elbows and knee him in the head, get him down on the floor, get him in crucifix position and start raining elbows. We're saying yeah, you should probably, like, I don't know, grab him, like, restrain him, put him in a chair, like, make sure, like, just, like, you can do things that you can deal with that situation without it going to, like, a super high level of physicality, right? Like, he's still
No, if
only
he
a
wants to punch
teenager.
you, if he wants to have a fist fight, you can have a fist fight with your son in that scenario. I have no issue with that. The kid
See, I think you
chose
should take,
to engage in violence. He made the decision. You can respond in kind, and he can lose in that venue as well.
yeah, but you can also, like, you can make somebody be more embarrassed and more lost. Like, if say, like, my child is trying to swing on me, right, I could without throwing one punch make him feel lesser of a man and less dominant without throwing a fucking singular punch, because I could wrap this kid up like a fucking pretzel.
Well, sure, there's lots of ways that you can handle it.
Yeah, I'm saying that your first port of call shouldn't be, he swung at me, so I did a fade back right hand and knocked my 14-year-old out. I'm like, yeah, obviously that's not the first port of call, but, like, if he wants to get physical, you're going to get physical back. You're going to restrain him, tie him up like a pretzel, sit him down in a corner and be like, you best know your fucking place, boy. And he best know his fucking place. Like, he best understand that ain't acceptable, right? Like,
I don't know. I don't have a son, but I would think that if I had a teenage boy and he swung at me, I would just straight swing back. Just pop, pop. Clip for clap, and I bet I can hit harder.
I don't know if that would work, Flo, just because my son and his dad got into an altercation not that long ago where his dad did just that, and my son hasn't spoken to him since. It's been the back end of last year now.
Well, that depends on your age, right? Like, if your son's like 24 and coming at you,
No, he's
like,
he's going to turn 16 in a week, so he's 15. He was 15 when it happened.
Oh, right.
He shouldn't have swung at his dad. He's being a baby.
No, I also think his dad shouldn't have swung back. I think his dad
and let me back off it, because it's not a hypothetical; it's a real situation. So I don't know all the details.
No, I'm just making an example. They had an altercation, and I don't know exactly what happened, but I came back and my son had a bleeding nose. He hasn't spoken to his father since. I'm just wondering how, as parents, going forward, we can teach our children to, obviously, we tell our boys, never lay your hands on women. That is obvious. We've been doing it for generations, right? Don't put your hands on women. But I'm wondering about the other way around. So, with the boys swinging back, I'm not entirely sure if that's a good idea, or because all you're doing is you're teaching violence, like violence.
It all depends on the child. Each child is an individual, and they all don't respond to the to a cookie cutter type of discipline. Parenting. A cookie cutter parenting methods. You have to treat each of your children as individuals and respond accordingly.
Good point.
Okay, so I'm going to complicate the question. What if your child, and whether it be girl or boy, is on the spectrum and hits? I'm going to start with hits the mum.
Okay. Can we back it before we move to that, though? I would say that I think that if you're 16-year-old and his dad got in a fight, and I don't know the details, this is their issue.
Oh yeah, I stayed well the fuck out of it.
Right. So I guess I don't think that is something that externally would need to be, even hypothetically, would need to be fixed by anybody else. I don't know that worked improperly, just given the information. But
although saying that, I did attack his dad before I stayed out of it.
Sorry, I zoned right out for what you just responded to.
No, I what happened was when I walked back into the room and I saw blood on my son's face from his nose. I don't know what happened. I just saw red. And when I say red, I didn't see his blood. I just saw red, as in, imagine your screen going red. And I did attack his dad, but that's Mama Bear. And then I stayed out of it.
Well, yeah, I mean, because in your eyes, he was just, completely covered in blood,
Well, his face was.
From head to toe,
Now, to add the extra layer back into it, personally, I think that my approach would be that you don't treat the disorder with any significance, because it doesn't matter. Like, you have to, I think that allowing exceptions creates more problems later. So
Oh,
I
you
think that
mean
you have to treat it the same way. You have to treat it as if it's a non-factor.
for the spectrum
It
bit,
depends.
Yeah.
Flo?
So it depends. It depends on the level of the spectrum, right? Because if like somebody's like, for example, like non-verbal autistic, and they did that,
Right.
you're gonna have a very different
Right.
protocol of like you can't turn around and punch that kid, right?
Right.
He really doesn't understand what he's
Of
doing,
course.
right? But there's like a level of like autistic where it's like, no, that's still you still are a functioning member of society and have to act as so, despite your autistic problem. Like you're still a functioning member of society and have to and will be tried as so. Like so that doesn't matter. But there obviously is a level of being on the spectrum, but then that person would already have been given the tools to deal with this, right? Because if you have a child that's like that level
I don't
of
think that in
autism,
extreme cases is the question. I mean, maybe, but I don't think it's.
yeah, I just thought I'd clarify. Like in those extreme stations, you would already have implementable solutions, like i.e. a carer or other things that you work with. You'd have like, I don't know whether they have them in America, but we have like short stay. You have like short stay places, right? So like say stuff like that is becoming too much. You have these short stay places where you can drop your like heavily autistic child off, and they'll be looked after for short stays. So stuff like that can always help de-escalate those types of situations. Blah, blah, blah. Like. Anyway, I've got to go, guys. But lovely to talk to you all. And
Thank you for coming up, darling. I'm really grateful to you and everybody that's come up and having this discussion. Is really important that we've had men come up and talk about this, because it's really important that we get the men's point of view. So thank you.
Yeah, it's always good to see you, Mel, and good to see you, Easy, and Mr. Fatty, Mrs. J, and Flo Stay, and Arctic Timber Wolf, and Scotty B from before, and Infamous. See you later, everybody.
Salute.
Good night, Haku.
Peace out, man.
So what we're saying is that with children on the spectrum, they, if they hit the teenagers, let's say teenagers, because just to make it, if they're hitting either parent, then we should send them away for the day.
No, I disagree with that. You need to respond to a child that's having a temper tantrum in the way that is appropriate for that child. Send them to the corner, make them stand in the corner, make them write their fucking name 1,000
Really? You
times.
think a teenager kid is going to stand in the corner after they've hit you?
Goddamn right they will.
Yeah, no, that's probably not an appropriate punishment anymore.
Fucking wall. Yeah.
What are your expectations for them, right? I would respond in whatever degree I expect them to behave at. And I don't know, a 16-year-old kid, I'm trying to think what it was like to be 16. I made impulsive decisions, but I wasn't. Yeah, if I swung at my dad, nobody's gonna feel sorry for me if he fucks me up.
Right.
And yeah, it just is. You got what you wanted. I feel like I was gonna land that somewhere, but I lost it.
No,
I don't think that you can accommodate, or that you can enable people to behave at a lower standard than you expect of them without getting the lows that you expect to an extent, especially when you're raising a kid.
It's a really, just why I'm asking, because obviously, I'm asking because, we're looking at the teenagers who are going to grow into our adults. Now we've covered, we've covered your neurologically wired, we've covered that, how we would do that. But with the ever increasing rise of children on a spectrum, how do we raise, and we know that they're not temper tantrums, they have meltdowns. Children on the spectrum have meltdowns. And we also know that once a meltdown is happening, you can't stop it. As adults, I'm asking, with children on the spectrum, how are we going to teach them moving forward that it's not okay to lay your hands on anybody? That's why I'm asking.
How will society treat the tantrums? Exactly the same way I would think for somebody on or off the spectrum. So we have to raise them to that standard. I would also point out, though, before I lose the thought, that I think that this is the father's role. And I see a lot of mothers across the board, a lot of mothers filling in for dads who have dropped the ball. Yeah, it's just worth pointing out.
No, it's true. You know, a lot of the time, you know, we know that single mothers are increasing and the men aren't in the children's lives. This is why I'm trying to establish, you know, what can we do as adults, as parents, in any given situation, whether it be single mothers, whether the children are on the spectrum, whether they're not on the spectrum. I mean, everybody knows it's so much harder with children on the spectrum because they're neurologically different, so they perceive things differently. That's why I'm asking the question.
I think and this is where I was going. The mother point though is relevant because I think that one of the best ways mothers in that situation could help sons that they're raising is to just not try to help it and let the son figure it out for themselves.
What if they, at that age that they're hitting their mothers, what if they're not?
And I guess my thought was not specific to that scenario, but just sort of broadly. But sorry, go ahead with the.
Well, no, Evie says it. Autistic kids are neurodivergent and lack executive functioning skills. So how do we teach these autistic children who do tend to have meltdowns and lash out? How do we teach them that it's not okay to put their hands on anybody? It's a really tricky question, isn't it?
I think I don't know enough about autism. It seems like there's a wide range of how severe that autism can be. So.
Yeah, I don't think it's a weed.
Yeah, I was gonna say
because each individual parent is responsible for raising their own children. And if you're a parent out there that has an autistic child, you need to do what you think is right for that child. It's not our job to raise your children.
You were talking about specifically, like, I think Mel's asking specifically though about like the meltdowns, right?
Right, because obviously anyone who has an autistic child knows that once that child has gone into meltdown, you've got to allow that child to have that meltdown. There's no kind of stopping it. You can't just kind of go in there and, you know, physically pin them down. And in those situations.
Yeah. So like, what are you? I'm trying to figure out what the question is.
How do we as parents teach our autistic children who do have these tendencies of lashing out and getting violent that that's not the way?
Well, you got
de-escalation techniques.
De-escalation.
Yeah, so you have to. So like, if you're talking about like teenagers.
Yeah.
All right. So like, what I've read about teenagers, so like a good thing to do with children who have autism is like developing different coping strategies for them with their meltdowns. Like obviously you want to be able to like avoid things like situations they find difficult or things that overwhelm them. Right, obviously, this is like your first step before it happens. But like
we're teaching them easy how to cope with life, and in the real world, that's not what you're saying isn't going to happen.
Well, can you?
Right, but like you're talking about like something specific, right? You're not going to be able to just teach them something like it's not always going to be like where you're able to teach them to just be able to go and function without you all the time, right? That's unfortunately.
But the question was framed in like a self-sabotaging way, right? How do we teach them to do something that they can't do?
Right.
That's
what I'm saying. Yeah.
That's
so
why
either you can teach them. Sorry, go ahead.
That's why I was just like explaining different ways to like help them like not get to there. But like, yeah, like to just it's like you're basically asking something that you can't do, right?
It's a really hard question, guys. That's why I've asked.
Well, if you can't do it, if you cannot do the thing, then that answers itself. You don't teach them anything because they can't be taught. I assume that they can be taught, which is why it's a question at all.
No, not that you don't teach them nothing. I'm saying like sometimes they're not gonna understand that like the ramifications for their actions, obviously, right?
Yeah.
But if a tantrum actually can't be stopped, and I don't know enough about autism. If they actually
not
cannot
that
be
the
stopped,
meltdown can't be stopped. That's what I was saying. That's why I was saying like the ways that like they talk about this is like you know the different like avoiding situations that they find difficult or making them overwhelmed, and then like identifying like their routines, like and keeping like them on a routine. This is good for kids and teenagers with autism, and then like developing a coping strategy that would take them away from the violent meltdown instead of, you know, so like that's like your best bets for those things.
I think that by the time a boy is hitting puberty, sorry, go.
I was just saying that it sounds like Easy's saying like an ounce of prevention is worth a ton of repair.
Yeah. But I think once you've got a boy hitting puberty, if he's behaving violently, like the compassion or the understanding instinct is not useful at that point. Like he needs to be taught to stop by any means possible, if possible. If not possible, he's going to be stopped, right? So, by society or by himself. So, yeah.
Yeah, like there's also different things you can do during a meltdown so that doesn't happen. So like for instance, like they say with boys, like when they're having a meltdown is like one of the best things is to kind of just stay away from them if they're like in a safe spot, you know, not to touch them, not to have more than one person speaking to them at a time, turning down the lights and keeping things quiet. That's a good like that's one of the tips they give for meltdowns with autistic children.
It goes into the cycle of recognizing something, understanding it, and then changing what needs to be changed. So with
Patty, why do I feel like I'm back in rehab every time you've said something tonight?
Because it's all the same shit. It's all the same shit. I'm telling you, it's all the same stuff, right? You recognize the problem.
It's self-management,
right? It's all cognitive awareness bullshit, but it is. It's emotional coaching. You know, when you recognize, you say, "Whoa,
bro." Read us the emotional coaching. Don't just say emotional coaching and show us the fucking thing on the screen. Read it to us, please.
Or skip it altogether.
Jesus, Lord mercy.
I was just starting to. Jesus, Lord mercy. Jesus H. Christ on a jumping pogo stick with the strawberry shortcake man. You say, "Whoa, I can tell something's up right now." You recognize something's going on. Whoa, I can tell something's up right now. Right?
Immunity.
You look really mad, or you seem depressed. You seem something, or are you disappointed? Right? So you pull the emotion out. It makes sense that you feel that way. You honor the emotion, you recognize it, you understand it because of a couple of reasons. Because this is going on. You just wrecked your bike or whatever happened.
What is this shit?
Sadness needs comfort. Fear needs safety and security. Anger needs patience and boundaries. And that's the most important thing that I couldn't get with my kid because he was just like me. My son was a fucking rageaholic. When it came to the anger part,
hang on, Fanny.
I was more
treat him like a girl.
Right? I was more about they were girls. They were awesome. I couldn't even imagine.
Can I ask quickly, Steve? Are you drinking on camera? Can you not do that for me, please? Just calm down if you're drinking.
Drink a root beer.
Is it just root beer? What is it, Steve?
No,
it's a Pepsi.
7.2 me queuing champion. I won't drink on camera again. Sorry about that.
No, you're good. It's just one of the things on YouTube. You know, they don't like you promoting things like that. That's all. So, Steve,
Yeah,
what do
maybe
you
sort
think?
of,
What do you think
you know,
about?
I got here late, you know what I mean? I got here late for the stream like sort of thing, and I
I know you did. We're talking about domestic violence, and we're talking about it like especially directed towards men. So I've gone back now. I've gone back to the teenagers, and we are talking about both. You know, how do we teach our girls and our boys that it's never okay to put your hand on somebody else? Oh, Melissa, if it's just normal root beer, I don't know. We don't normally drink root beer in the UK?
I drank root beer tonight. Root beer is delicious.
I don't know what it is, to be honest with you. It's liquid in a bottle.
Yeah, I don't think that.
I don't think anybody else does either, to be honest with you.
No,
maybe it's sunscreen he's drinking. That would be even worse.
Oh, sunscreen? I couldn't imagine drinking sunscreen.
Aquafilpa, baby.
That's making my forehead sweat already just thinking about that.
Yeah, on the Kool-Aid, guys. It's not the Kool-Aid, guys. They were saying, oh, it's going to make you laugh, yeah. Like, yeah, I'm just sat outside my flat at the moment. I'm not got to drive today, that's why I'm having a drink. Fucking van with its engine going. I don't know how good my microphone is at the moment, but it should be okay.
Nice.
Yes, and you know, I mentioned a case earlier on, whatever, something like that. But there's one case I'd like to bring up. I can't remember. Actually, I've got it on the Instagram, and what it was like, it was an arranged fight with these two young girls at school, and one of the mothers turned up, and what happened is like the mother's daughter was getting bashed on the floor, headlock, getting bashed, and the mother actually stepped in. And they're both fighting around, rolling around on the floor, and the mother put on the ponytail of like and she got bashed. The mother got involved. You know what I mean? And what the fuck is all that about? You know, it's like bringing your kid to a scrap and make sure you win, sort of thing. And her kid was losing, and she wasn't having it. And then the mother got involved, and she put her foot on her ponytail on the floor. And basically was there, and the fight turned around, and he got absolutely bashed.
Yeah.
And
I mean, just let those people fight it out. Slide a knife into the thing. Let them sort out that end of the gene pool. It'll solve it. It's a self-correcting problem.
Yeah, like,
I just want to know.
Like, yeah, you know, maybe a few Americans here at the moment. Like, you live by the gun over here. Like, it's knife crime. It's just evil in London.
Yeah, I wouldn't put a knife in my daughter's hand. No way.
It was a joke, but
I'm gonna say, Flo, like.
Yeah, I know where you come from, guys. Yes, but like, you know, but when the weapons get brought into fights, you know, you get knuckle dusters, anything like that. You know, it's a fight. Someone's going to lose, and it's like because the internet is like ramped everything up, arguments in advance. I'm going to do you, bring your mates, sort of thing, and that's when someone brings a weapon.
But Steve, to be fair, as a mother, if I saw my daughter getting the shit kicked out of her, and I was right there, I don't think I could physically stop myself from jumping in. Would I hurt the other girl? No, but I'd definitely take the punches.
Unless you were wearing rings.
Fuck that shit. If my daughter was actually being harmed, and that's the only, kids are getting beat the fuck up that day.
We've all got beat up in our lives, guys. We've all been bashed, sort of thing, you know. I'm not talking.
I've never been beat up.
I'm not talking about.
If a kid beats up my kid, I'll beat up their dad. Fair trade.
That makes sense. Yeah.
It's fair trade.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna do it in front of the kid so they realize that like this is what happens to your dad every time you beat up a kid.
That's a really good idea.
You know, but like, what is it? Pride of your kid, or pride like the parent got involved to change the situation, sort of thing. Where's the pride come from, the parent or the child? You know, if my kid, I got a 13-year-old daughter, right? If she come home like, you know, a bit bashed, sort of thing, she got because she told me she bashed the other kid, I'll be saying fucking yes, fucking pat you on the back, sort of thing.
That's what I was saying earlier about my dad.
Yeah,
I actually wouldn't. I think that teaches them like
my daughter come home bashed. black eye, bloody nose. Then I got
if it was out on the pitch, it's all fair.
Yeah,
I'm saying I think that it's dangerous to my daughter to teach her to fight. That's dangerous to her because she may win a fight, but I guarantee she's not going to win a lot of them if she goes around picking fights.
Yeah.
No, see, that's the thing. Like, I tell my daughters, like, because they're both in fighting, like different fighting, like MMA, kickboxing, shit like this. But I tell them to run. I tell them, don't ever fight, run. I just want them to be able to, in case it's like, a life or death situation. But like, I tell them always run.
Absolutely, yeah, that's good. But I wouldn't congratulate my daughter. It was the point. Teaching them fight, that's different than congratulating them for,
No, actually, I've had it happen where I made my daughter apologize. I was like, no, we're gonna go fix this. You guys are gonna, you don't do this shit. You guys don't need to do. They're friends actually now.
Build stronger friendships when that shit happens.
And that is the right thing to do. Just walk away. You only get involved to fight if it's life or death situation.
Run. Don't tell them walk away because they get this like, someone's gonna protect me while I walk away inside of them. You tell them run.
But where does the pride come from? If you can walk away from a fight without raising a fist, sort of thing, haven't you got pride? Because I didn't strike out, and knowing what you could be capable of, you could be an
unless you get clocked in the back of the head.
Then again, you do a side eye goal, don't you, like that?
Yeah, it was a mini Louisville slugger right there. Damn near cracked my fucking skull, knocked me bleeding the fuck out.
Yeah, I
came home one night too. She pulled the freaking 12 gauge on me when I opened the front door, right there.
Well, I could say that in hindsight, sort of thing, but like when it's a real life situation, a fight could turn deadly any time. And do you walk away or get involved?
Yeah, no. I tell dudes like full grown men. I tell full grown men that when you're in a fight, once you fucking hit the guy hard enough where he drops, you run now. Don't stand around and be like, yeah, I'm a badass. Yeah, you want more? No, his buddy could come out of fucking nowhere and clean you out. You run now. You leave him on the ground and run. That's the best choice you get.
That's what, I think I'll get your drift, sort of thing. That's what I'm sort of saying. If you're going to hit someone, make it fucking worthwhile. And
my rule for myself, since my daughter was born, I made myself some rules, and it's always avoid physical violence if possible, and if it's not possible, end it as efficiently as possible. So
run.
Yes,
you around and
to
get up and shoot.
I've actually had the opposite approach. Is you make sure he doesn't get up and follow you. I guess I hadn't really considered it. I don't know. I don't know whether I agree or disagree with your statement after that.
Like to make sure they can't get back up, but for me, because I've experienced it twice when I was younger, where like I was the one winning on top, and instead of just getting away once I won, I stuck around being cocky, and someone came from behind, one of his buddies, and that's the thing. You never know. One of his buddies gonna pop out. One buddy's gonna.
I guess that could be situational.
The time I got shot at was because I beat the shit out of some dude, and his buddy shot at me. So like. You want to just run, bro. Don't ever stick around. I get what you're saying though, 100%. Like to knock them out so that you can't get back up. Maybe if you're like you two are alone for sure, but you never fucking know. And like I know a lot of the time, like dudes will get in fights at bars, and like they'll fight guy, and then like after the fight, they're standing there like they're a badass. Who wants some more? But, like, no, run, buddy. You better hope there's not a bunch more people that want some. Run.
Right. Oh yeah. No, I totally agree. Then you don't hang around at the place then afterwards and keep kicking it.
Yeah.
You make sure that dude. Like I was at a bar the last time that I got in a fight, and that dude wasn't following me, but then I left.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you want to leave so that fucking, you don't want fucking him get back up, stab somebody, shoot somebody. You never know what's coming, right?
Best case scenario, I at least know the cops are on their way.
The reason why I was going back, and Mrs. J asked, so do you do that in a DV situation? Easy. The reason why I was going back is just try and, get our opinions on teenagers and then looking to see if they match what we've said about adults. That's why I'm going back.
So do I do what in a DV situation? What I was defining about the autistic child?
No, I'm not sure. Mr. J, could you elaborate? Because I walked away for a minute to make a cappuccino.
Yeah,
I think it depends on what you want from the outcome to be of the DV situation. There's not a uniform desired outcome, I think.
So, Mrs. J, you'll need to elaborate for a minute because I walked away for a second. Can you elaborate?
I'd say from no matter what perspective, just stay calm and get the fuck out of there. Defend yourself if you need to, but just get the fuck out of there.
Oh, running away from the situation. Yeah, like if you're say like I'm like it was like say it was like a girlfriend's house or something. She got fucking nutty or something. Yeah, I'm leaving. I leave and I take all my stuff. If I can't, I come get it the next day or something. You know, like no, I don't stay in that situation for things to get worse because like I know myself as a man and most men are only going to take so many punches in the face until they're going to want to hit back. And I'm not leaving that opportunity for myself at all. And like, I know I've been pushed to crazy limits and not done it, but I still don't want that chance ever. And
has anybody ever blacked out in response to something like that?
Right, exactly. And then what happens after that is someone's really, really hurt and someone's really, really in jail. So
that's what I mean, though. Like you could get into a fight, you could punch someone. It could be a one punch knockout. It happened to one of my friends at school. He got hit so hard in a bar, he was drunk, and that was it. And it turned into a murder case. It was a one punch knockout.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what could happen if you.
Once fighters are registered over here, if you're doing any amateur fighting, any professional fighting, you're registered. You can't get in a fight out in public.
That's a myth.
And it's not. There will be extra charges.
Yeah, there's a myth. You're not. You're not a weapon, bro.
You're not a weapon, but there will be extra charges for sure.
Where?
And that,
that's a myth. I promise you.
No, it's not in the whole United States.
That's what I mean. It could be a total accident. It could be a missed punch. You could catch him, sort of thing. You could.
The prosecutor will have a tendency to go for extra charges.
Prosecutors. That's how prosecutors prosecute. They go for the biggest charges they can possibly stack. But yeah, I don't think there's any truth to what you're saying. I mean, maybe locally, right? That's why I asked where.
There's no law that says anything about registering your hands as a deadly weapon. There's nothing. This is not a real thing.
But when fighters get charged with domestic violence and with fighting in public, they get they get enhanced.
Yeah, they'll add on they might add in the fact that you're a professional fighter just to sway the jury.
They'll get less sentencing leniency, but there's not any different legality there.
Yeah.
It could be it could be like self-defense. If you're in a bar or something, you could grab a glass or a bottle, swipe at you. What you're going to do? Then you're just going to go for him, isn't you? And you could do one punch and kill him, but it's self-defense. You swung a bottle at you know what I mean?
For the registered hand thing, like you could have a boxer and a normal guy both in a bar. They both get into a fight. And they both do the same damage to the other guy. They're both getting the same charges. It's not because the one guy's a boxer, he gets more charges now. It's not how that goes.
Yeah, but the judge is not going to feel any sentencing compassion for Mike Tyson when he's the defendant.
True. Yeah,
it's just
that's the part. Yeah.
Oh well, that's just you could look a certain way and get sentencing compassion, man. Like That's
I get what you're saying. It's like a home invasion. You could be sitting in the car outside. You're getting the same charges as though you went in and robbed and killed the family. You will get exactly the same charge. It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
Prosecutors charge people. That's what they do. And so, I mean, self-defense is not any sort of solid legal ground either.
No, because you can be
unless it's on camera. It's hard to prove.
It's hard to claim you can claim self-defense on your own property if the person you fight. I think that's like the safest way that you can go about that. But otherwise, it's just he said, she said, and probably everyone's getting charged, especially the one who's more fucked up.
You said that exactly right. Like that's actually like a tip. Like if people are ever fighting you, you fight them on your front lawn because at the end you say it was self-defense. This guy came here. What do you mean?
It's pretty hard to say you were defending. I was defending myself in your family room.
Yeah. So I met him at the park to defend myself.
So like in the bar scenario, I do think like I said, I left the bar after I was done with the fight. The cops ended up coming to my house anyways to talk to me. I think that was the right call though, because just having that buffer between the incident and talking to the cop who decides if they want to try to charge you, that mental buffer provides you. It's just good to not have teeth laying in the street when the cop is making that decision.
Yep. And like the thing too is like when you flee the scene after, it looks like you weren't like the aggressor. You were the one trying to get away from it.
Yep. And this absolutely applies to a DV situation, guys. 100%. If your woman is hitting you, you need to leave. Try everything you can to leave. And then obviously if you want to report it to the police afterwards, but just remove yourself from that situation, right?
And the second time that happens, just stop it altogether with her, right? I'm giving it one. But if a chick attacks you more than once, like let's say everybody gets a one freebie. Second time, we got a pattern here. This bitch is crazy. And what are you doing?
Oh no, absolutely. I think if it's a repeated behavior, you leave. But walking away from a situation like that, even to the point of don't even restrain her, just leave, get the fuck out, run.
See, I agree with you, Mel, and I think that is why a lot of times these domestic violence cases escalate to the point where the cops are called and this and that is 9 times out of 10 it's because the man just simply refuses to walk away, go into the garage, start working on a fucking car.
I would even say like leave for a bit, like leave the house completely.
Yeah, leave completely.
Yeah, go for a drive or whatever.
Ask her if she's on her period.
Right, like certain girls want to get like certain women are just like, nah, we're getting this solved right now. You ain't fucking walking away from it, so you can't just go to the garage because they'll just come in the garage with you, man. Drop the car on you while you're
And listen, Flo, you ask her, she's on her period, really?
Calm down, Toots. What is it, that time of month? Yeah, help the situation. Ask about her. I'm just fucking around. Don't do that.
No, I know.
Hey, let's face it.
I didn't want Fatty to hit me with some platitudes.
A lady, or your girlfriend or wife or significant other or whatever that's beating on you is not acting very ladylike, right?
You guys ever had a
stalker? She knows that she's not acting ladylike.
You ever have a chick stalk?
You want to hear my best relationship advice? If it's not going to matter next week, don't fucking talk about it.
Right.
Steve, sorry, what were you saying?
Jump down. My battery is at like 4%, and I'm going to finish.
All right, my love. Thank you for coming up.
Thanks for having me up, Mel, and it's nice to interact with some of these panel guests you've got up here.
Oh, thank you, Steve. I do have a really intelligent panel. Yes, I'm very proud of my panels.
And I have a shout out from London, UK. Peace out. I'll be in your chat for a few minutes. Yeah, later, guys.
All right, Steve. Thank you.
No problem.
Easy, sorry. What were you saying?
I was saying that. Sorry, I just smoked. Now it's gonna lose.
The best relationship advice.
Oh yeah, my best relationship advice is when basically is pick your battles, right? Like if it's not gonna matter next week, Why even talk about it?
Great.
Like, why? Like, what's the solving of it? You know, like,
what's the objective?
I'll give you an example.
That's a Jack Talcott line right there, is what that is.
I'll give you an example. Like, so you have something like, something so little as like, he'll take a shower and he leaves his towel on the ground, right? And they'll hold that ammo for a time they fight, right? Instead of just fucking, like, if it bugged you that much that you can't just pick up the towel, right? Like, I've done certain things. Like, I used to like bitch about all the shit in the like by the sink, you know, fucking you 100 fucking things around the sink. And I used to bitch about it, right? I used to think like, I'm gonna bitch about this, but then I'd be like, why does it doesn't matter that much. I can just move it over. It takes like 30 seconds. I can just move everything, put it fucking looking nice there, and I don't have to like deal with the fucking argument that we're not gonna care about in a week, you know?
Try to fix the problem cooperatively, right? Like, this is your partner. It shouldn't be a fighting issue. If it's a problem, you should fix it together.
It's either
if it doesn't come up until you're fighting,
or I'm gonna break up with her. What do I want to choose? And I'm like, I'll fucking move the shit over. Fuck it.
Right. And if it really is big, like, I don't let glitter in the house.
Yeah.
That's a big whatever. Yeah. If you can't solve the problem together, then it's not a big enough problem for me to hear about when you're mad at me. I don't give a fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what about
hate that holding on to ammo shit? I hate that, and I'll always just say like, "Well, you didn't care then, so I don't care now."
So in the case of the OnlyFans case, one that we saw at the beginning of the live, where she eventually unalived her boyfriend, that was done out of jealousy. What do you do in those situations?
Well,
that's above my pay grade.
The thing with jealousy, right, is that certain people are like really jealous out of like past experiences, like a lot of it has to do with past experiences or insecurities of themselves.
Right. But she must have really loved him to kill him, I mean, that's
so like there could be other reasons though, like I said, a lot of it has to do with trust issues, but then there could be things like competition, right? Like where like they constantly feel like they're in a competition, and the thing is, like one partner can cause this jealousy in the other person without the other person being like a jealous person naturally, right? Like, have you ever seen it happen? I've seen it happen to my boy before, where like his girl, a girl that he dated, would like intentionally like flirt with me in front of him, and it was like she was like trying to get him, like make him have some competition with me. You know what I mean? And like one day I just called it out right in front of everyone, and it didn't go too good. They ended up breaking up, but I was just like, this is like, I'm not gonna let you do that to my boy, and dude, you need to say something for yourself. Like that's a big thing that causes jealousy. What you can do about jealousy, I mean, other than like talking things through, trying to figure out what makes them feel jealous. If the thing that is causing them the jealousy is really that important to you to hold on to, so say it's like a girl has a guy friend. She messages the guy, like talks to him, and then the guy doesn't want that to happen. Like if it's that important for her to talk to that guy, then she shouldn't be with the guy that doesn't want her to talk to guys. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, the jealousy
both parties to fix the jealousy.
Well, the emotion is the jealous person's problem, but the behavior that's causing that That's what needs to be figured out. Is that okay behavior or not?
Right.
When it's manipulative, it's fucking wrong.
Well, that's the thing. It could be like where it's like just like the situation I was saying, like a guy and a girl are dating. The girl talks to a guy on the regular on one of her social medias. He finds out he doesn't like that because she already knows he doesn't like that. So like it's like which action needs to be changed? Does he not or does he have to just not be upset about that, or should she stop the fucking messaging other guys? Like
Well,
it's
she's
like
not messaging the other guys.
right.
But I mean, the reason why I brought that up is because I'm just going to play just a minute of this video just to watch this girl. I mean, we've already played a few minutes of it. I'll go back just a little bit. Just watch this girl's behavior. I mean, it's like, to me, this girl's got mental health issues.
Dumb, because you're costing me money. I didn't do because I got this house because of you. You let Milan say some line that. No, because of you.
Wasted.
Flirting with like 3 girls the whole time. What 3 girls? What 3 girls? You? Well, maybe you matter. You. Milan. I was flirting with Milan. And she said, hey, come get your mans. She's trying to come home with me. You're lying. No, I'm not. You're lying. She said, come get your mans that I was trying to hit on Milan. Come on, baby. Okay, that doesn't make sense.
Get the hell out of there.
Yeah.
I mean, if that was my daughter, I'd be taking her straight to the clinic. Not the clinic, sorry.
Okay, but let's pay attention to the words she says. You were with 3 girls, right? So, like,
right.
That was her boyfriend, right?
Yeah, but he was saying who? You, and you? So he's.
I mean, if he was cheating on her, then the issue isn't her jealousy. It's he was cheating on her.
Facts. That's what I'm trying to get at there.
Right.
It sounded to me like he was just talking to some chicks at the club or something and she was jealous.
But I mean, like, there's all sorts of scenarios that are going to vary. But ultimately, like a couple, like strip clubs. If I want to go to a strip club with the boys, I will, and I expect it not to be a problem, right? And I think it would be silly of a woman to feel jealous of that situation because they're like social outings. But women do have issues with that. Where was I going to land that?
Brothel.
Well, I mean, that might be different, but regardless, the point is that there is some subjectivity here, obviously. I don't remember where I was going to land it. You fucked up my whole night of sleep.
I think I can help you out here. So the thing is here, in your situation, you're able to go to the strip club and your girl's okay with that. And you've established this probably before you guys even got in the relationship because you were not going to be with a girl that's not okay with you going to the strip club.
Well, yeah, sort of. I mean, it wasn't established beforehand because I don't really go to strip clubs that much. It's just sort of what you expect out of your partner. I expect her to have enough confidence in me that to think that I can go to a strip club and it's not.
Okay, so now I'll ask you, what if she didn't though? Like what if she didn't want you to go to strip clubs?
So the relationship isn't going to get to, because like I said, I don't really go to strip clubs. By the time that I've gone to a strip club, we're already not working out because she's too controlling, possessive, and insecure, right? I expect a level of autonomy that this chick just isn't going to have. If a woman is that bent out of shape about me going to a strip club, then she has issues. The strip club isn't going to be the catalyst. The catalyst is going to be she got jealous about something else silly.
But why would you assume that though? Like maybe she's just a girl that doesn't want a guy that goes to strip clubs. Don't you think?
I would assume that. Well, I was using my life as an example. I'd assume that because I've gone to a strip club like every other year, maybe. So it's not a common occurrence.
I know. I'm just saying in general, because like say, okay, for instance, there's girls that are okay with being with a man that sleeps with other women, and then there's girls that's not okay with this, right?
Right.
Sleeping with other women. So, wouldn't you say in both scenarios? So, like in one where the one's not okay with him sleeping with other women, if he slept with other women, that would be the problem, right? But if
Right.
in the case where they establish she is okay with him sleeping with other women, then she starts getting jealous about other women. That would be the problem.
Swing parties.
I don't know. I think that both, like the dude, if a chick says she's okay with that, at least in my experience, she's trying to be and it won't work out. So the dude should see that coming. I don't know. It's subjective.
I don't know.
I mean, I'm sure it works for some people. I don't know. And I guess that the only reason that example works for me is because I think it's silly for somebody to act like a strip club is cheating. But cheating obviously is cheating. So I feel like that's a reasonable boundary. So it is, I guess, arbitrary. But
No, I agree. I mean, a guy going to a strip club with his friends is very different to a guy cheating. And if you, as a woman, are insecure about your guy going to a strip club with his mates, then it's a you problem.
Okay. You think it's a woman's problem if she just doesn't want a man that goes to the strip clubs?
I just think that that's very controlling, Easy. If you want that much control over your man, then you're not really, in my opinion, respecting your man. You have to trust your man. And don't get me wrong, a lot of women don't trust their men.
I only reason I disagree because I believe people are allowed to have their own standards, and I won't date a chick that's got like her titties and ass out on Instagram. I don't want a chick that's going off to male strip clubs and getting dongs slammed in her face. So like
hang on a minute, hang on, Easy, one second.
Am I insecure?
Rewind.
Yeah.
If your girlfriend went to, let's say, a hen party to a strip club with her friends, you'd have an issue with that?
I don't date those type of women. I would say, yeah, you can do whatever you want. Your bags will be packed when you get back.
Wow. Okay.
Like a bachelorette.
But why is it wow? See, this is let's
because
go.
What, you don't trust your girl to not do anything other than just watch a show?
I don't date women that go to watch men get naked.
It's just
but it's okay for men to go and watch women getting naked.
I didn't say I don't date men.
Now, what if? What about the fact that if she wanted to go and then you stopped her and she did not go, is that then resolve the issue, or do you still have an issue because she wanted to go in the first place?
Obviously, it's obviously a lot better that she didn't go after I said I wouldn't like that, but she would know this ahead of time. Like I'm pretty, I lay out things and like I pick usually pretty well based off of certain things, but yeah, women change obviously, but like I don't accept certain things. I have standards.
I say go to the strip club with your old lady. Right. She's going to get most of the action. She's going to get all the attention. The chicks are going to be all over her, and you're not going to have to pay for shit to have your wife have an amazing experience.
Yeah, I've went to a strip club with a female strip club with my girl before. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, there's nothing wrong with going together.
Strip club. That's not what I'm saying, Fatty. I'm saying I don't want to date a chick that goes out to the strip club, a male strip club. Matter of fact, I wouldn't date a chick that wants to go out to the club.
I would rather have a girl go out to like a Magic Mike's thing than I would have her come to the strip club with me, because a chick in the audience of the strip club gets hella attention.
I gotta wait. I'm gonna hit Mel back for a second. Mel,
yes.
Would you date like one of those gothic dudes that wear the like white makeup and the black eyeliner?
No, I wouldn't, because it's not.
Wow, Mel! Wow, you want to tell men how they can dress?
No, but that's about.
Wow, Mel!
No, easy. Look. I'm questioning you because you have very old-fashioned morals, and there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, but I'm just saying, if your girl, let's say she's in her 20s, right, and it's her friends getting married, they're going to a hen night, and they're going to a Magic Mike night. And all she wants to do is throw $5 or $1 at a naked
I'm going to tell her, take all your dollars. You can throw all the dollars. Your bags will be packed when you get back.
And I'd be like, see you later. I'm still going to the club. And I
Well,
think a
yeah,
lot of women would be
that's
like
fine.
that because it's about
Yeah, but I
trust.
think that's why a lot of women like this.
Calling
So, like,
Sally.
I think there's women get upset about men's standards, but they have no problem with their own, right? So, like, you're very shocked about my statement of saying I wouldn't date women that go out to the clubs. But when you made the statement before about like you wouldn't date a man with a small penis, it was like nobody like you're even laughing about it now. Wait, you're laughing. Wait,
Right, I'm laughing.
wait. No, it's okay. It's okay though. It just goes to my point. You wouldn't date a man with a small penis. That's your standard, right? And like this isn't like something that man can control. I have a standard of something the woman is making the choice to do or not to do. So like my standards are a lot more like down to earth than yours, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, but what did you call me? What was that terminology that you call me that I'm not the same as most. Yeah, I go against the grain.
Outliers.
And right, I'm one of them. So don't take me as an example. Use someone else.
Well, anyone though, like okay, so I'll give you like let me think of most women wouldn't date a poor dude that like the whole diss for every dude is the poor guy who lives in his mom's basement, right?
Right.
So like most women don't like that, right? So like what if I was just like, wow, you women are just fucking judgmental. Why don't you date broke dudes? Why don't you date broke fat dudes with small penises? What's wrong with you women? You women are just fucking gross. Like, can you imagine I said stuff like that? Obviously I wouldn't. Don't date those men. But like I'm just trying to say, like all it is a standard that I have, and I think it's fair.
No,
I agree with both of you. Actually, I think it is surprisingly conservative, but props for I think more power to you for knowing what it is and for having it. Right, like
facts.
No,
it is more conservative than I would have suspected, but.
But let's not get it twisted. I'm not criticizing your judgment or your standards, Easy. I was just surprised because it's a little old-fashioned. But I'm not criticizing. I'm just a bit surprised.
Well, I believe a lot of the old-fashioned ways, especially of the men, is what bringing it back to those ways is what's gonna like save a lot of things in society, since society's foundation was built on two-parent homes and old-fashioned ways. So I
bring
do
the
believe
spittoon back to the saloon.
that's the right thing to do.
Okay, so here's a question for you, Easy. So if your girl goes to the gym and works out, and obviously there's other men in the gym pumping irons, getting all sweaty, is that not allowed?
What is that? That's going to the gym.
Yeah,
but he's staring at your lady, dude. He's lifting weights and staring at your woman.
You guys think that's what it's about going to the club?
Getting all sweaty.
No, that's physical therapy, not talk therapy.
That's not a bad thing. That means she has good discernment that she's going and taking care of her body. Right. Going to the club, dancing with chicks so that she can show her ass off to the dudes around and get attention from the dudes, because that's the only point of the club.
No, Easy. Women don't go to the club to get attention. Women will go to have fun and laugh and get drunk together and have a girly laugh.
Why don't you do that at home in the kitchen?
Yeah, I'm going to invite my girlfriend
in the living room.
Dance in my
Have you ever tried to talk to somebody in a club?
Listen, you can literally dance in your living rooms and kitchens. Why don't you do it there?
There's other places to go dancing that are.
I just want to know if anybody's ever tried to talk to anybody in a club.
It's not a bad thing, but you have to admit.
I mean, that's where you go to meet girls, isn't it?
Yeah, the club is for social attention. It is. That's what
dancing with
that
loud ass beats. Hey, hey.
It's the same thing as makeup. Women always say, "Oh, I don't wear makeup for anyone's attention. I wear it for myself." No, or else you would go to sleep in that shit. Of course, you don't wear it only for yourself.
So, and
yes, I would go to the club with my missus. Yes.
But I was going to ask, will your missus be allowed to wear makeup?
Of course, why not?
Okay. But
What
seriously,
about dresses above her knee?
like Flo said, have you ever tried talking to somebody in a club? You don't get very far. I don't.
I'm far from the clubs. Couple
I was
times.
agreeing with Easy, I think, or Easy's point.
What about a bachelor party?
You mean where there's going to be a male stripper?
You mean a bachelorette party?
Bachelor party, either way. Like,
But he doesn't have a boner.
no, or just the girls' night out, or boys' night out.
He's not cool with it.
No, I just like I said, I just don't. And it has nothing to do with my trust of what she's doing. I already don't like her actions because she doesn't fit the prototype, I guess you can call it if you want. Of
what if it was just a 15-minute dance session
that most women should be?
No full nude.
Nobody wants to see you dance, fatty.
What are you saying, fatty?
Just like no full nude, right? Just bikini or Speedo only. 15-minute dance, in and out, no bullshit, right?
In or no?
I just don't know what you're asking anymore.
Like she's going there for her quick fix of stripper, dude. That's worse than a bachelorette party.
15-minute bachelorette stripper comes in and
What
out.
do you-
Boom.
Yeah.
Go.
It is a very conservative standard, though. For you have more tattoos than somebody who I would expect to be so conservative.
Why? What's the tattoos have anything to do?
I don't
with
know. It's just an assumption, just a stereotype at service level. Because hand and face tattoos are not conservative, but you have very conservative views. I don't know. Just observing the paradigm. I assume you became more conservative after having kids.
I was already, on the. I had the idea of what women and men should be close to around that time, but yeah, I definitely started moving a little bit more to, I guess, conservative but there's other shit that I wouldn't be, I guess, considered conservative. But like, listen, the woman. Okay, this is my. I feel like if you can tell me why going to the club isn't anything other than getting male attention, I can maybe come to something else.
No.
Well, then what is it for?
What's a bachelorette? Like a bachelorette party? I mean, I wouldn't give a fuck at all. I would say I don't. Why? Actually, I was in that exact situation. She's like, "Do you care if I?" I said, "I don't give a fuck."
Let me ask you something. Can you guys agree, Mel? Do you agree with me that anyone, male or woman, can make bad choices on alcohol?
Absolutely.
Okay, so now we got an alcohol. We got going out drinking alcohol, right? Do women usually dress promiscuously when they go out to the club?
Oh, for sure.
Or do they dress conservative?
For a bachelorette party or like going to the club?
We're talking about girls' nights out because like this was my original thing. Why I don't like girls that like to do the girls' nights out all the time and shit like that.
They all wear nice sweaters with.
So like, do they go out in conservative clothes or promiscuous clothes?
I think if you've got self-respect, it's not promiscuous.
Okay, so if you're like got your cleavage out, very short dress, this is already promiscuous. This is like, you know what I mean? If you were just like that on the corner waving at a car, someone would think you were a prostitute, no?
Easy, like
standing on the street corner waving at a car.
Exactly. I think if you can't trust your woman enough to...
No, it's not about me trusting my woman. It's not about that, right?
Okay.
If I didn't trust the woman, I wouldn't be with the woman. That's the thing. The trust was initiated before I was with her.
The thing is clubs are places that singles go to meet other singles and hook
No,
up.
it's not necessarily like that. Maybe in the US, but in the UK...
I mean, clubs are, yeah. Going to the clubs with your girls, I think, is different than going to a bachelorette party at a male strip club. I would actually, especially if it was any sort of a regular thing, I wouldn't want her going to the club. If I want, she can.
Okay, so like, let's just walk through my thing here. What I'm trying to say, right? So like, again, alcohol involved, right? People make bad choices on alcohol. So already that it's not her, it's her in a non-sober state that can't be trusted even by herself, because alcohol doesn't make us even be able to trust ourselves all the time, right? So let's start with that one first. Now she's surrounded by people that are drinking alcohol.
Hold on, pause.
Also,
That right there, though. If I
you
don't
let me
trust her,
finish
not this. Okay, because that's the issue. But go ahead.
What's the issue?
If you don't trust her not to be able to be drunk without fucking up, or to not stay sober if she's that bad of a drunk, that's the issue.
Okay.
What if she asked you?
I guess you don't want to hear all of them, because I have a bunch of points to it, but
no, I want to hear all of it.
What if you asked her if you could come along with her to the club, and she said no?
Switching everything now. I'm trying to tell you, like, do you guys want me to switch my standards, or do you want to hear why I have my standards?
No, I want to hear.
Oh, okay. So there's the point of that. The people surrounded by her, first off, her friends, they're all drunk. They're all drinking too, making bad choices for her as well. Okay, I don't care about them. I'm not with them, but them making bad choices for her, right? Single women also tend to condone women that aren't single to do single women shit. Okay, we've seen this over and over again. Misery loves fucking company. Another thing, she's surrounded by a bunch of drunk men, okay, that are all stronger than her physically, all could make very bad choices as well. And if there was some type of fight breakout, something crazy, I'm not there to protect her, okay? Who's there to protect her? Her drunk friends that I don't fucking trust at the moment because they're all drunk, okay? There's already these many scenarios. And women who tend to do the girls' nights out things tend to be promiscuous women.
So hypothetically, if you knew that if everything could go perfect, right? If you could guarantee that none of those worst case scenarios.
I don't live in that world, like, so.
For the record, I like that you have these conservative values. I'm not trying to change your mind. Fuck, what was I going to ask? Oh. All these hypotheticals, if you could guarantee that she could go out and have that night out, and I'm using bachelorette party, not going clubbing, because I think it's a distinction, but if she could go have a bachelorette party, you knew none of this shit was going to happen just by magic, right? Everything would go smoothly. Would it still be an issue?
Well, drinking it
is the issue independent of the worst case scenarios that you just explained?
Dumb question. The reason this question is a dumb question, I feel like it's almost impossible to answer, is because like this could never be a scenario, right? Like this is like asking me, like, if I was God, would I be okay? Yeah. If I was God and I knew anything, she could sniff.
What I'm trying to figure out is if something
every day. If I was God, and I knew, no.
Everything you explained is a potential outcome.
If I was God and I knew her sniffing cocaine every day would not change anything about her being a good woman and a good mother, sure, I'd let her do that too. Like, this is a dumb question, right?
Every reason you just gave explains a scenario that could go bad. Right. But isn't necessarily bad. So I'm trying to figure out is the issue independent of a potential outcome?
A lot of different potential outcomes, yes.
Yeah.
And also the fact that the women who tend to go out with like girls' nights out a lot tend to have other types that come with them, other traits, that come with it.
Anyways, I'm going to start my day now. So thanks for fucking up my night entirely. This is why I'm self-employed, I guess. I'll sit in a truck, motherfuckers can work. All right.
Hi. Thank you
Later.
for coming up, my love.
Later.
Right now, the reason why, like Flo said, none of us are questioning your standards. Absolutely not. I like the fact that you've got your standards and you've got, your expectations from what you want out of a relationship. I'm not in any way criticizing, but what I find a little bit, I don't know what the word is that, is it not a healthier relationship to be able to fully trust your partner rather than put so many scenarios, but what if? Well, what happened to full trust?
To full trust. So, okay. I can have full trust with the type of person I want to be with. Again, her actions, doing things the type of women I don't want to be with, has nothing to do, right, with me trusting her. It's like, that's like saying, like, oh, I'm not gonna be with a woman that likes the color green, and you're like, well, why don't you trust her? It's not about me trusting her. It's about her liking the color green. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not. It has nothing to do with that. It's about her traits. And again, these are things like she can choose, and like, this is my standards. Women can do whatever they want, live their life, right? Like, do whatever they want. This is just my standards, right? And like, it tends to match with the standards of a lot of more successful men in life. And I think there's a reason that these type of men have these type of standards.
No, I just quickly want to say before I answer that question is that anyone spamming my chat, I've got secret mods that will block you. And there's people that will block you. If you need to ask me a question or you want me to ask me a question, don't spam the chat. Just ask me the once. Sorry, Easy. Back to your question. I don't know. I just think that when you start limiting a partner on doing things, and this works both ways. Like, even me as a woman, like, if I start limiting my partner's actions, doesn't that naturally lead to a bad road, to a bad way in your relationship?
I'm not limiting no one's actions, right? Like, she can do whatever she wants. Yeah. I'm limiting mine. So I'm limiting the actions that I'm willing to take. So, like, again, it's about my standards. It's not about like limiting her actions.
Okay, so let me pose a question to you, Easy. Let's say me and you meet, we like each other, we start dating, right? 6 months down the line, we're madly in love with each other, and one of my friends turns around and says, I'm getting married. We're going out on a hen do, and we're going to watch Magic Mike. What would you say to me after 6 months? We're getting on perfectly, we've met, all love, and my best friend asked me to go to watch Magic Mike. What would you say to me?
To go watch a movie in the theater?
No, to go and watch one of the Magic Mike shows, the strip shows.
Oh, like a real strip club?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like by then I would have definitely had established by then that I don't like these things. So like, I would have just reminded you that, like, yeah, sure, you can do whatever you want, but I've told you I don't date women that do this. So like, it would be up to you to make the choice of what happens, right? It would be up to you to decide if like the relationship with me was worth more than your one night of seeing dongs flop around.
Well, it's not really proper dongs for it. I've never been to.
Regardless of what it is, right? It's are you willing to trade the amount of time with me for that one stupid thing that I don't want you to do? It would be your choice. Like, I feel like in almost every scenario turned around, most men would do the thing or not do the thing their women didn't want them to do. So
no, okay, and I respect that. So let's turn around and say, in that same relationship, I've chosen not to go because I don't want to lose you, right? And then 6 months after that, you've got a bachelor's night and you're going out with your mates to a strip club. Am I supposed to say that's okay?
No,
you're not supposed to do anything. You can choose whatever you like.
What would you do? Would you go to the bachelor's party?
Well, yeah. If you.
Oh my God! No, easy. No.
You were
Now
okay with it. I
standards.
just said if you were okay with it. What do you mean?
If you were okay
Oh, okay.
If you didn't have a problem with it and you weren't gonna, it wasn't gonna cause a problem. Yeah, sure. Why?
So if
why
I said to you, I
but,
don't like it,
I would
don't go.
establish this with you from the start. Like, see, like this is the thing. Before that,
manage
these
expectations.
two scenarios would have even came up. I would have established already that I'm a man and I'm gonna do this, this, and that, and I expect my woman to be like this, this, and that. And if you're not okay with this relationship, we can part ways, right?
Right.
So like I don't have no problem with women that like want to do exactly however they want. You can fucking do whatever you want. Be fucking Kim Kardashian with a sex tape. I don't care.
So if
Do
I said
whatever,
to
but
you,
like
I don't. Would
sorry?
you go? If I said to you then in that situation, no, absolutely not. You are not going out with all your mates. I don't want you to go. Would you not resent me for saying that?
Resent you for saying I'm not
That
going.
I didn't want you to go out with your mates on a bachelor's night.
And this is like we've already established that how it is. Like yeah, it would be weird because we've already established. But if we didn't establish something, I guess like I would just say, well, I guess that's how it is then. Yeah.
It goes back to what we were talking about on relationship night, was managing expectations, having those uncomfortable conversations so that all these criteria are laid out, that boundary isn't even really a boundary, it's just an expectation. And
no, I mean, I'm not criticizing.
One-sided. Yes, Rhiannon, it is one-sided. Just like if ever we're sleeping at night and we hear smash and some dudes start rushing in the house, I decide one-sided me. I'm going down to fight those dudes. Okay, not my woman with me. Right? It's one-sided. You're right. There's a lot of things in a relationship that go one-sided. I will open the doors for my woman. I'll fucking carry her to bed every night if she wants me to. Yep. It's one-sided because she's not going to be carrying me to bed.
It's just a standard.
I also expect my stuff on my side. How it is too.
Standards don't hold judgment. Standards are just boundaries. Boundaries don't hold judgment.
I'm not judging at all. I was just trying to establish,
I feel the same way. I think, more or less in the situation, I would have the conversation that beforehand, we would both understand that for the most part, our crowd around here, it's all going to be dual. It's all going to be couples parties anyways. So having that night, that girls' night and that boys' night out just doesn't seem to happen around here. So we'd probably be partying together. And if not, I would trust her enough to go and do that, to have a night.
Yeah, easy. Don't get my question.
The more I get, to the point where all that nonsense is bullshit anyway. I ain't going out to the fucking club. I'm almost fucking 50 years old.
Right. No, I mean, you do. As you get older, you kind of lose. I'm just putting myself in my younger years. I'm just asking these questions for easy. I'm trying to be my 20-year-old self, not my 40-year-old self, my 20-year-old self. And let's say I met Easy and, fell madly in love with him at 20. Having a 20-year-old brain, maybe Easy's expectations may be a little bit unreasonable.
I mean, I guess you could look at it this way, but
that's what I'm doing. At 40,
I guess you could. No, I totally understand it. You could think it's unreasonable. I mean, like, I guess I could see why, but like, it's just. I think it's because, again, I think there's a lot of differences between men and women the way we think about these things, and like,
I'm not disrespecting you. You know that, right? I'm not disrespecting you. I'm just putting myself.
I know. I completely understand. No, I completely I've had these talks before, and lots of women question it, but like I've also dated 2 women at the same time where they were like they were exclusive to me, but I was dating 2 of them. You know, so like
now you're starting to go into waters now. Right, back up. It's okay to date 2 women. I'm assuming they were both cool with it.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. They knew about it. Everything was established ahead of everything was established ahead of time, but like you will hardly ever be able to hear that happen on the opposite end.
So if I dated, how old are you now? So how old were you when you dated 2 women and they both knew about it? I just want to make sure I go back to the same age.
I just broke up with them last year.
Okay, so let's say I'm in my early 30s and I date 2 men and they're both aware of it. Is that acceptable?
The expectation.
Acceptable, like as in like you're allowed to do it? Sure, yeah, acceptable.
What, like easy would be the third guy?
Favored, I wouldn't say favored, right?
He wants to know if you would judge her for it.
Right.
Even though what we're really comparing, Mel, is your expectation.
I would tell you that you you are born with a value and you are letting men take away your value when you're giving it to both of them.
So you sharing your dick out to 2 women means you have less value of yourself than
no. So I'll explain why. Like for a woman, wait. For a woman to be able to sleep with multiple men, this is no problem. Like there's no like this. You could have a new man every day. And you wouldn't struggle for this. But you would be looked down on because it's kind of like someone playing the game on easy mode with all the cheat codes turned on. And when they beat the game, everyone's like, yeah, you had cheat codes. That's not special, right? But like for a man to be able to sleep with multiple women, he has to work up status to be desired. A man has to be desired to sleep with multiple women, where a woman that sleeps with multiple men, like this is just she's just I don't want to say it in a rude way, but this is just not this isn't a an
would you judge me? Would you judge me if I told you that my girlfriend
easy. It's easy for you, right? Like we can both go to the club. Me and you, Mel, we could go to the club. And then I go, or you go, yeah! You make that weird noise, right? And then later you go like to a man, you want to go home and sleep together? He's like, sure, let's do it. Me, if I go to the club and I'm like, yeah, I'm getting arrested.
I've never made that noise before.
I'm going to jail for the night. Like you know what I'm saying? So like,
no, easy. Do not change this to something else. This is not what we're talking about. I am saying to you,
it definitely is.
It's not. I am saying to you, as a woman, I would have an opinion of you if you were sticking your dick in 2 girls, the same as you have an opinion of me. I don't think it makes any difference whether you're a man or woman.
Yeah,
your standards
you
is
equal. You do think there's a difference, though. I know you do. No. Yeah.
If the expectation.
Tell her what to think, Easy. Tell her what she thinks, Easy.
No, are you comfortable to say right now that you've slept with like a ton of men? Like, go ahead if you want.
Well, let me ask you the same question. Are you comfortable saying that you've?
Yes, I've slept with lots of women. Lots. There's too many to name right now. Okay, we'd be here for a while. Lots. Would you say the same thing?
Before I answer that question, I would then say, if I met you when I was 20 and you told me that,
you're just laughing.
I would marry. You would not be the kind of man that I would.
Would you say that now? Would you say that same sentence?
Would I say what?
Would you be right? Well, like, would you feel like comfortable to say like, yo, I've slept with mad men, like I've had mad dick?
No, I wouldn't feel comfortable saying it. Because there's a society, there's a judgment on women when they.
No. It's because you know inherently inside that's wrong. You know that.
Oh, is that what it
wrong
is? Nothing to
you
do with
slept with.
society
Yeah,
and
yeah.
judgment.
You know that if you did sleep with a lot of okay, would you be attracted? That's a good one. Would you be attracted to a man if he was like, "Yo, I'm a virgin"? Is that like? Would you ever heard a woman say like, "I want to fuck a virgin"?
I would say, fucking come here, I'll teach you a thing or two.
Okay, sure. Okay, I forgot. You're an outlier. Have you ever heard women sit around saying they want to fuck a virgin?
No, it's not your usual.
Right, but you've heard plenty of men since the dawn of time say they want to fuck virgins. Okay, so women not being promiscuous is attractive to men because men are territorial. Okay, and I don't want to have the woman that men all over the world have seen her pussy, and that's what I get to share with all over the world.
I don't want to marry the guy who stuck his dick in 1,000 vaginas.
That wouldn't be true. That'd be the last thing you'd think of. That's literally the last thing you think of.
White Rabbit,
You're
come up
telling
here.
me, wait, Mel, you're telling me you met the man of your dreams. He's everything you could ever want in a man. Okay.
And he's fucked
and the day
5,000
before your
chicks.
wedding, wait. The day before your wedding, you find a video someone sent you, and 10 years ago, it's him with 4 different women, and he's fucking all of them at the same time, 4 different women. But it was 10 years before you guys even met. Okay. Are you going on with the wedding?
I would first of all be worried about STIs and STDs. To be if he's
you're already with him, and you know he doesn't have STDs. No, this is the day before your wedding.
The same standards that you hold for women, it should be the same for women hold for men. A promiscuous man is not attractive easy. I'm sorry, just like a promiscuous woman is not attractive.
Can you answer my question?
Would I call off the wedding? Most fucking probably.
10 years before you met him, 10 years before you met him, he had a foursome, and it was on tape. Okay. It was 10 years before you met him. You didn't know about this, and then the day before your wedding, he's everything you could want in a man. Every single thing. Everything. And
no, I wouldn't give a fuck, to be honest. But like, okay, let's turn the question around.
No, stop, Mel. You're getting
10 years ago.
You're getting in your emotions. You're getting in your emotions. Can you please answer the question?
I did. I would not call off the wedding. I wouldn't give a fuck. It was 10 years ago.
Okay.
So I'm asking you the same question.
I know. I'm gonna answer it. We gotta get there, though, Mel. You're getting excited. Relax. I know. It sucks that I'm so right about this. I get it.
Oh, really easy.
You're gonna come to my side soon. Don't worry. You're all taking the red pills soon. Okay. Don't worry. Listen. Okay. Me. It could have been 20 fucking years before the wedding, and that wedding's getting called the fuck off. I don't care if that whole bank account has to go to the end of the. It's all getting called off. Every single thing.
Hang on, Rabbit, you've got a bit of background noise, darling. That's why I muted you for a minute. It sounds like you're in a car. All right, easy, right? Oh my God. I mean, I can't believe I'm talking from a man that was born in 1934, right? I'm getting twisted of you because, you know, I know we're not equals. We'll never be equals, men and women, because we're different and we have different roles. However, double standards really fuck me off.
But wait,
It
no,
just depends
but wait,
on the
no,
relationship,
it's not. Wait, stop, Fatty. Wait. Mel,
it's not a judgment.
I just said turned around. I would call off the wedding, so it shows you that you actually don't care about the amount of women that a man sleeps with, but men will always care about it. Ask any man that question I just said, and he will say, "Yep, I'm calling off the wedding." 4 dudes at the same time, yeah, he's calling off that wedding, 100%.
I've never had 4 dudes all at the same time. I think that's
good. And don't tell nobody if you ever do, okay?
No, I haven't. It's a bit too much for me. One's enough for me, right? But what I'm saying is that through life, right, when when I've been in a relationship, I have respected that man because that man is my equal. right? But if these double standards start coming in where I can't go out and I get judged for my past and all that stuff, and I don't do that to my man, I just don't think that the scale is even at that point. And I don't think that would make a successful relationship.
So you're saying, okay, if he has a double standard for you, then so
It's
like
not
you're okay if like the roof starts leaking and he's like, hey, get up there and do the roof. You do the roof. I'm gonna sit inside and do my nails.
Listen, I know that my man wouldn't want me to do the roof because I'd fuck up. So that's the difference.
Well,
Yeah.
see, that's the thing. And a man, you know what he would do? He would go search up how to fix the roof and go fix it. So stop. You wouldn't do the same things as a man. Stop. You just admitted it again.
Right. I know that they're both single, so I don't even use that as an
The double standards are only pisses you off when it's not benefiting yourself.
No,
that's what women do all the time. Yeah, I gave you a perfect example. And you're like, oh, I'm not fixing the roof. I don't know how. Men don't have that option to say, I don't know how. When you need your oil change, they don't have the option to be like, no, I don't know how. They're
I don't know, because my dad is shit all
We
this
don't
kind of
have
stuff.
those options.
Do it easy. He doesn't do DIY. He's a chef. He pays someone to do it. He's not going to go up on the roof and try and fix something when he's fucking useless at it. That doesn't apply to real life. Easy. You know, I'm telling you, if you fully respect your man, there has to be leeway. There has to be trust.
Right. So like at night when it's like really dark and you have a big long driveway, he should be like, yeah, go take the garbage out. I'm just I'm finishing watching this. I'm watching Grey's Anatomy, babe, and doing my nails. Can you go take out the trash? Are you cool with your man being like that? Your man's gonna go get manicures, pedicures, talk about his shoes every day, and
no, because that's not a man, that's a pussy.
Oh, what about the double standards now? Oh, see, you all want fucking men until it has something to do with you not getting the same thing as a man. That's the problem, and this is where I come in to tell y'all the truth.
You're twisting this.
Y'all taking the red pills. Y'all taking the red pills, okay?
For a reason.
I mean, he's good. I'm not gonna lie. Easy's got a mouth on him, and he's fucking good at it, right? But let's go. Like, you're good at what you do, Easy, and I get it. I get it. Yeah. But what I'm saying to you is, we can't go from standard down to a man painting his nails.
Why?
That's
okay. We can take out the nail part then. Let's take out the nail part here. Okay, you go take out that trash to the end of the driveway. I'm chilling, drinking a beer. I'm watching the game. I'm watching the game. Go take out that trash yourself. It's nighttime. Yeah, you do it.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Oh, there was a dark noise downstairs.
Hey,
Mel, did you hear that? The window just broke. You go downstairs and check. I'll be up here.
I know you're doing it because you're stronger than I am.
Oh, double standards again.
No. The logic are that if a man breaks into our home, let's say me and you are married, yeah, I'm at 4'11". I'm not going to do a lot of damage as a woman. I'm sending you, motherfucker, because you're stronger than me.
I get that, and I respect that. I think double standards and sexism is useful in a lot of part of society. I think so. Because, like, if we didn't have sexism, we wouldn't have one woman basketball player ever. And I'm being 100% serious, just so you know. NBA is a gender-neutral sport. Women just could never make it in. And that's a true fact. Check it out.
Rhiannon, like, we're not going into masculine, feminine roles. That's not, you know, I'll be the first person to say that we have male and female roles. Absolutely. This is not about that. This is about having standards for your partner, as in being able to trust your partner as well as yourself. If my man don't trust me to go and have a night out with the girls, yes, a you problem.
At the strip club.
I couldn't give a fuck if it was a strip club, if it was a gay club. It doesn't matter what kind of club it is. Trust is trust.
But can I say something real quick? As probably the oldest person up here, if you're in a relationship and it's a serious relationship and you've reached the point you've fallen in love with that person, I don't think you would have the desire to want to go to a club. It's just not there, right? It just goes away.
Based.
Oh, with age, absolutely. Because I couldn't. I don't. I've done. I was talking about 20-year-old me, because I'm looking at Easy's age and I'm thinking about the kind of girl that he would date, and that's not an offense. You would. I imagine you dating somebody in their 20s. So 20-year-old me, and my man that I'm in love with is telling me, no, I don't want you to go to that club. 20-year-old me, I'd be like, well, fuck you.
Then why are you in the relationship? Do you know what I
Because I
mean?
can still be in a relationship, Rabbit, and go to a club and not do anything other than
it's not
enjoy myself with my
right.
girl.
It's not that you can or can't, right? You have the right to do anything you want. If you're not married, you can certainly do what you want. But the question is why, right? Not whether you can or not, but why would you want to go to a club where a bunch of single dudes are?
To have fun with my friends, my girlfriends, and to dance and to have a drink and to and still go back to my man after having done nothing but having a dance and a drink with my friends.
I think that's not a mature time to be in a relationship then, right? For real.
I never was in any
When I was
relationship in my 20s.
Let me tell you something. When I was 20, my man thought he was going to a club. I don't think so.
Maybe that's the cultural thing. I don't know, Rabbit. I'm not. Maybe it's an American, but UK thing. In my 20s, I was never in a relationship because I didn't want to be in a relationship. I wanted to go out and have fun. But had I been in a serious relationship in my 20s, I would have expected my man to trust me to go out and have fun in my 20s, and like I would him.
Like you let him as well. You wouldn't have cared if he went.
No.
When I was in my 20s, me and the old lady were working at the club together.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'm just outdated, but I think it does come with age, though.
I mean, as you get older, it changes. But a 20-year-old wants to go out and have fun as well as, have a loving relationship. In my opinion, I mean, I was a fucking, I was a party bird. I was a party, animal when I was in my 20s. That's why I had no intention to be in a relationship. But had I been in a relationship, I would have still expected to go out and my man trust me to come home and to go to and be in his bed and his bed only.
I guess I don't know. I wasn't that way. I mean, I went out, but I didn't go to clubs and things like that. Do you know what I mean? Even at that age, I guess in my mind, I knew. And maybe it's just the region I live in. It's just once you're in a relationship and you fall in love, it seems like you don't want to do anything but be with that person and be there for that person. The club is like, might as well be Mars.
But can I propose to you, Rabbit, that if I'm in a relationship, I start in my 20s and that's for the rest of my life. So let's say 50 years, 60 years relationship. What? In my 20s, when I'm in my prime, I can't go out and enjoy myself, because as you get older, you do it less and less and less. I have to be with that man 60 years and not have any other social interaction, like as in fun wise.
Sure, social interaction, yeah, but going to a club where everybody's dropping it low and throwing back drinks all night and getting propositioned all night, that just doesn't seem like a good time.
But girls can say no if they're being propositioned.
Yeah, but who wants to go to a club and have to be there being aggravated all night, knowing that you got a man at home, but you're there with like a whole room full of men? It's just, I don't know. It just never appealed to me. I'm just here to represent the side of women.
No, and I would also say too, like there's plenty of other different things you can do besides going to the club. Like, because like you say 20 in your prime, but like I would also argue, 20 in your prime. Like, I think we should be encouraging more people to get into relationships and stay in relationships at this age. Because, for women, especially for their 20s, this is their prime for having children as well. So, why would you want to take that away from women?
And that's how women end up with all these kids and not with the dude that's at home at the club.
And the biggest,
they got club daddies.
I'm just putting it down to cultural differences personally, because
okay, let me ask you something about your standards as well, Mel. So if say you're with your man, you're watching The Notebook,
how old am I in this example?
Whatever, it could be whenever, right? Just sure, 20s, whatever, anytime. You're with your man, you guys are watching The Notebook. He starts crying at the end of The Notebook. Oh my God, that was amazing.
Like sobbing?
So you laugh already? Yeah, so that's he's probably not a keeper, right?
What if it was just a single tear, though?
Yeah, if it was a single tear, I'd be like, oh,
no, Fatty, stop trying to change my example, bro. My example. It's the
Stop. Stop.
Oh my
Yes.
God. You're probably like not keeping with that, right?
I don't know. I guess I don't know. It's never happened.
Like first date.
My point is, like, there's lots of double standards when it comes to men and women, like what they are attracted to in one another, and I don't think this is a bad thing. And I think like a lot of different, new woke movements have been like trying to teach us that it is like it's toxic to be masculine, it's toxic to be feminine. It's just weird.
Look, I'm only talking about my opinions and my opinions only. So I'm not talking on behalf of women, full stop. I'm just talking about my opinion. But for me, especially if I'm young and I'm going to be spending the rest of my life with that man, it's okay for me or my man to occasionally go out and have some fun with their friend. My opinion.
Yeah. But why would it have to be a club? Like why?
Why not? That's like, I want to dance. I want to fucking dance all night long till it gets to morning.
At home. Why can't you dance at home?
Why not bowling or something?
I am having a party in my toilet. Does anyone want to come?
Like, and that's the only way of having fun. Like, why not go to a theme park? The amount you're gonna spend on all the drinks and rides and shit, you could go to a theme park. Why not go somewhere where like you're gonna make some lasting memories, not where you're gonna forget the night?
Okay, I've decided I'm having a rave in my toilet. Who's coming?
Yeah.
I'll come. Wait a minute. And when you said it, did you say that you were dancing until morning?
Oh God, I've danced for
all night,
days on end, all night, all weekends, all days. I've danced for fucking days on end. I mean, obviously, it's just
no way. Old school raver. You know, you get them white gloves on and everything just next thing you know, it's
I've
Wednesday.
gone to a club, to an after party, to an after party, to another rave. I've done it for days on end. Yes, it wasn't natural, as in I wasn't natural. I had stimulants, but I've done it for days on end. Did I love it? Would I change it? Never fucking change it.
Why isn't the dude at the rave with you though? Can he come too?
Of course he can come. He can come if he wants to come.
So other end of this spectrum, how does guys end up with sister wives, with multiple wives? Because there's a managed expectation, right? Judgment does not come when we set standards. We're not judging anybody. We're just setting a standard. When we manage those expectations and set those boundaries, have those consequences, these arguments don't even happen in relationships because the other one knows that, hey, Joe Blow's having a frickin' swinging party, and yeah, that's just not for us. That's not what we do as a couple. So we'll see you at another time.
No, but a swinging party is fucking completely different.
I don't know where Fatty's going with this. He's trying to like tell us another life story. I'm not ready to hear it.
Maybe they're into swinging. That's a whole nother concept because it goes along with sister wives. Like, it's just a managed expectation. It's just an expectation that, you know what, I fucking trust you enough or I don't, and I don't really care. I don't have that. Whatever it is.
I wouldn't feel comfortable with a swinging place because I'd want my man to just be with me physically and not with another woman. I mean, maybe I don't know, maybe when you're in your 60s and sex gets boring, I might consider it. I don't know.
Gross. No.
Roman's like,
yeah.
I don't know. That's different now. It's a swingers club is completely different to, let's say, a normal club, just going out dancing, or even going with.
You just put your keys in the bucket and then.
Yeah, fuck that. I wouldn't want my man to be like while I was doing. No. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with people that do it. You know, whatever floats your boat. Personally,
it's just managed expectation between them. They're all right with it. That's cool.
And like Mel, remember earlier we were just talking and you agreed with me that like women will like prop each other up to do stupid shit.
Did I agree with you with that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
when they're like,
each other.
yes, queen, you know,
No,
that type.
I don't agree with that. Like because you were saying it in the sense that if they were hurting their men, then a woman would go, "Yes, queen."
Well,
That was your
there was a
question.
different one I brought up and you guys agreed to, where I said, like, if
Yeah.
she just came to you and said, "Oh, we were yelling at each other, and now he's out," I
That's
kicked him
around,
out,
yeah.
and they had a kid, and you agreed with that one, right? Like, it
Yeah.
was like, so that's what I mean. Like, so like, think about like a woman that has a man at home with a bunch of single women that are all drunk, and like, think about the possibilities of what they could encourage her to do and make her in a non-sober mind think is okay to do. Like, would you agree that when you're like drunk, you're not exactly the same person you are when you're sober?
No, absolutely. But
Right. So like, it wouldn't be fair for you to say I don't trust my woman if I'm saying I don't want her to go out and get drunk and go to girls' nights out. Yeah.
again, I go on trust, and I think that in a relationship, it's important to trust that person, whether they've had a few drinks or not. Because listen, if I really loved you, I'll make an example of me and you were together, and I went out to a club and there's men everywhere and I got drunk, trust me, I wouldn't even think about touching another man, intoxicated or not, because I loved you. And I think this is where you're getting it wrong. Women, when they love, they love. They don't
Okay, so like,
stray.
okay, so like you're out, you have to go away for a week to see like a family member, and the boyfriend's back at home, and he tells you, "Hey, I'm gonna have this chick over. It happens to be a friend of yours as well. I'm gonna have her over. We're gonna have some drinks, play some cards, shit like that. You're okay with that?"
How is that the same easy as going
Why?
to
Why? Wait!
shit.
Wait! I'm asking you the question. I'm not saying it's the same at all.
If you said to me, I'm having my girlfriend coming over to yours to play like cards while I'm away, like with my family, I'll be like, why the fuck do you want to do that?
Okay, exactly. And since that's the only thing you're gonna answer to that, then you should accept when you say I want to go to the club, the guy says, "Why the fuck do you want to do that?" This is what I mean, Mel. There's a double standards that you only see when it comes to your side having the negative part.
No. Okay, so let's ask the chat. Let's ask the chat. No, because I, you know, me and you, Easy, we seem to be going around in swings and roundabout, and we're not really quite understanding each other. This is how I feel, that we're not understanding each other, and we're not in a place where we're agreeing because we're not understanding each other's point. Haku's coming up in the chat. Is having your girlfriend's friend over for a card game the same as going to a club? And is it
That's
okay?
not even what I said. No,
Okay, let me rephrase it.
you're
My bad.
asking things that aren't fair. That's not what I've said this whole time, right?
Okay, my bad. Is it
And
okay?
like,
My bad. I'll rephrase the question.
Resto here saying, wife goes out with her friend sometimes, and it's perfectly fine. But didn't you just say earlier something about maybe her friends aren't married and her single friends might want to party? Like, I'm not sure what.
Right.
So,
Can
so
I
in
quickly?
the
like,
case maybe where
again,
Mel, your friend had kids, and they wanted to come over and play with the kids, and it was a kid party.
I don't wait. I can try and bridge the gap, right? So, Mel, did you say that you wouldn't want to be with, like, one of your standards is that they're not fat?
They're not what?
Fat.
No, I never said that ever.
I'm sure somebody said something about fat and having a big dick, right?
No, I never said that. Easy, what have you been saying to him?
No.
I never said about anybody's weight.
You said you would leave a man for having a small penis.
Yeah, but I didn't never say anything about weight.
Yes, you said you would leave a man for having a small penis. And this is
I
what
did
I'm
say
trying
that,
to
but I
say to
didn't
you
say
guys.
fat.
You guys hold standards. You guys hold standards that a man can't even control. He was born with whatever size he has. But then you're like in shock of a man having standards of something you can control yourself doing. It makes no sense.
Sorry, I might have misheard one of the standards, right? So, say, do you think it is a first standard to have that you don't want to be with somebody that's obese, right?
I don't care about weight.
No. But for somebody to have that standard, is that a fair and okay standard for them to have? I do not want to be with a partner that is obese. Is that a fair standard? Is that okay?
I think that's a personal choice.
Right, right, perfect. So yes, it's okay. Right. So then, if then that person got fat and you left them, that wouldn't be a lack of trust. It's not that I don't trust you. It's that you have broken the things that I have said I need to be in a relationship with you. There's no trust involved. What Speakeasy's saying is not that, like, the moment she then goes to the club is that he loses trust. No, he's saying that you are showing me that you are not the person that I want to be with. It's nothing to do with trust.
Okay, Haku, let me go back to you then. If your girlfriend has a baby and naturally all women put on weight after they've had their child and she becomes fat for however long, you're telling me after she's had your baby, you're going to leave her because she's got fat? Really?
I never said that was my standard, but I said if I had a standard that you can't be obese, yeah, you can lose baby fat. You don't.
Yeah, you can lose baby fat, but let's say her baby fat is on for a year, 2, 3, whatever. You're telling me you're going to leave your baby mama because she got...
Mel, wait, Mel. This is actually, I think this is
treadmill for Chris.
So Mel, you're with your baby dad, and something happens with his dick where he can't fuck you no more.
Come on.
Stay with him?
Say that again. I'm sorry. You just threw me off.
Something happens with his dick, and it doesn't work right, or it gets smaller. Actually, let's say it gets smaller, and it doesn't work right. You know the fucking isn't the same. Are you gonna stay with him after?
Yes, because I love that man.
I can answer the question.
You've given me a different answer before, Mel.
No, you've
given me a different answer before,
no, don't change the goalpost easy.
No, you did. You said if I ever had a man that stopped fucking me, I would leave him.
I'd take the question, right? So if she was doing nothing, so say like after pregnancy, I come home and she's sat on the fucking sofa with fucking Cheeto dust all over her fucking belly, and she's fucking got 3 packs of them next to her. She's drinking a fucking 12-pack of Coke. Yeah, at some point, I'm going to go, you are not the person. I take care of myself. I care about my health. I believe that if I want to be in a family and raise children with anybody, I want them to be healthy. Yes, I will leave. Yes, that is really bad to show my kids that you're just going to let yourself fall apart. Yes, it is. I believe that full-heartedly.
That's dirty. That's dirty.
How's that dirty?
Well, wait.
Guys, man, you don't know how it feels to have a baby and stuff.
Right,
you can't judge
you.
somebody want to eat Cheetos after they have a baby. Man, you better go get me another bag of chips.
And a pack of Marlboro Medium.
Real quick, I just want to clear something up in the chat.
Room in the basement with a treadmill.
All right, hold up. Real quick, I just want to clear something up in the chat. Yes, if my wife wants to go to the club, she can go to the fucking club. I really don't care. And I did say that maybe she has single friends who aren't married, so that shouldn't hinder her from still having the fun that she should be able to have. If all her friends want to go to the club, her activities that she can do should not be limited to because she's married. Same for me.
Okay, so but that's your standard, right? Like that's your already standard. So like you allow that in your relationship, like dude. So like if my girl was to let me fuck other women, but I don't, and she's okay with this, would it be a trust thing, or would it be just how our relationship is set up?
That has pretty much nothing to do with what I was saying. I was just saying I'm clearing up the thing in the chat because it was the same thing. It wasn't a contradiction. That's all I'm saying.
No, but you said what my thing was a trust thing. So like now I'm just like challenging you on you saying that my thing's a trust thing.
Yeah, the statement was a trust thing. I feel like you should be able to trust your partner to go to the club, whether you like it or not.
Well, no, because there's a line that you
whether I like it or not. So like you should be able
whether you like it or not.
You should be able to let your girl give hand jobs whether you like it or not, bro. If you don't,
no, I said if you like it or not. Like if you don't like somebody else doing that in their relationship, it shouldn't matter to what she's doing. It shouldn't matter.
But we're not talking about that. That's not even the question. Like you're just changing everything we're even talking about, right?
No, I'm not. I'm still talking about the same thing that I was talking about, bro. I'm not gonna be up here for long, so no, I'm not. What's up?
Very quick. There's some things that you would have limitations on your wife. It may not be the club because that might not be important to you, but there's some things that you have limitations on your club. Like I'm not going to be crass or anything, but there's some things definitely within your relationship where you draw the line that she cannot do. They are limitations that you have. in your relationship. They may not be the same limitations that easy holds, right? But like, for example, like I would be fine with my girl going on a bachelor. What?
Anybody. It doesn't have to be easy. It can be anybody. What my point
you were
is,
answering
real
what
quick,
I
real quick,
said.
because
You said my
I know what
statement was
wait.
about trust, right? You said my statement
Yeah.
sounded like it was about trust, but I'm saying it's not about.
Yeah. So why shouldn't you? Why shouldn't you be able to trust your? Why shouldn't you be able to trust your significant other to go to the club?
You got to listen to what I'm saying to actually take it in, right?
But I don't think that my thing was heard. I'm saying that you should be able to trust your significant other to go to the club.
Cool,
By
that's
themselves.
your standard
I'm
for
sorry,
your
I'm being
relationship.
impacting,
It's
chat.
not about trust, though. I just don't want to date girls that go to the fucking clubs all the time. What don't you get about that?
Okay, well, I'm just saying, don't look bad upon people that do that. That's all I'm saying.
You're coming up here trying to look bad upon my standards in the relationship, and then you're telling me what to look bad upon when I wasn't even talking about anybody else's relationship but my own.
Well, at the same time, that you look bad upon other people's standards in their relationships.
What the fuck are you talking about? When?
You just said that that's a bad look for people that do that.
What?
No, easy. Right? Do you judge me if I said I would let my missus go on a bachelor night out?
That's your choice, bro. I wouldn't date that type of girl. I wouldn't date that type of girl, but that's your choice, bro. You can date a fucking whore that gets crack rock for blowjobs. I don't care. That's your fucking choice, bro.
Right.
Right.
So
but like I'm allowed to have my fucking standards in a relationship.
And I back you to have your standards. But once again, the people in chat are like completely misrepresenting what I said. Right? You think that like what I'm saying is if she doesn't instantly fucking lose the weight, I'm just gonna leave. You don't think I said that I'd help her? Like I'd say that if she's working towards something, you can make every excuse in the world, but having a baby doesn't mean you're forever fat. Like you can make every excuse in the world that you want, but if she never then tries to better herself, well, yeah, I don't want to be with that person. I also don't want that person to be raising my children. If you're a defeatist, I don't want your attitude around here. I wouldn't have ever been with you.
What if she's depressed, clinically depressed, dude?
Well, you get help for that. Do you just stop? What if I broke my leg? Should I just never go back to work and my wife just fucking wipes my
I'm
ass?
sure if you had a spouse, she would help you get better. She wouldn't just, mistreat
No, she wouldn't. She'd tell me to go to the hospital like a normal fucking human being. I wouldn't just go to my wife and be like, look, my leg's broken. How about I just lie in bed for forevermore now? No, you get help and you fix the problem. If she was getting help and fixing the problem, do you think I'll leave? No, she's fixing the problem. What I was saying was, if they just decided that now, fuck it, I am fat, yes, that's an easy way to leave, yeah. They've broke your standards of your boundary in your relationship and you have every right to leave. The fact that anybody's trying to gaslight me, if you, like, nobody would say that to a dude. If your fucking husband decided after he got married that he'd never fucking go to the gym again and he's been fit his whole life and you were both fit people who cared about health, and now since you've been married, he never got off the fucking sofa and he just got like a fat fucking slob, didn't shave, didn't clean his fucking ass anymore, and you're telling me that you just have to stay with him through all of that because what?
Because I
he
love
might be
him.
depressed.
Right. So like I
Yeah,
would for
exactly.
me, like for the fat thing, for
Well,
me
that
to
guy
like
isn't
turn
the guy
around
you
for-
fell in love. That guy isn't the
like,
guy you fell in love with.
Wait. For me, they're like,
Before you do that, that's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to clear that part up. No, I just wait real quick because I gotta drop.
For me to give you something
but-
to relate to here, it's like, okay, so like say you were with a guy and he has like a good paying job, right, for a while. And then after you guys have a kid, he just loses his job and then like doesn't ever really work to getting a good job. He's like off and on and doesn't ever fucking care really much. Like he doesn't put in the effort to keep a job. He's kind of just, like you already, are you guys going to stay with this man or?
Who's the question directed to?
Just like any women.
I wouldn't put too much pressure on him. I would try and find out what's going on and what's unmotivated him. I wouldn't put pressure on him to go. You have to go back and earn the amount of money you used to go. I would try and find out what's behind it. you know, and talk about it, and be empathetic to an extent. Because if a man's not, he's lost, you know, his drive, I would want to find out why.
At that point, it's probably more of a drive for life than anything else, right?
Right. I wouldn't criticize that man.
That's what Haku was saying. Like, that's exactly what Haku was saying. He would try his best to help her get better. Like, you guys, like, I think you guys like heard it as like he's just gonna leave right away, but like, no, he was saying like I would help her go get better, give her motivation, go to the gym with her, or do something, like whatever she needs help with to get back to where she was. Like, that's what he was saying, right? So like that's why I use the example with the job, so you guys can see, like, I'm sure, like, if a lot of women would just leave a dude that just loses his job and doesn't
No, I don't necessarily agree. I think you give women a lot less credit than they deserve. I think a lot of women would want to wonder why that man has lost his drive, and I think a lot of women would do their darndest to help that man get his drive back. I don't believe for a minute that a woman would leave her husband or her loved one because there's something not quite right and he's earning less than what he was earning before. Absolutely not. I think the whole concept, I mean, I don't know how many women in this chat would leave their husbands, loved ones, if they suddenly weren't earning as much as what they used to be earning. I'm just curious. How many women in chat would put a 1 for yes, you'd leave him, put a 2, no, you would try?
This one's never gonna have an honest answer, because then people will say, "Oh, you're a gold digger" or something, like give you that stupid label. So like, this is something you won't answer. No one will answer. This is like asking a guy his dick size. This is dumb. This isn't an honest.
It is true that women always speak laterally and
like women aren't just gonna stay with some broke fat dude all the time. They're not going to keep up with that. They're not going to stay around for that. They're just not. These men are ending their own lives for a reason. Like, this is like.
You're understanding women. You're misunderstanding women. When a woman loves her man, she puts up with a lot of shit. Whether it's weight gain, whether it's job loss, whether it's being skinned, you make shit work. You find out what the fuck is going on, and then you try and make it work. You know, you do not leave a man just because, I don't know, he's not performing in bed for whatever reason, something's happening.
So you stay until you're all homeless? Yeah, like, you stay with that man until you're homeless? You guys go homeless together?
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But you motivate each other too, so you don't have to go fucking.
Yeah.
And all the women in chat all picked, they would stick with the man, all of them. There's not one of them that didn't pick it, that will stick to the man and try and work it out together as a couple. There's no, like, I would never leave my man if he got, I don't know, whatever happened in his brain and he lost his job and he wasn't earning. I would try and find out what the fuck is going on and how could I help?
I understand that, but
I'm just wondering why is the divorce rate like off the chart?
You're gonna stay with him while you and your kids go hungry and starve. And
if I have to go to work and he has to be at home looking after my child, then yes, easy, because that's what love is. Love is to love your partner through sickness and in health.
I just
we got to dig into it.
Sounds good. It does sound good, and it's nice if that's real, but
it is real. It's real. Easy.
How about with no kids? And
no, you said you. I just don't find that possible. Okay, I asked you one time if you had the man of your dreams. He was everything you ever wanted, but he had a small dick. You wouldn't date that man. But you're telling me now you would date a man until you go homeless? Come on.
No. You asked me two separate questions. You asked me two separate questions, Easy. You said the first question: would you date a man with small? That was your first question, with a small dick. Then tonight you said to me, "Let's say something happens to his dick."
No, I asked you this question a while back. I can find the panel if you want.
No. Yeah, you said to me, would you?
And I asked you if you had the man of your dreams, everything you ever wanted, but he had a small penis. You said no, you wouldn't date that man.
Yeah, but
I
look
can
at
bring
what
up
Daniel
that
says.
panel up if you don't believe
Yeah,
me.
no, I said that. I'm not going to say I didn't
So
say that.
again, so
But look at
it's
what
hard for
Daniel
me
says.
to believe. It's hard for me to believe that you will turn a man down for a small penis, but you won't turn a man down for something he can choose. It doesn't make any logical sense. Like you
If
would
I
literally
love
let
a
a man
man,
Easy. Women are not
if I love
logical
a man,
creatures.
this is the
They're
difference that you're.
emotional
If
beings.
I love a man, yeah, I will love that man, irrespective of whether he has an accident and his dick falls off or whether he loses his job and doesn't work for 6 months. Easy. That's the difference. If I had to first go into a relationship
so
with somebody,
the dick is more important than the finances in a relationship.
oh my God, Easy!
No, she said that he could have his dick fall right off now.
I just see it. I saw it coming a fucking hour ago. Come on.
That doesn't make sense because you said something different before, but okay. I think we're playing Coker now.
No, hang on. If I meet a man, there's no love involved. I've just met him. Yeah, there's no love involved, and like you have a personal choice that you don't want your woman to club. I have a personal choice that I don't want no micro dick. There's no love involved. Yeah, your choice is just as valid as my choice. If I am in love with a man and an accident happens and his dick falls off, I'm still with that man because I love him and we find other ways of getting off.
Not if you were in your 20s, though, right?
I wouldn't be in a relationship like that in my 20s because 20s for me were about having and having fun.
So do you know what most people would say in this situation? You're saying that now, but you wouldn't have said this before. So you should.
I am going to strangle you through my laptop. I swear to God.
It's true though. Like if you wouldn't have took it, so if you wouldn't have done this in your 20s, right? Why should men accept you doing it now?
I don't expect no man to accept what I do or don't do. If a man falls in love with me, they fall in love with me. I have no expectations from a man. You know, I don't. It's not about expectations. I couldn't give a flying fuck what any men think. To be fair, I'm just saying that in a loving relationship, I will respect that man, whether he has no dick, no job, whatever. I will respect and love that man in a loving relationship. It's got nothing to do in my 20s. I chose to go to university, have fun, enjoy myself. I didn't want a serious relationship in my 20s. That was my personal choice. And then in my 30s, I met my baby daddy, right? Because it was my intentions then to have a family and to meet somebody and all the things. Those were my personal choices. But it doesn't. Age is it doesn't really matter what age you choose to do any of those things. It really doesn't. I'm just saying to you that generally, when women love, they fucking love their men, unless you get a shitty woman.
Yeah.
I think age
only children get unconditional love.
I don't think children get unconditional love at all.
Great.
There's conditions placed on children constantly.
I really hope that's what you would do, but unfortunately it's not, because there would be the reason we're here today is because of how women had standards. The reason our ancestors made it this far is because of the way women selected men. So like it's weird that like we think that it's bad to have these kinds of standards that like are from the dawn of time.
Sorry, Teresa just made a comment in chat which made me laugh. Easy, sweetheart. I think highly of you. I do, but I do wonder whether you've met some shitty women in your life.
See, and that's what I get at. See, and then there you go. You shame my standards.
I'm not shaming your standards.
No, you are. No.
This
This is what all women do to men when they claim standards. They say that they're insecure. You guys try to shut down men's fucking standards, and then that's why that's why men will let go of their standards, and that's why men are fucking pussies today, because they don't hold on to their standards, because they let women say that they're insecure for having standards. Oh, who hurt you? Nobody hurt me. Nobody hurt me, Mel. It's these are just my standards. I'm allowed to have these standards.
Of course,
this is like me saying, what kind of small dick dude did you have in your life that you need such a big dick? Like that would be me saying that to you. I would never say that to you, because that's just.
I didn't say anything about your standards, Easy.
You did. You said it sounds like
you've been unlucky and met.
And this is what women do to men every time they try to explain standards to women. They always say it sounds like you've been hurt.
You're twisting my
words.
words.
Like you've been hurt.
Jaded.
No, I didn't say it sounds like you've been hurt. I didn't say I questioned your standard. I said that maybe you've been unlucky and not met the right woman. Don't twist my words, Easy. Don't twist them, because that's not what I said. Did you perceive it as that? Yeah, but that's not what came out of my mouth.
If I met the right woman, I would enjoy her going out to clubs.
No, like fuck that. Those are your standards, whatever, you know.
What makes you believe that I have met women that are no good?
I'm not going to go any further with this, because we're going to get into an argument.
No,
I'm not going to go no further
with you. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just telling you that I think a lot of men are afraid to say the standards that they have because they hear these things from women. That it's
I never questioned your standards, Easy. You are entitled to have your standards. That's your choice. That's your prerogative. And I respect that, even though I may not agree with that. Right? I respect your standards. I'm just saying that maybe you've not met the right woman for you.
Well, okay. I guess technically we both haven't met the right person for us, because we're both single right now, right?
I choose to be single.
So do I then.
Well, that's fair enough. What? I don't understand.
No, but you just said I haven't met. Like this is what I'm saying. Like your answer for everything I've been saying is that like I haven't met the right woman. But why would you assume that?
The right woman, maybe. I said that.
But why would you assume that based off of my standards?
No, it's not based off of your standards, Easy. Try and understand me.
Talking about.
I'm saying by the way that you talk about women, I get the distinct impression that you've not met the right woman for you. That's the impression I get. That's my perception.
Well, right? Okay, but I would
go so further
as to say that you've agreed with me on a lot of things that I've said about women.
I have agreed with a lot of things with what you said about you. That's why I don't understand why you think I'm attacking your integrity. I'm not attacking your integrity. And I get the impression that you think that I am. Not at all. I hold high value of you. You've got old-fashioned views. Great. That's great. Very rare thing with men nowadays. Do I agree with some of your opinions? No. I'm just saying that sometimes the way that you talk about women in this really little subliminal messages, like behind, there's little like hidden messages.
Well, see,
I feel that you've not met the right woman for you.
You got to tell me what you mean now. You got to tell me.
No. This is a private conversation, not on a panel. Yeah.
What? I'm okay. You can say it. You can say it. I'm not going to take it to heart.
I think I would ask, what girl hurt you so bad that you feel this way right now?
No, that's not what it is, though. It's nothing what it is. It has nothing to do with that.
That's the question, though, right?
I've told you. Yeah, I know that's the classic question. It's always who hurt you, or you're insecure, or these things, right? But like, I don't know how many times I've told people like I really enjoy studying human behavior. And like the sexual dynamics between men and women is something I got super interested in for a long time too. Like I still read about shit like that. Like so, like I'm not talking just like out of my ass or my anecdotal experiences. I'm talking based off of things I've read over and over.
But
Like,
Izzy, do you see that the derogatory things that come out of your mouth about yourself are not from me? They're from you.
like what though?
You're twisting it just now. You say, I'm not talking out my ass. When did I say at any point on this panel that you're talking out your ass?
No.
No, I was making a statement just like that, like the things I'm saying doesn't just come from like nowhere or because someone hurt me. It's because I've read.
And nor did I say that somebody hurt you. I didn't say that. You're putting words in my mouth because you've got. I said somebody hurt him.
No, I did. I took it that step further. But
I didn't, because I don't believe it is
like that.
way.
So, like when those things are said, that's the way guys take it. Is that it's like you're jaded. You're just
But okay, I get why women think that, but like again, when I speak like this, it's because I speak in general and I'm basing off statistics. So like I can't give knowledge to each of you individually. That would be fucking possible. I'm not God. I'm God's favorite. So because I'm God's favorite, I have to tell you things in general so that the general population gets what's best for them.
Easy. Me and you are having a conversation. Why are you turning it into a general when I am talking to you and I feel that you've done nothing but put words in my mouth for the last 15 minutes and you're not listening to what I'm saying. You're assuming that I'm thinking something.
Mel, did you not say that you think that someone's hurt me in my past, or
I did not say that. I did not say that. I said
something along the lines of I've been with a bad
unlucky.
I said that you may have been unlucky and not met the right person for you. I never said that you've been hurt, because I think that's just a very kind of like derogatory, dismissive bullshit when somebody goes, oh, were you hurt before? No. I'm saying to you, I personally, by the way that you talk, think that the women that have been in your life or a woman in your life may have not been right for you.
And what I would take out of that, if my old lady said that to me, is that I would take it as, who hurt you? How come you're so jaded?
Nah, that's not what I mean. Because if I wanted to say who hurt you, why are you so jaded? I would say, who hurt you? Why the fuck are you so jaded? I didn't say that, guys. There's two very different things. Why are you putting words in my mouth that are not coming out of my mouth?
I was just saying that a lot of times we don't take things the way that they're given to us. We don't.
I think
what I mean?
His ideals and his standards, they're his ideals and his standards. And maybe a woman or women that he's met haven't quite met those standards. And there's nothing wrong with those standards at all.
Well, I've had plenty of women meet that standard.
And I'm happy
I've had 2 women meet the standard at the same time, which I stated earlier.
But are you understanding what I'm trying to say, Easy? Without any judgment or criticism, I'm just making an observation, And
right, but like I'm not understanding what the observation's based off of, because I said like you're basing them off my standards, but you said that it's not based off my standards. So like I'm just trying to figure out.
I said it was based on the undertones of how you talk about women.
Yeah, I don't know what that means though, right, Mel? Like,
that's why me and you need to have a private conversation.
What's the undertones? I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's why me and you need to have a private conversation and not on panel, because there's different people commenting in chat. There's people on panel. This is a conversation to be had one-on-one, friend to friend. Yeah, without the influences of other people misunderstanding what either I or you is saying.
This is a human dynamic right here that could be very well understood very easily.
I think we've all been disingenuous before. Well, 99% of people.
Well,
Like,
and one main thing is that, you know, Mel has said quite a few times that I honor your thoughts and the way that your standards are, and that hasn't really been reciprocated to where you said that to her easy, straight up.
So wait, so a couple things. One, there's clearly an doing to make it out like we're in a fairy tale and true love trumps all, and that we're just going to stand by.
But I just don't want to forget this. My bad, bro. I just don't want to forget this. So, sorry. The way you said it, Mel, was easy. I'm sorry. I have love for you. But the way you talk about women, I think you've met some really shitty women in your life.
No.
I can pull it up right here because I just listened to it. I just listened to it, please.
By
please,
the undertone of how you speak
no, I'm
about
not lying
women,
to you.
I believe that you've met women that are not right for you.
Right, let me run that first. So then what does that infer? If those women are not right for him, right, that he has met so far in his life, what is that insinuating that it's done to his current perspective in this conversation?
Ask that question again. I'm trying to understand exactly what you mean
by that. What does telling him that the previous relations he's had with women being wrong or the wrong women about what he's saying now, what is that inferring? What is that trying to say? Like, that's trying to say that these previous relationships that weren't the right people have affected his perspective to make the comments that he is making now.
Isn't that the case with everybody, with everything? You judge your perceptions on your experiences.
Yes. So that is legitimately saying he is jaded from his past experiences.
I did
or
not
at least
say he was jaded. You said he was jaded. I don't think he's jaded. I think he's
is inferring that he is jaded by past experiences. That's what that sentence means.
Oh my God, why are men trying to put words in my mouth tonight? Right, I'm going to be like...
It's the innuendo behind it, is what it is. It's the perceived implication behind it.
I don't think he's jaded. No.
Wait, Mel, could you just pull up this video so you could hear how you said it, so you can understand?
Okay, no worries. Let's have a look. Where is it?
I have it in the back here, just so you can understand what I'm saying here.
Okay, let's do it. Sorry, Teresa just made a comment in chat which made me laugh. Easy, sweetheart. I think highly of you, I do, but I do wonder whether you've met some shitty women in your life. I'm sorry. Yeah, did I not say I do wonder if you've met? I didn't say you've met shitty women in your life.
No, but okay, but now we're just playing semantics, right, Matt?
No, I'm not playing semantics.
You were implying there. Come on.
No. Easy. I am a woman where what I say is what I mean. There's no gray areas. It's black or white when I talk.
Right. So okay. So even if it's black and white, you're saying that like maybe I met some really shitty women in my life. Like, what is that inferring? Like, you're saying that I'm jaded about the shitty women. No,
you're not jaded.
So like, what does the shitty women have to do with anything I've said tonight?
Oh my. Okay, so we're going to just go around in circles now, are we? Let's go around in circles. Let's go on a merry-go-round.
Put the emphasis on the word wonder.
I also...
Right. So like the only point I was trying to make is that like a lot of the times when like it happens to be, maybe it wasn't my standards that made you think this, but it happens to be when men are talking about their standards that women say those words, or they'll use the words, you're insecure, this is why you don't want your woman to go out, you don't trust your woman, that's why you don't want your woman to go out. It seems to like turn a lot into that, where it's like, if I was saying to you, oh, you're not going to date a broke dude because you're a gold digger. You won't date a small dick dude because you have a big vagina. You won't date a short dude because you're just a green giant. Like, if I just like gave like a negative term to every reason for your standards of not dating someone, it would sound bad, right? Like it would sound like I'm hating on women for this.
No. Easy, right? What is the difference between? Just ask us this question: what is the difference between you saying, right? I want to date a woman who doesn't go to clubs because that's what my standards are. What is the difference between that and me saying that when I first meet a guy and he's got a micro penis, that's an issue for me? What's the difference between the two?
There is no difference. You're the one that made the difference in it. I'm saying, I'm the one who said that you have your standards. That's fine. I have my standards. I'm not the one who said, oh, you must have met some fucking whatever dudes. That's why you want that. I wasn't the one that turned to your past to determine why you have this present thought. But you determined my present thoughts by my past, right?
Because as human beings, our opinions and our thoughts are always going to be shaped by our experiences that we've had in our past. Easy, it's just natural. So I said, I wonder whether you had a woman that wasn't right for you, which has influenced the way that you think. I mean, it's just normal, isn't it? Isn't it normal? Isn't it part of getting older that our thoughts and our opinions change because of the experiences that we've had, right or wrongly?
I also think there's so say in a debate format, doing that is what they'd call like bad faith, right? But I know you don't debate like you're not like a debater. That's not what you do online. So I can see why you would say that and think that it doesn't have some context to it. But from somebody from the debate sphere, that is like saying you would tackle his actual point instead of just saying, oh, I think you think like that because you've had these experiences in your past. And I think that's where
I'm not trying to hurt him, Haku. And if he's hurt, I'm sorry. That wasn't my intention.
Oh, no, he's not. He's not hurt. He's a tough cookie.
If anything else, it was just a jab.
See, I'm not hurt. I think everyone's getting what I'm saying wrong, but I'm gonna stand on what I said because I know a lot of women that when men say certain standards or certain things about how women are, they turn to like saying that you must be hurt or you must have had a bad past with women, right? Like this is like one of the things that constantly get mentioned when men are talking about their standards, and I think it's what guides a lot of men these days to not feeling shameful and hiding what they actually want. This is why men like Andrew Tate or these type of men get so loud because men are desperate on the inside for men to tell the world how they actually want to fucking talk or how they actually feel inside. They're dying for the Jordan Peterson. They want to be able to be Jordan Peterson, but they're dying because the women around them are just telling them they're insecure and they're just jaded. They shouldn't have these standards. You don't get to tell women what to do, but we're going to decide that we only date these type of men and these type of men, but you don't get to do that with women. You have to just accept that you're the man, and when we choose you, that's it, blah blah blah. I think it's more healthy for me to encourage men to stick to your standards and find the woman that will stick to your standards with you. And women should do the same thing too.
Yes. And if they break those standards, like me and Easy both stood on, that if your husband decided after he got married that he was going to fucking quit his job, sit at home, be a slob, not clean his ass, not shave, that you have every right to say he's broken your standards and leave. But for some reason, everybody wants to pretend that they live in a fantasy and pretend that that they're just going to stay with this person forevermore. I think that's been the most disingenuous thing that's happened all stream. Everybody in chat saying they wouldn't leave a guy. There's a line at which you would leave somebody. That is true. Everybody's line may be different.
And in that case, we were taking that line to the extreme. We weren't talking light in that one. No, that's. What if my wife wanted to become a member of the 500-pound club. And it was my job to go to the store and get her all of her supplies and wash and bathe her. And I loved her enough to do it.
Well, that's within your
That was
standards,
cool, you
your
said.
choice.
And just keep doing it and just keep doing it because I loved her that much.
Well, that's your choice, right? But like,
and then one day I was like, you know what? Fuck this. She's too fat, and I left.
Yeah, that's also your choice.
Because
you probably shouldn't have facilitated it, right? But like, you should also have the choice that when she decided she wanted to be part of the 500-pound club, if you're a person who's always looked after yourself, made it clear that you think looking after yourself is a big part in life, that for you to leave them when they decide that they want to be part of the 500-pound club is perfectly fine and should not be shamed on. You should have every right to do so and leave that relationship.
I would say that you wouldn't want to do that until there was a different expectation in the relationship. You know, if she was working for another 4 or 5 years on getting back down to the 400-pound club and she just, you know, couldn't do it and just couldn't make the faith effort, you know, that.
I was just trying to talk to Easy as a friend and not debate, Clay.
Yeah,
I was just trying to talk to Easy as a friend, not have a debate. This was not a debate, you know, because I was just talking to him as a friend, as I would do Faye, a wolf.
I completely understand that, Mel, but the reason like I had to question it right away is because like I feel like you were doing it more in your feelings rather than what you're saying. Because like if it was just saying it as a friend, I just want to know the like simple things I said that makes me seem this way. Because like you should be able to tell me that part too instead of just saying the first part. Because like it doesn't seem like you're coming at it as a friend when you say just that part and you don't tell me why, right?
Tell me which part you mean, and then I'll tell you why.
Like where you said that, like it seems like I've had some the part that we just played there, where it seems like I've had some shit women in my life, right?
Well, just because of the opinions that you have on women in regards to men and their wealth, and you know, things like that. Like you seem to be quite intent in thinking that women base everything on what a man earns, which is really not true.
I don't say that. I don't. But
those are the undertones that I'm.
What a man earns is part of it. And again, I've said this a bunch of times. It's because of the things that it takes for a man to be a high earner is a lot of the other things that are attractive to women. And like I base this stuff off of stats. Like I don't base this off of just like my own life. Like I said, I always talk about this stuff based off stats. Like it's like I think it would be silly to like assume that women like I think I've done this test with you. Like you have two men, they're both exactly the same in every way, but one gets $1 million a year, the other gets 20,000 a year. You're gonna choose the $1 million a year guy. Like
well, you can't put that as an example or a test, Easy, because that never happens in real life. You're not going to get two equal men exactly the same, and one earns more than the other.
I understand that's never going to happen in life, but it's just it's an analogy to show you that the money part has some significance in the man's attractiveness.
If I fall in love with you, Easy. Sorry, Haku. If I fall in love with you, Easy, it will never be because of how much money you earn. And I think you'll find that most women are like that. Go on, Haku.
But if given the choice in a McDonald's parking lot.
No, come on. You can't give an unrealistic choice that will never happen in real life.
That's the extreme that has to be put forth to prove the example.
Yeah, like the whole point of the hypothetical is to make you like understand, like if you had the choice of where money's the only thing you have to choose from now, what are you choosing? And like you would choose the more money.
And right, this is it with all standards, right? You're not choosing just based on that standard, right? That standard comes with an offset of traits that allow that standard, right? So when you're picking for the guy who has a high earner, what you're picking for is a competent, intelligent, hardworking, reliable. These are all the traits that come from somebody being in those positions, right? And it's the same.
No. I've been out with poor people that have had those same traits. Please.
No, you're not.
Just in general.
That's not.
They may be one or two outliers, but I bet you any money they're missing something, because if they had the intelligence, the hard work, the competence, and the reliability, they would make it off of the 20 grand wage. Like that is just how this world works. We work in a capitalist system, unless they live in a socialist country where they have a socialist system. That's the only way that they can't do this, right? And then this also works off to every standard that someone can have for a relationship. So Easy may say, I don't want a girl who goes to the club. That isn't just because he doesn't want a girl who goes to the club. There's an offset of traits of people that would go to the club, and there's an offset of traits that people would not go to the club, or at least would not go to the club without their man. And those traits is what he desires, right? But you can't point out all the traits by looking at somebody. But what you can do is point out actions that show traits. So, like, he would say that, well, maybe I might be getting this wrong, but like he would say that the trait of her not going to the club without her man would show like a maturity, a loyalty, that she's like screwed down into life and wants to have like a steady and stable family life and all these kind of things, right? And he would assume that the person who's going partying in clubs without her man and doing all this is going to have different traits to that. It's not just about the physical action, it's the traits that align with that action. So like a fat slob, if he was not a fat slob, if he was a guy who went to the gym, a guy who went on hikes with you, he took the kids out and all this stuff, and then he became a fat slob, the traits that you fell in love with are no longer part of this man. This man is a different man now. So
I understand what you're saying, but and I don't mean this in any derogatory manner, but I am older than you, and it happens when people get married and they put on weight, both man and women. Yeah, that doesn't mean that man and woman would fucking leave each other because one of the others put on weight. Sorry, Haku, no, that's not what's
happening. What's happening with the divorce rates?
Now, I thought we were talking about women with finances. Now we're talking about weight again. We're going all over.
Well, it's part of the character traits that we're talking about, though.
So
finances, like how much a man earns, is part of his character traits that women look for when they're choosing men. You know, in the same way as looking for women that don't go to clubs would be part of their character traits. The whole grouping of traits, you know.
Yeah, okay, listen, most women that go to clubs, not all, but most women that are in the clubs there are promiscuous women.
Right.
Things that come with promiscuous.
Oh my fucking God. Did you just say that?
It's not true?
Fuck no. When I went clubbing, in all the 10 years that I went mad clubbing,
I didn't say every single
I went for dancing. I went for getting high. I didn't go and pick up, and nor did any of my girlfriends. We went there, we got high, we danced all night, and went home. Dude, that's not true. That all women that go to clubs are promiscuous.
I didn't say all women. See, you guys choose to like pick things I say and then change it up so that you can get mad about it. I didn't say all women, Mel. I said most women. Most women that are in the club are promiscuous. If you're in the middle of the floors in short dresses, shaking your ass to the point you have to pull down the dress every 10 seconds because your ass cheeks are popping out, like I don't know what like label you think people are going to give you, but it's normally promiscuous, right? And promiscuous women have, you know, chances of getting pregnant. They're likely to break their pair bonding. There's constant emotional problems that can be developed. Depression, anxiety, different psychological disorders can come from being promiscuous. Like this is like there's a lot of bad things that can come around women that choose to go to the club all the time. And instead of having to find all of that out and dig through all of that, like I would rather just stay away from women that in the clubs.
That's your decision, and I respect that.
Mr. Fatty, can I sorry, I don't want to use anybody. I don't want to be insulting to you, Mr. Fatty, but I'm going to use you to run through this, if that's okay. If you don't want to at any point, just tell me to shut up. You had a wife, and you divorced them, for 20 years. Yes, we were together. I assume that
we were together for 8 years, and
there was at some point she did too many things that then too many actions that showed you that her character traits have changed so much that she is no longer the person that you fell in love with, and you had to leave, right?
Yeah,
that is you holding your standards. Like, I don't understand why people can't see that in the ways that I've explained it, right? You like, people do this all the time. If people change their actions, they are changing their person. That your actions are the way you show your person in life, right? And it is completely fine. And the idea that, like, just because somebody loves you, yeah, they may stay for a while. Like, you stay for 8 years, but at some point there's going to be a line, and everybody needs to agree with that. Like, there's just this idea that, like, love's just going to conquer all things, just incorrect. Like, there is a line where
it to make it sound like all wishy-washy. Of course, it's not like that.
Well, it is. Everybody literally disagreed that if their husband fucking lost his job, never tried to get another job, was sat there getting fat, not having showers, not shaving, not washing his ass, that they'd just stay with him endlessly. That is literally what everybody said, and in chat. I'm not living in
say that, Haku. We said that we would try and work it out with that man. If that man then decides that that is a life choice of his to not wash his ass and to whatever, then obviously that's going to affect the relationship. I don't understand why things are getting twisted, because love is powerful. It has a limit, Haku. It has a limit. And
yes, and that's all I was saying. And everybody in chat was saying that, like, no, they would never do that. Like, there is no limit. Like, what I'm stating is crazy.
Together through thick and thin and become homeless together.
Yeah, like I literally asked if you would like let the kids go hungry and go homeless, and you guys said yes.
Yes, literally everybody had to just be the contrarian because I used weight, and weight's a touchy subject. That's exactly why it happened. Like, I don't understand how I got the biggest pushback in the world from saying that. Like, it is the most basic statement.
I didn't actually answer that that question correctly, buddy.
Go on.
She left me. I was
Did she fuck, bro?
I was checked the fuck out. Okay.
Why did you put up with that for so long, Mr. Fatty?
And I was working out of town, right? So we were straight up nymphomaniacs. We were always doing it. And working out of town for fucking 3-4 months. Come home to homeboy in my kitchen doing my dishes on a Wednesday when I wasn't supposed to be home till Friday. And I was going to ask about this earlier. Wasn't that Hunter Avalon kid, the recent kid that got all weird and turned into a stalker and whatever, got self-deleted by the cops or whatever recently? I got really weird for a good year trying to figure all this shit out, trying to figure out stuff with kids especially, but it took me a good 10 years to get to where I could even accept any of this shit.
Well, I'm glad
was a jaded fucking prick that couldn't fucking even look at a fucking woman.
I'm glad you're in a better place now, though, Fatty.
With an eye of love, right? With an eye of love at all.
I'm just glad that everybody could finally accept that they wouldn't let their entire family starve to death to stay with their husband. I'm just quite happy with that now.
But my God, that's not what we're saying, Haku.
Her standard and my standard were totally different, though. See, because we were young and we didn't talk about expectations. We didn't talk about futures. We didn't talk about shit that adults talk about.
Yeah,
like this type of stuff, like
covering that
like dynamics, and the fact that there is a huge double standard when it comes to just the way we are programmed to think, and especially in dynamics of relationships and intimate relationships. It's something that I've gotten really deep into, and this was the perfect way to work through that dynamic tonight, you guys, because it shows how instinctively we think about things. My girlfriend right now, right, that I've been dating for 16 years is married. I'm good friends with her husband. Okay. My other girlfriend is good friends with her because we have a managed, expectation relationship. All the shit, all the information, everything's out in the open. It's an honest, open relationship. We trust each other indefinitely and indubitably for fucking ride or die shit. So, like, my perspective is totally different. I don't discredit anybody else's perspective. I think everybody's fucking awesome and can live however they want. And I appreciate, more than anything, I appreciate conservative values because there's not. That's how humanity became what it is. That's how we are what we are. The degenerate shit that we have in our minds right now, instinctively that we go to, is why we have domestic violence issues. Between 19 and 24-year-olds being the highest section of domestic violence, trying to figure out how to become relationship people in a world that tells them to be relationship people, but we're never taught
never tells them how to set boundaries.
We're never taught any of this shit. Boys aren't taught to deal with their feelings or how we react to our chemical brain and certain situations. And we expect society to raise our kids when parents are totally checked out, but we got other parents that are like extreme this way or extreme that way, and everybody's just fucking butting heads.
I agree.
You know, and the more we have these conversations, the better, because it gets the shit out. It gets, you know, it becomes not such a psychosomatic fucking inevitable cinematic bunch of bullshit. It becomes a controlled process. The more we can process in a relationship and with our own selves, the better.
I'm eating chocolate, guys. You lot have stressed me out so much that I'm eating chocolate. I only eat chocolate when I'm fucking stressed, right?
Mate, I had your whole chat.
No, there's no reason to stress. Okay, there's no reason to stress. I know.
We love you,
the way I sound sometimes, it's gonna sound what women will call derogatory, or they do. The reason I mention this is because I understand that this is how sometimes it comes off to women, but I think it's important for me to stress how it's not this way whatsoever, because I value women very highly. Okay, all my favorite people in the world are females. Did you know that? All of them, all my favorite people in the world, they're females, right? So like I have no, it's not, I understand that people think the way I'm saying things has something to do with, like, I think women are I think when it comes to like conservative values, a lot of women have been tricked into thinking our past is not what it was. Like that men were just beating their women left and right. They didn't set up fucking accounts for their wives and daughters, you know, like they think that like we were literally slaving women, where that's not the case whatsoever. Again, I always have to point to, you know, the first wave of feminism wouldn't have happened without men. Like men wanted it more than women.
Can I throw in there? Up 50 years ago, it was legal in Italy to shoot your wife if she was unfaithful.
What?
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
Okay,
it was
I
legal.
get it was legal. I get
Where?
it. Right. I get this. So let me point to something that, like, I had an argument. So like I had an argument with this guy named Hormaxer that thinks it's okay to be attracted to younger people, right? And he said that his justification was like the law in Germany is that you can the age of consent is 14. But in Germany, if you were to sleep with a 14-year-old as an adult, they would beat the fucking brakes off of you. That they don't just let that happen. It might be a law there, but they don't just let that happen. So like there might have been a law that you were allowed to do this, but there wasn't just men shooting their wives left, right, and center saying, "Yeah, she cheated on me." Like it wasn't.
My great uncle shot his wife for cheating on him.
Okay. Again, I understand it was a law, right? There was a lot of fucked up laws, you know, like America was founded on slaving people. So like, I understand there was a lot of fucked up laws, but like to make this like bad picture of history of like everyone was using these laws and going by this shit and just treating women like complete garbage. It doesn't show. It really doesn't show. Like all the way back to when they were building pyramids. Okay, like they honored women. Women were honored. Like again, yes, there's some shitty places that's had some shitty times, but overall, it's not that way. Or else we wouldn't have made it to where we are, right? Like our species has made it this far because of the way we value women and children and keep them protected, because we know that our part of the species, that's our goal.
So you don't think that women in the Western world have been through hell to secure the rights that we have right now? And
I believe there's definitely been women that have been through hell for sure. There's been women that have been through hell, but like I think it's exaggerated heavily in a lot of places. Not all, but in a lot of places, right?
And would you say that in some countries, women still need to fight hard to have the rights as a human being a woman? Would you say it's still happening now?
So this part is hard to determine, right? So like I think I've talked to you about this before. We look at like Muslim countries and we think like, oh my lord, those women must not be happy because they have to wear that stuff. But actually women, like Muslim women, report happiness all the time. Like they report a high happiness and they're like married Muslim women. So like
I'm not talking about what they wear easy. I'm talking voting rights and
so stuff like that. So like for instance, voting rights. I was gonna just get into that. Like even in America, women hardly wanted to vote, right? Like there's still women today that like say they don't want to vote. So like men had to make sure that passed through so that women could vote, or else there wouldn't have been enough, right? Like there was I forget the percentage differences, but like yeah, there was a high percentage of men that wanted that to go through, right?
I definitely say that if you live in Iran, fighting for your rights is a bad idea. Either accept your situation or try to escape. Do not try to peacefully protest the Iranian government. I can tell you now, the stones will be coming out.
But like, again, there's certain places that we don't know. Like we think like, fuck, we would never live like that, right? But that's we don't know, right? We don't live.
Can I ask the chat to respect the panel, and even if we have a difference of opinion, to still be respectful? Sorry, he's going.
What's that? Sorry.
No, I just had a word in chat. You can carry on. I just asked the chat to be respectful, irrespective of the fact whether they have counter opinions. That's all. And sorry, I interrupted you. Easy, carry on.
Okay, sorry. Shit, I forget what we were saying now.
No, I wasn't talking to any one particular person, guys. Don't think I'm aiming it at one. I'm just asking if we can keep like our countering opinions, because even me on panel, me and Easy, I've had many countering opinions, but I still respect the dude. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
What did I say that wasn't facts? Miss Voodoo in your chat was saying I said something that wasn't facts. I'm not sure what it was.
No, I don't know what that's referring. Where's Haku gone? Oh, he's gone. Haku, where are you? Let me post the link again. But no, carry on what you were saying. I just wanted to, because one of the things that I pride myself on is having a respectful chat. I just want to make sure that it stays like that. That's all. But you can carry on, Easy, what you were saying. We were talking about women's rights, and Haku was talking about Iran, and, you know, women today are still fighting to get for their rights to this day. We've been doing it for the last how many years?
So do you think in like the more like westernized cultures though that women are still fighting for their rights, and if so, like which ones?
I think in the Western world, even though I did say to this day I meant worldwide, I think in the Western world women are still fighting for equal play. Yeah.
So equal pay is one of them. Like, so I don't know where you get this number from, because like women make the same amount for doing.
Not in all industries, Easy. Not in all industries. I come from a management background, and I can assure you that in a management background, that men and women get paid different.
Yeah, but that's just because like men are less agreeable, so like they're less likely to take the same pay that you would, so like they'll push for the higher pay. Like women tend to be more agreeable, and that's why like certain fields like that, that's where that happens. And then like when they look at the pay gap in total, like they don't take account for like that men will work longer hours, they'll move different places for more pay. They ask for raises more. Like there's a lot of reasons for the pay gap. It's not just like two people can have the same education and one's a guy, one's a girl, and the girl gets paid less. It won't work like that. Like,
well, in my experience, when I've gone for jobs, this is before and after I was self-employed, right? Generally, in my line of work, in management, the men have always been paid more. And it may be for the reasons that you say, that maybe, but I know that I've pushed hard for rises and bigger salaries and never got them. But I'm sure that if a man had pushed harder and they would have got it. And that's not fair, especially when two people have the same qualifications. And I think women still fight for that to this day in the Western world.
I'd have to see it on paper to even have a say on it, I guess, because like based off everything I've
no, I'm just speaking from experience in England and management jobs. So obviously I can't talk for Canada. I can't talk for the US because I don't know.
I would say that's probably true, Mel.
In the US as well.
Yeah, men in white collar positions would get paid a higher salary than women for sure.
The woman wouldn't.
But again, it's for the reasons, like I said, they'll work the longer hours. They're more willing to. They're less agreeable, so they're gonna ask for raises more. Like these are the reasons usually. It's literally illegal to just pay women less. If that was the case, there would be so many companies that had just women. Like we live in capitalism would show you if that was true.
Right, hang on a minute. Just sorry to interrupt, Easy. Celia, trust me, I don't think I'm being abused on my own fucking panel. People can have a difference of opinions. I'm not being abused. And you're not being abused. No woman in this chat or in this panel is being abused, in my opinion. Sorry, Easy. Go on.
Oh, she said something earlier about flow state too. So she's all like mad about flow state or something. I don't know.
We're having a debate, or we're talking. Actually, we're not even having a debate. We're talking amongst friends.
Yeah, we're just having a discussion.
Sorry, Easy. Carry on, my love. I've interrupted you guys, but I needed to address chat because I'm sorry. Yeah, a chat is just a chat. We don't need to get too. I mean, we don't need to get personal. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I don't mind it anyway. I don't even know what it's about.
Well, no, like I said, I don't feel like I'm sat here being abused by the men on this panel. Nor if I felt that the women in chat were being abused by the men, either in chat or men, like I wouldn't remove it, like I would allow it. I don't believe that that's happening. I'm sorry, nobody's being abused.
Yeah, that's weird.
Just talking about human dynamics is all it is. Just dynamics about how shit works. Why humanity's at where it's at right now.
People out, I will call people out when I think that it's an unfair, you make an unfair statement. That's not the case. I'll call it out. I'm sorry. If that offends you, I'm sorry I've offended you, but you're threatening me not to come back to chat, then don't fucking come back to chat. I don't take lightly to threats, especially when it comes to my panel members.
Based.
Sorry, Easy. Like fucking what? That's just really pissed me off.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what they're even upset about.
No, nor am I, because at the end of the day, we're having a conversation, and people are allowed to have a difference of opinion.
Yeah, it's one thing that's really slipping in humanity these days is the immediate judgment of others. Just the othering of others and the othering of the other others. Not being able to just say, you know what, we can all break bread at the end of the day, right? We can all agree to disagree.
Breaking bread,
not even disagree, really. Actually find a common neutral ground that everybody picks up whatever they want off the table. That's why we all put everything on the table. Fucking awesome.
Right.
Yeah.
And I can respect the people on my panel and in my chat for having a difference of opinion. Me and Easy have been going back and forth for fucking night. I still respect him.
Yeah, I think too many people get used to like getting into little like back and forth and then thinking like, oh, we're not friends anymore. It's weird. Like it's like what the fuck?
Sorry, I have to call it out. I have to call some shit out. A lot of the time I let shit go. But I just think I'm sorry, but we can be respectful to each other when having a difference of opinion. There's no law to say either I'm right or Easy's right or I'm wrong, Easy's wrong. These are just opinions. No, I'm not. It wasn't you, Dahlia. Okay, I just got threatened. Like, oh, I won't come back to your chat because you're being abused on panel and we're being abused in chat. Don't fucking come back. That's not happening.
It's usually people. It's weird too. That's like some like alt account that they don't actually use. Like, I don't think that's a real account.
I don't know. It's like occasionally Easy when I've watched your verbal combat. I had a go at Emp Dave for an opinion that he had, and then I took it back and apologized because I thought, Mel, you're being too opinionated, right? I took it back and apologized to him because I've done what I don't like. I've got carried away and emotional about this subject, and he's gone and said something that's really pissed me off, and I've gone, oh, it wasn't anything nasty. I think it was something along the lines of, oh, my opinions of you have changed, right? But then I apologized to Imp Dave because I realized that I was being a fucking Karen.
And more or less, Dave's only job there is to argue the other point and has a tendency, like I do, to argue a point that it might not be my belief, but needs to be argued in a way on verbal combat so that point can be argued.
Yeah,
we were doing that one night on the flat Earth thing.
Right.
Or you were.
In my panels are
on flat Earth. I can do both sides. I could literally fucking debate myself on flat Earth for hours.
Right.
Nothing
better than watching I-Fi get his ass handed to him by Andrew Johnson.
But my panels, my panels are thought-provoking. That is the whole point of my channel. I want to talk about issues where I know people are going to have different opinions, and they're thought-provoking.
And we got to work through those thought processes and those thought experiments and those scenarios to where we can realize what those things even are.
Yep.
What are you typing in there, Easy? I can hear you going busy on your keyboard.
I was telling Celia nobody.
Hey, keep going.
You've got the loudest keyboard I've ever heard in my entire life. but no, look, Celia, it's not your opinion that was the issue. It was the manner in which you executed it, which was really disrespectful, my love. Now, I am being respectful to you. I'm trying to be respectful to you and saying that we're all allowed to have opinions. Just be respectful with it. That's all I'm asking. And attacking panel members or chat members and being insulting to them, in my opinion, is not what I want in my chat. I don't want that. So, you know, like I said, I did it once. I said to Dave, my opinions of you have changed. And then I realized I was acting like a Karen and apologized.
I always forget how loud my keyboard is.
It makes me laugh when I've got you on my TV, Easy, and then let's say you've got your camera off like you've got now. All I can hear is in the background.
Yeah, that's because it's like a gaming keyboard and all the keys are lifted for the LED light. So it's like,
where's Fatty? What's he doing? No, I know my son has a gaming PC. So whenever I'm on his PC doing something, like I had to use it for streaming once, it is really loud because I don't know why the keys are so loud. But yeah, it does tickle me sometimes that you're in conversation, you can just hear this keyboard going in the background. Oh my God, guys, I'm like so from tonight's chat. I want a quick summary from all of you on panel. What have we learned? Apart from men are from Mars and women are from Venus, whatever the fucking way around it is. Apart from that, what have we learned on panel tonight?
What have we learned tonight on panel? That women choose the best men, so men need to be the best men they can be. How about that?
Oh my God, Easy! I said to God, if ever come to Canada,
for the win.
If I ever come to Canada, I'm going to find you, Easy, and I'm going to strangle you like Bart Simpson does.
Okay, you just tell me when. You go to the Toronto Pearson Airport. I'll meet you there.
Okay, I'm gonna be going. Actually, I'm gonna have to look up and strangle you from like this. So, but I'll all stand on a stool.
There you go.
There you go.
I'll bring a stool for you.
Dahlia, absolutely. But this we've established before on this panel many times is that we do seem to have a what's what I'm looking for? A
healthy
disconnect.
Healthy relationship.
No. What Dahlia said is that she's learned a lot of men are totally wrong about how women actually think. We do have a disconnect. We do. Absolutely. We've established this on this panel before. What men think we think and what we actually think.
The only reason I disagree with that now, right?
Yes,
the only reason I disagree with this, right?
Here we go.
Because men, right? Men have to know what women want to be desired by women. Like if you don't know what women like and what women want, you will not get women as a man. You don't get that luxury. Women do not have to understand a damn thing about men to get men.
So you're saying that you understand women?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He does.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to.
Okay. All right.
No, in the future, when I have my army of 40 children, right? You're gonna be like, "Oh, okay, he was right."
Listen, sometimes the way that you talk is the way my son talks because he always says to me, "Mum, I want an army of children." I don't know whether it's a new age man that I'm fighting. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe my way of
That
thinking
is the greatest achievement man can have, and people don't realize this, right? We don't have immortality. This is one thing every man wishes they could have, they'll never have, is immortality, right? The next best thing is your carrying on your seed. That's the next best thing to immortality. That's what we've been doing since the dawn of time, is chasing time. That's why we procreate, is to keep our DNA immortal. And I plan for my DNA to be like Genghis Khan on this planet. My DNA. In thousands of years, they will all speak on how they have speakeasy, a point percentage of speakeasy DNA. Okay?
That's interesting. Do you guys know how many of the actual male line ancient bloodlines still exist today?
A lot.
Isn't
No,
isn't
very few.
so a direct descendant of what was it? Constance? Who the fuck is he a direct descendant? Yeah, that's why he wears the
Whoa. Okay, I'm God's favorite. That doesn't mean I'm Lucifer now, okay? Like, come on now.
No, that's what he tells me. Not that I even know who
lied to you guys,
is.
okay? Lucifer was God's favorite. I am God's favorite, right? That's the difference.
Did God personally come down and tell you that, Easy?
Yes, actually. Straight up.
Crossroads.
Straight up. He came down and told me straight the fuck up.
Then I can't.
There's another guy here on YouTube. His name's Jonathan Kleck. He claims that the Archangel Michael came down and visited him in a back alley and told him to do like a Hail Mary or some weird crap.
We were just talking about that. What's that name?
He's capping. In the Bible, it says, "Thou shalt not honor any other god." Hail Mary is honoring someone else like a god, so that would be against the commandments. Actually, did you know that?
Yeah,
I'm not religious.
I
can't. Like I can't.
I
just
that
can't
reminded me.
Huh?
Rant was on with Jack Talcott yesterday, and ripped Jack. I pretty much fucked Jack up, and Brother Jumbi came by for a little while over there as well.
Oh, I bet. And knowing what Rant is like I don't know the other person, but knowing what Rant is like, then I bet.
That was a weird afternoon over there. Holy crap.
And I'm not disrespecting Rant. You know, I've said on this panel many times, I like Rant.
Oh yeah.
Even if he's a little bit out there. But you know, and that's why I said sometimes we can have opinions that are so different.
The conversations that are hard that we have to have is what I'm
not that are
hard.
You know my opinion on that idiot.
The uncomfortable, yes.
I'm gonna be nice. It's Mel. I'm here with
I
Mel.
do too, though, and it's not the hard conversations; it's the uncomfortable ones. And he has a great way of picking the little thing and being able to get it out of somebody in a way that they wouldn't get it out there themselves, you know. And that's what I love about these conversations on these panels with these gentlemen and these ladies. We're talking about real deep down fucking real things, not just superficial. You know, we make our analogies.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's real shit, you know, and it's for one reason. You know, it's better of humanity and to spread my seed. I know I've got at least.
You know what's going to be the best for humanity?
Illegitimate fatties out there.
We need to teach these young boys growing up into men to be more confident. We need to teach them charisma. We need to teach them ambition. We need to teach them empathy and sympathy. We need to teach them a good sense of humor. You know, we need to teach them how to not only give respect, but to be respected. I don't think people enough realize that that's trait in its own is to be respected. People need to learn how to cut shit right quick when you're not respected. We need to teach them how to be gentlemen. Yeah, these are good things that
yeah, respect is gone.
I think a lot of young boys need to focus on so they can grow into productive men.
Absolutely. And the respect has gone. Respect for the parents, respect for the teachers, respect for the establishment, the respect is going. In my day, if I didn't respect my mum and dad, like I just get one look from my dad and like you're in shit. That's all it took, is one look. Nowadays, they don't, it's changing. It's ever changing, and we need to reel it back. Because now I'll say something to my son and he might turn around and laugh at me and go, fuck off, mum, for a laugh. I was never allowed to say anything like that to him. I remember one time my mum went to hospital. I can't remember what was wrong with her. And I was so stressed out because I'd come back from school and she wasn't at home. And then I find out she's in hospital and I got really upset. And it was only out of like being upset. I went into hospital and I went something like, what happened? And I think I called her a cow, but it was just out of like stress of her being in hospital. Fuck me, did I regret that.
Yeah, so I do see that a lot with parents nowadays. They don't stop that from the kids talking like that. Me, I'm different, right? I think it was like, I think she stubbed her toe or something, my oldest daughter, and she went shit. And I said, hey, I don't want to hear that fucking. I didn't say fucking, but I was like, I don't want to hear that come out your mouth again. Like I was strict about it. I was like, I don't want to hear that come out your mouth again. And she didn't even understand what I said at first, probably because she already has said it and got away with it before that. And I was like, no, I don't want to hear shit come out of your mouth, okay? You don't talk like that while you're around me, okay? You want to talk like that with your friends? Cool. Not while I'm here. Like I that's something I think is important. Like, it's to teach them respect for their elders and like people that may be authority, right? Like, to teach people that, like, oh, fuck authority. Like, this is what is a big problem too. Like, we're growing up saying like, oh, all cops are corrupt. Like, okay, like, that's a dumb statement. So just teach everybody that they can't trust the people they're supposed to be protecting us. That's good. Like,
no, but today's youth, easy. I don't know about in the US or Canada, but today's youth, especially in the UK, is that the ever-growing lack of respect for the police. It's like, fuck the police.
Yep. You even hear like young kids calling them pigs and shit already. And it's like, yo, like, where do you don't even know where that comes from? Like, so I've done things like with my it was actually with my nieces when I heard them call police pigs. I said, where'd you hear that? And then they said, I don't know, someone said, blah, blah. And I said, yeah, you guys don't even know what that is. You don't sound cool, right? Like, calling them pigs doesn't sound cool. So you guys should just, and like, because they think of me as like the cool uncle, right? They're not gonna do that now, right? So like, I think it's better to like, correct these types of things in kids.
It is, and we don't do it enough. And thank you, Jake. That's really sweet of you. And we don't do it enough. And I am at fault of doing that too. Had I maybe, when it first started, just been a little bit more assertive in my manner of approaching the subject, my child, because my child, anti-establishment, you have no idea how stressful that is. So I mean, in a way, it's good that he's shaping into this very unique alpha male, but at the same time, as a mother, I do worry about the anti-establishment part. So the anti-establishment means anti-police, right?
No, some of the things I've heard you say about him, he just seems like somebody who's gonna work on the outside of the box, and that's a good thing. Like, I think the way you've said certain things that he said and whatnot, I don't think he's anti-establishment to the point where he's never going to trust them. I just think he's to the point where he realizes he has to play the game the right way, and he seems like he's going for a good path.
I hope so, Easy, because I was talking about the police just like yesterday with him in the car, and I was saying that the police are here they have a job, they have law and order to obtain. And law and order is important for a society to run smoothly. Unfortunately, those were not his views.
There's
They sure do write a lot of traffic tickets, don't they?
Too, yeah. But the police do have a job, and I speak about the English police because I don't really know what the American or the Canadian police like, so I can't comment on that. What I see the majority of the time is that the police maintain law and order in the UK. That's their
pay
job.
and train. They need
Mostly
to pay
here in the U.S. They just employ a mag dump.
No, they just need to. Honestly, I think a lot of problems would be fixed by paying and training police officers a lot more.
Right?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
They need to be paid more and they need to be trained more. That's it. Like that, I think you fix a huge amount of problems with this simple solution because, like the amount of shit that's fucked up, even when you hear of like corrupt police, it's always their always complaint is like I was risking my life for this shitty pay. Like that's always there, Like it seems like if we respected the people that kept shit in order in the right way, they would keep shit in order in the right way. But when we like treat them like worse than people we like, listen, here's a good hot take, and y'all gonna, especially Americans not gonna like it. I could live every single day of my life for the rest of my life and never see another football game on TV again. We cannot say the same about police, and we pay them football players way more than we do police, right?
Right.
And I get it, it's capitalism, but like I do think there's still more that needs to be done about police. Like this is something that we need. This is
I don't know, Manchester
it's what
City
keeps the law and order, right? Without police, nobody cares. We all just run around and start fucking each other up.
No, law and order is absolutely crucial for society. I respect the police. I know that a lot of people don't, but I do. My encounters with police have always been positive, never negative. So, look, I've had many encounters with the police, to be fair, but the ones that I have had have been a positive experience. So I don't know whether in England the policing is different. Well, it is different from the policing in the US. But my encounters with police have always, apart from when I got stopped with the phone in my hand, I wasn't even using it, but I got out of that. But he bought me a fine and stuff. But I was like, I wasn't even using it. And he was like, it doesn't care. It's still in your hand. I was like, yeah. But I got out of that. I was lucky. But generally, my encounters with police have always been positive. So maybe not so much in the US, I don't know, or Canada. I definitely don't know about Canada.
Yeah, I think there needs to be
normally in the US police encounters are not positive events.
I had a bunch of positives.
What about you, Easy? What's it like in Canada?
It depends where you are, really. Obviously, like the busiest city, you can run into some shitty cops, but there's shitty people in every single industry. I've worked in all the different jobs I've had. I've worked with shitty ass people, So like this just kind of comes with the territory, right?
Yeah, just comes with humanity.
Nah, fuck the police. Oh, okay.
I was really surprised that Resto said that.
Make sure, Resto, you say that if anything ever goes missing or someone breaks in your house or steals your car, make sure you say fuck the police. Don't call them, bro. You go figure that out yourself, bro. When family members get kidnapped, don't call police. It seems dumb to say fuck the police. I feel like you're just like really dumb and like. To me, it seems like it's like a wannabe saying, to be honest. Like, fuck the police. Like, what does that even mean? You want to fuck them in their ass? Or, like, what the fuck does police mean?
Easy.
It's a stupid saying to just say when people are talking about, like, the seriousness of, like, how important police are, and then you just say fuck the police, nothing else. It's just, what does that even mean?
Fuck them.
I like I said, I have my opinions on my police in the UK. I can't comment on the American because I know that the American police are a lot more aggressive in nature, but that's because you lot carry arms and we don't. What firearms should I say?
Well, I think it's more to it than just that. I mean, you can watch a lot of the YouTube videos about the American police conduct and stuff like that.
Well,
yeah, but like you gotta understand, they're constantly in a state of fear. They pull somebody over,
Right.
they don't know if this person has a gun in the car and they're about to get their face blown off, right? So like, there's a constant state of fear for them. You know what I mean? Like I think they deserve like a heavy danger pay.
No, it's true. I was going to say that, Wolf. In the US, because you're allowed to carry firearms, it is a lot more dangerous job. So I think personally that the police do have to have a more aggressive approach because of the dangers involved. There's less dangers involved in the UK because even though in the UK they carry knives, generally most police will wear vests which are knife proof. You know, so they'll do like you lot have the bullet vests. We have the knife ones that that protect them. So and plus also if anybody's known to carry a knife, the armed police come out anyway. I'm just saying that the dangers for the police force, and I'm not saying, look, I've seen a lot of corruption I've seen some pretty fucked up shit with the American police, right? But I really fucked up shit. But at the same time, I also appreciate that their danger risks are so much higher, in my opinion. And I would never say fuck the police. But then if I lived in the US, I might say fuck the police. No,
I see the police at least.
No, I think though when you're like having a conversation on the importance of the police and like your answer is fuck the police, I feel like you're being more emotional in that sense and instead of like thinking logically, right? Because logically, like if someone gets kidnapped from your house or your car gets stolen, like it's not fuck the police anymore. It's 911. Hi, can I help you? Yeah, that's everything goes out the window when it comes to like real life shit. That's why I think it's important to talk about police not getting paid, not getting trained enough, all of these things.
For sure.
I am conflicted about the police in the US because I see so much of both. There's so much like corruption as well as good. Do you see what I mean? Whereas there's corruption everywhere. Don't get me wrong. All police all across the world, there's corruption. But I think because maybe it's televised, how corrupt the American police can get. Maybe that's why I'm so conflicted because when they're doing shit like fucking stamping their knee on somebody's throat till they pass out and die, that's
but they are not doing that. Derek Chauvin, one man on a police force in one city, did that, right? The police aren't doing that. Derek Chauvin did that, right? There's also a lot of times that like the police will shoot somebody that happened to be unarmed, but that person did everything absolutely in their power to make everything difficult on that police officer, right? Like there's some situations where like they try to claim like, oh, he shot an unarmed man, but the unarmed man was throwing a knife at him or some shit. Like they always try to like the bad things, Mel, are always going to be louder.
I just watched a video a couple days ago of two American police women.
You don't know about the man that's taking children in my city.
That nobody ever called the police for any kind of assistance at this home. And these two female police officers knocked on the door and then went to the living room window, saw the homeowner in the home, and there was a screen off of the window, and they unloaded 4 fucking magazines into that lady. No crime was committed.
Right. Yeah. Sometimes bad
I
things
mean,
happen.
this is a common fucking thing that happens here in America.
It goes back
The
to the
police
gun
are
debate.
out of control, man.
It goes back to the
All
gun
right?
debate.
And
because-
we just got done talking about DV and how they are more than willing to haul a man away to jail, right? More readily than they will a woman who's beating on a man.
They, though, right? Like you can't
The
say
police,
they.
yes.
It's specific people, right? Like this is a horrible argument. This is like me saying like, oh, all white people do this, all black people do that. Like when you put them in a category, you're doing the same fucking thing as what you're claiming they are doing, right? Like
I do have to agree with
like,
Vesta.
oh, cops are racist, and like you're just doing the same thing that you're claiming they are, right?
What is it?
Well, they treat black people differently. They treat women differently, right?
Pardon?
It's a very dangerous thing to be a white male in America these days.
What?
I would have thought it's a lot more dangerous to be African American.
Dangerous to be a white male? What do you even mean? by
Yep.
that?
Yep. Becoming more and more of a minority.
What is the white
There ain't
people?
no protection for the white males in this
Evidence
country.
you have to this? I don't even understand what you're talking. A minority in the world, like a minority in the world, or just in America?
No, I'm talking about the United States of America.
Okay, well, they're definitely not a minority in America, right? Right?
No, I mean the stuff that I've seen on TV, the way that the police treat African Americans is pretty fucked up compared to
some
how they
police, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some police that do that. Yeah, it's not all police though.
No, it's not. It's not all police. You can't just generalize and sweep it.
Right.
No matter
It would be
what.
dangerous to generalize, right? It's
Mm.
kind of like when those assholes will say things like those goofy fucks, they'll get up and be like, well, it's all black people just fucking kill other black people. Like, that argument? Oh, it's all black people do is kill each other. These gangs, it's all black people. Like, this is stupid, right? That's a stupid argument. You're generalizing everybody into the same fucking thing, right? Like it's the same. It's just not with skin color. You're just doing it with something else.
But would you say though, Easy, that to an extent that the police force in the US in some states are really quite fucking racist?
Oh yeah.
Sure, yeah. Like there's gonna be people racist. There's racists everywhere, all over the world, right?
Not as much as I've seen in the US.
But how can you say as much as you've seen when you're talking just based off of what you've seen on TV, right? Like, do you walk around every day in the US, right? Like,
No, I don't walk around every day.
There are people with cameras that upload videos walking around in the U.S. all day long on YouTube.
I don't know what that means.
So it is possible. I mean, it's not TV. It's, real life shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going by on films. I'm going by, when things are documented on TV.
Resto, I have this same story that Resto's saying right here. So you get pulled over because you're black in a nice car. So I got pulled over in a nice car, and they detained me because they thought I stole it too. I actually held a gun to me and everything. I still don't think that all police are bad.
No, we're not saying that.
I think one police was
all police are
one
bad.
police was a rookie as fuck, and he was fucking power hungry, and he took advantage of the power he had. This doesn't speak for all fucking police officers, though.
No, but we're not generalizing. Easy. I just
You
said
are if you say all police are racist.
Yeah, I was just saying. But I asked you, would you say that in some states police can be rather racist?
I would just say in some states, Mel, people can be racist.
Right.
It's not police. Like, see, you're doing it again. You just did it again.
No, Easy.
That's a point because there are certain states in the U.S. of A where the police specifically are racist and do target black people.
But the people are the racists, not the police. The people
Well,
that
the
are
police are people.
right. Yes.
I don't know,
They,
guys.
as people, they cannot hide behind a badge, right? It's just because of the costume they're wearing, right? They're still people, and respect is still earned.
Mhm.
Izzy, what were you saying? What was I doing again?
Generalizing.
You were just like when you're saying, like, wouldn't you say in America in some states police are racist? No, I would just say that there's some states where people are racist that happen to become police officers.
Like my city and my
right?
county.
These are just my observations. These aren't facts. I'm just saying that my observations compared to the police in the UK, that was the conclusion that I've drawn from watching some, I'm not saying all, of the American police.
I didn't say police are racist. I just said fuck them.
And a lot of
Don't
what
bother
the
me. I'm not
information
gonna
that's
call you.
out there.
Oh, Resto. This is bullshit. I'm
not even watching.
Saying they're not going to call the police. That's just bullshit. You all know you're calling the police if your kid gets kidnapped or something. You know you're calling the police. Like, I don't know why people play this like I'm hard. I'm fucking Liam Neeson from Taken, yo. I'm gonna go get this shit myself done. Like, it's so fucking theatrical.
And if a woman or a man needs to be able to call them during a DV incident, they need to be able to and know that they're good people that just want to help. But fuck the police.
Like, this is like, like, are we gonna say, like, would you say fuck the military if you heard that like a lot of crazy shit goes on when the military is overseas? Like, would you say fuck the military in that situation? No, nobody's saying that.
Just the military police.
Just the military police.
I agree. Just
But
that.
you heard, like, this is what I mean, right? Like, if you heard that overseas there was a few people, members of the military, doing some egregious shit, would you then say fuck the military? No, he wouldn't, right? Because it's just those people that did it.
Is somebody in my back chat? God, I'm so shit. Hi, Machine Lies. I didn't realize. I hope you've not been there too long. I'm just being very, very shit. 1 second. I will let you up because you're new, my love. Right.
TML's good. He's a good dude.
Oh, he's a good dude. Hi.
Smartest dude on the internet.
Oh, okay.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's good? Thank you for that, Uncle Fatty. Bless you, man.
Morning. How are you, brother?
Yeah, I'm doing okay. I was on another channel, and then they sent me over here, so I actually don't know what channel I'm on anymore.
Yeah, you were in my back chat here, but I'm on Mel's right now, so I sent you the link to get over here.
Mel, okay. What is your channel called, Mel?
It's called Mel and Pandora.
Mel and Pandora. Okay, let me go up there and see what's going on. Thank you, guys. Yeah, bless you.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, we had some weird shit going on in Stone. That's why me and Stone are being extremely careful right now because we've got some weird shit going on both channels.
Yeah,
so
me
no
too.
offense.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I got hit up a few times. Yesterday, I tried to play music. I do a stream where I just play YouTube music, and they wouldn't let me play like any songs.
Oh,
so it's fucking weird. Like, this never happened to me before, but yeah.
Yeah, there's some weird shit going on, which I don't really understand. So it just been a little, like, even tonight, that some dude came up on Stoned, and Stoned was like freaking out because it looked like he was going to whip his dick out at some point. So eventually he did get kicked off because that's what it looked like. Yeah, we're just kind of sick and tired of the whole this porn beat bombing. It's just stupid.
Yeah, I get weapons bombs. You guys know?
You get weapons from?
I get weapon
that
bombed. Yeah. I get people pointing guns and death threatening me.
Oh wow, that's bad. No,
That's more
yeah.
the way they go with me. They're done with the porn now. They're just gonna go ahead and just threaten my life at this point.
Green
Oh wow.
submarine. That's a good topic. I like that one. Saying like some of the police work could be done by professional EMT. So which police work would you say could be done by medical professionals instead of police officers? And
a
I'm
lot
going to
of it.
explain to you why that would never work. Go ahead.
Well, a lot of that shit is, you know, and that's why I came up here, because I heard you guys talking on the topic of the police and all that stuff. You know, I'm usually more into the topics and stuff, you know, but yeah, you know, I think there's a unsafe, you know, crossover between mental health system and the police. So it's almost like medical professionals are doing a lot of police work, you know, just behind the scenes, because once you get in the 5150 shit and you get up in the court system and all that stuff, and they can force you to take medications and do all types of shit, you know. So
No, but I'm asking because Green Submarine said that a lot of the police work could be done by medical professionals instead. So I would just like to know if there's any examples anyone has, and I'll explain to you why it wouldn't work.
Forensic shit, you know, it's like half medical, half police shit. You know what I'm saying, right? It's like,
yeah.
Wait, what?
Pretty much. You know?
Detective stuff, forensic stuff.
Yeah, you'd have to look
That's
at medical
science,
information. You had to look at medical science in order to come to that.
So instead of the detectives that are trained on how to use all the tools needed for the crime scene, and also what to look for in a crime scene, also on the mentality of people who commit murder, all of these things. So you're telling me instead of that guy going to the crime scene, we should send some EMT that drives a ambulance?
We need more.
No, not I. I don't give such proclamations, but I'm just saying that it is a situation that there is a certain sort of medical preponderance in terms of deciding, you know, crimes. You know, it's obvious.
Well, and like cops that show up to violent situations, and
right. They would have to look at the psychology of the people. You know, sometimes they got to work with doctors. They got to have doctors evaluate the information. Sometimes you got to send blood lab tests and all that
So
semen and all that shit. You know,
I'm just trying to figure out.
I'm not saying I'd send them instead. You know, but definitely you want somebody on the scene.
Well, yeah, but that just gets sent to labs where those people already are. You don't send them out to the crime scene, right? They already have them in a lab doing all that. So, like, I'm trying to ask you guys, right? Because, like, it was said that police work, like the police officers, right? Like shit that they do that we should let medical professionals take over. So I've had these topics, like I've had this talk with people before, and I was just wondering if like she had any examples here, so that like I could go off of and like I can explain to you why that doesn't work. Like I've had like so many different talks about this, so like I know it just doesn't work. You can't do that. Police are the ones that have to respond. So I just want to know if you can think of one, maybe.
It's like saying that the topic from Verbal Combat last week of should women cops be able to be the first responders to certain situations that are
no, sir.
Right?
Then I don't think they should be cops at all.
Then we wouldn't want a counselor to go into that situation.
Oh Lord, you don't think there should be cops at all?
Female cops.
Oh, female cops. Oh, okay. No, I thought, yeah.
But we don't want a counselor going into any situation like that could be potentially.
There's not one like thing that police responds to or none of that you can have someone else do the job. It just doesn't work. And if you can think of an example, I'll explain to you why it won't work.
Cop needs better counseling skills and more funding. Shit. Comes down to it, but
I'm not understanding where the topic's going. So we're not talking about like CSI forensic stuff. We're talking about something else.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. But yeah, they need more training for sure. You know what I mean? You know, my whole deal is like the cops need more training. I mean, it's a new world. I mean, it's a brave new world. I mean, they need more training on shit. There's drugs you can't even identify. There's like designer drugs and shit. There's motherfuckers with next type of illnesses, next type of mental perturbances that motherfuckers ain't even heard of yet, related to like their cell phones and shit, where motherfuckers think like motherfuckers are talking to them through the cell phone. Like, there's new psychologies, there's new shit. Like these motherfuckers got to go to school, like a doctor or a lawyer, pretty much, in order to do the job that they got to do. Like that's bona fide.
Most cops only have an associate degree, a 2-year education, vocational college.
Community college shit, and I'm saying that's for the safety of the police officers. I'm scared about the safety of the the people going out and doing this job. You know what I mean? I would never say fuck somebody who's doing a job, but like, on some shit, it's like, yo, they're not prepared to do the job. A lot of cops die on traffic stops. You know what I mean? That means that they're not teaching them how to approach somebody in a vehicle. You know what I mean? Because like, you're approaching anybody. It could be anybody who's on their last fucking hamburger and they're just sitting there in their car. You know what I mean? And it's just like, you know what I mean? You never fucking know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, a lot of that goes back to the gun debate too, on if there wasn't so many guns around, and if the police didn't have to assume that every person they come into contact with was potentially armed, it would give them a little more ease and not be so high.
Well, there's not going to be no way for stopping people from getting the guns. So it's just like
exactly. Yeah. So
I'm from Pakistan. There's no way to stop people from getting guns. Like there's just no way. You know what I mean? Like they'll if they want guns, they'll get guns. You know what I mean? Like it's over. You know what I mean? The Taliban's gonna get their guns. Everybody's gonna get their guns. You know?
But we only want guns because we want guns. And that's the whole thing with America. There's, we can convince ourselves we need them. We can justify why we need them, but the reason why there are so many of them is because we want them.
I mean, I never got to hash this out with you, but yeah, I'm definitely pro guns. But but I know Uncle Fatty's against guns and shit. But yeah,
no, I got SKS and dog.
No, I think Fatty has the same take as me now. I've adopted Fatty.
Yeah, I'm an easy simp for sure. Simping for easy.
No, man, I think there just needs to be a little bit more strict rules on who can have the guns, so less fucking crazy people and irresponsible people are having them. But I think you should be able to own a fucking bazooka, bro. I don't know, own whatever, bro. Like,
see, what do you want? This guy's got
properly. There has to be a proper way.
This guy's got a new 20-inch stainless steel 20 gauge with a. Oh god, yeah, this is 3 pages.
And the reason for having guns, a lot of people like the right to bear arms because, like, to fight off a tyrannical government, but that's just not true because you would never fight off a tyrannical government now. What?
Sorry, the machine, darling. Would you mind, if it's possible, just if you're going to smoke, which is like obviously it's fine, but whether you could calm down, please, for me.
Oh yeah, she's in the UK.
Yes.
So what, in the UK, something? What do they have, like a rule against smoking there?
Yeah, YouTube says that smoking is not really permitted but they frown upon it.
Oh, in the UK only?
I don't know if it's the UK only. I know it's definitely that they don't want like the promotion of drinking products or smoking. So I'd rather just kind of like that's why I calm down if I have a cigarette. But yeah.
Okay. Thanks for telling me that. I actually didn't know that was a thing. But yeah, bless.
Yeah, no, they especially with certain let's say substances, they're very funny on that.
Yeah. Well, let's just say that this is sage that I'm smoking. So,
what sage could be considered a substance? It's just a thing of mine. I say, have a cigarette, whatever it is that you want to smoke. That's cool. Just calm down and then come back up when you're done. So who we got? Haku is back. Hello, darling.
I just wanted to clarify to them that in the UK, it is illegal to advertise any form of tobacco products, alcohol products, or anything like that. So it's just like all advertisement, any form of advertisement. You couldn't wear it on a T-shirt at a football event. You couldn't do anything like that in the UK. Yeah, we're not allowed to advertise.
Oh, shit. I like it.
Wow.
So you can't advertise for alcohol. You can't advertise for tobacco. You can't advertise for a nicotine-based product. Other than if it's a nicotine-based product that's been passed by the health agency, like Nicorette gum, or something, like a help quit measure. But you can't. So that would be a form of promoting these things, and obviously Mel's UK based, so she's.
Oh yeah, I like that though. That's awesome. I think that's that's a good rule.
I was wondering when Manchester United was going to get Camel Joe smoking a cigarette for their logo.
Oh, I got all those old T-shirts, man.
When they go across to Saudi Arabia,
probably.
Zippos and stuff.
But yeah, I just wanted to. Mel's not like being crazy on YouTube. Like in our country, you can't do that. Yeah, like you get kicked off TV if you spark a cigarette up. Like.
I know, it's insane, isn't it?
But God, you're lucky I didn't say the word I would usually say for a cigarette then.
No, don't use that word. Don't use that word.
I don't know. I don't even know how. I don't even know how, the rules.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
Like, wherever I go, the rules change, but I always end up getting in trouble. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, I'm like, it's different rules everywhere, but I still get in trouble. It's fucked up. I'm like, this shit is crazy. Like, it must be something against me or some shit. I'm like, fuck.
Right in the outside of the box.
It's definitely not personal to you. It's just one of those things.
I'm just messing with
Nah, don't listen to him. Machine Lies, before you came over here, they said they were going to do this to you. They were like, we're going to get him. We're going to get him.
So may I ask, Machine Lies, do you live in the US or do you live in Pakistan?
I live in Detroit.
In Detroit.
Close to Dearborn, so I live right on the border of Detroit and Dearborn, really,
I was going to say, because your accent's very American, so you're obviously born there.
No, I was born in Pakistan. Yeah, I'm an immigrant. I moved here when I was 9. I'm just extremely well spoken, but it is what it is. I
just wanna answer Green Submarine quick, because that's who I was asking that question earlier. I get what you're trying to say. The only problem is there's people that could call, say there's a domestic violence thing, say. And when the police, the de-escalator shows up, the person that's unarmed and everything, and they get blown away first, this is the biggest problem you have to face. And like you risk that every time they go. So like why take that heavy of a risk when you can get them and then deal with the problem, right? Like, yes, I do agree. We do need maybe a little better de-escalation training for some police forces and whatnot. But other than that, I would never send in somebody without a gun and without the training of taking down a perp. Like, they need to have this ready at that should be the first thing they're ready to do. Because that's how you protect everybody in the situation, including the officer themselves.
Yep, and train them to mag dump. Just completely unload.
No, don't train them to do that.
Oh, well, that's what we...
Situations, like, say you're dealing with somebody that has serious mental health and is known to have serious mental health, they will send, like, an ET with police. And obviously the police would do the first approach, and then the ET would then take over the actual situation with that mental health person once it's been deemed safe. But like ET can't turn up to any sort of crime phone call, like a police call, without police. If they did that and they got shot, the police would be liable. Like it's just, yeah.
What does ET stand for?
Like it just can't work, unfortunately.
This is a hot question on panel, like I've just highlighted.
Should all states be the same in the USA? No, I actually like the state by state thing. I actually think in the UK it'd be. It's I actually don't know. It's like basically like some sort of doctor type person. I don't know the actual term of
freedom,
what it actually stands for, but they're like a medical trained person instead of instead of like a police trained person. It's somebody that's trained to deal with people with health issues instead of someone to deal with a criminal.
Well, it was actually it's interesting because it's actually Thomas Jefferson who came up with the idea of a strong republicanism in America, and he actually championed the local governments. He said the local governments were like primary institutions in the U.S. and actually, thinkers in the 18th century like Alexis de Tocqueville, they also noted that this was one of the primary features of U.S. politics was the ability for local and civil governance by the local townsfolk. And they thought the town system was, the system of the towns was one of the strongest projects in American politics. Whereas it works against the federal union. America was not made to be just a strong federal union, but also a republic of the states. So just like in the Roman Empire, it was a project of combining the Greek idea of polis with the idea of a Roman republic. Yeah, sorry.
I don't know whether Mel would agree, but I think that would actually be nicer in the UK if our local councils and governing bodies locally had more of a say at what we could do. Because around here, you literally have, like, your local council can maybe decide where they're going to put the money to build a park, right? But they ain't going to be able to be useless.
You kind of broke up there. I didn't get what you exactly said there, but yeah, I don't know if that was just for me, but
no, he did. He broke up a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. Could you repeat the last few sentences again? Sorry, brother.
Let me just check my internet once.
I agree
with. Is that better?
I understood. Yeah, no, you cut out like a robot.
Oh, but now I'm fully disconnected. That's what I love to see. Everyone's face is frozen.
Oh, okay.
Green states are open carry freedom states, where you don't have to have green states. You don't have to have any permitting whatsoever. There's no permitting on the weapon. There's no permitting for the person. There's
for green states, right?
Yep. Sorry, guys, I disconnected. My bad.
That's where I'm in. I'm in the green area there.
No, basically, literally.
Yeah, you're roboting hard.
One sec.
I understand what he's saying, most of it. In England, our local councils don't have any powers to make their own decisions for their state or for their county, let's say. It's all government, it's based from central government. Would it be more idealistic to have each one, like we do in the States, that chooses for its own area? Absolutely, because all areas change, their needs change, their services change. So it would be nice if local councils would have a bit more power. Yes.
And
for example, like I think like the way you would police in a smaller county would be different from the way that you could police a highly populated, dense society, right? So the same police.
Yeah, that's
laws,
exactly what I was going to go on to say. Is that it's a size difference. The size difference is critical. United States, you have a huge landmass, and Britain, you got such a small state.
Mm-hmm.
But like, for example, if you live like where I live, where we are not densely populated, right? Like I'm in the countryside, right? So like, I live in a county that is like not very dense, whereas like Mel lives in London, so there's way more densely populated areas there. The policing would have to be different measures for in somewhere like London to here, right? Like, but we can't change anything. The same police measures are here that are there. The same everything that is here is there. So like, we have no power in a council to do anything. So.
Right.
They could choose where you build a park, that's about it. Like, we're going to put a swing set over here, and that's about as much power they have.
Yeah, like they had this work called the Federalist Papers, and then they had another work called the Anti-Federalist Papers. And one of the greatest critiques of the Federalist Papers and the Anti-Federalist Papers was that you can't have a state that's so large over such a large mass. It's going to give the the federal union too much power over such a large area. So they created all of these, checks and balances along the way, like the local government and the state government, as filtering devices. Otherwise they would have what they called in the Federalist Papers, the tyranny of the majority. You know what I mean? It's a term that they use. They actually saw that democracy is bad because it causes factions. And if you have too many parties, then you can't actually have, good civil government. So you need these filtering devices, these checks and balances. Like one of the things that Madison says in the Federalist Papers, he says, if every Athenian was a Socrates, then all of Athens would be a mob. It's one of my favorite quotes. You know what I mean? It's a crazy quote. If you think.
Machine, do you then think that it would be like detrimental if the UK government did like split up the counties like America did states and allowed them to pass their own like governing laws on their counties?
Well,
I'm not.
We do.
Yeah, I'm not so familiar with the European states, but I know like in like Switzerland and Germany, they got like 36 political parties, and they rule by consensus. They don't have a majoritarian democracy system. So, over the so if you win a percentage of the seats, then you get a percentage of the I mean, if you win a percentage of the vote, you get a percentage of the seats, in parliament.
So we have a similar thing to where we have seats in parliament.
Yeah.
But like we have had things where we do have like a 3-party system that we have you have the conservatives, and you have the Labour movement, and then you have the Lib Dems, so the Liberal Democrats. And we did have an election where 2 of these parties banded together to make a coalition to add their seats together, and then won power. But then, so say everybody who voted for like the Lib Dems, because they were the minor holder of seats, basically the Lib Dems got nothing passed the entire time. So like all their votes went for like the Labour movement or whatever it was at the time. I think it was the Labour movement they partied with. And basically everybody who voted Lib Dem may as well have just voted Labour. Because that's how it turned out in government.
Because there's too many factions, because there's not just a 2-party system.
Yeah, because they didn't have like they had a split vote.
Sure.
And the difference was the coalition between the Lib Dems and the Labour, but then obviously with the Lib Dems having like no power basically. But I'm not sure whether it was Lib Dems and Labour. It was many years ago. This is Hello, Simon. You're looking very smart today, Simon, there.
He is. He's looking very smart today. It looks like you're at work, Simon.
I'm at work, yeah. That's why I can't just hop on straight away. But yeah, thanks for having me. Nice to see you again. Nice to see everybody.
Buddy.
How you doing, Machine? You good?
What's up? Yeah, I'm doing okay. Yeah, bless you, brother.
Can I throw a quick question at you, Simon?
Sure.
So what would you say? Do you know, like in the States, they can like each state can have like some sort of governing power over their state to pass and change laws in their state. Do you think that could work in the UK on like a county council kind of basis? Because obviously we don't have states, but we do have counties, Lancashire County, blah, 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 and so forth.
No, they've got a different type of setup in terms of how they govern. So, and they like it like that. They got a book. We don't have a book. Our laws are kind of fluid, so we can change it as and when. It's just codified and versus, constitution. But I don't think we want it. I mean, that's why we done the whole Brexit thing. Like we could have gone along with the EU. They got the same sort of setup, because it's that state sort of setup. So, but we didn't want that. Does that answer your question? Can you hear me?
What do you think about
I'm muting myself. I do get you.
Yeah.
I do get you.
Campus carry, where the kids can carry on campus, and there's an extensive amount of armed guards on campus as well.
Yep, I'm in the blue. Back
Why
to
would you want to be
blue
able
until
to?
it happens to you.
I'll leave the gun thing. Let's not do that.
Yeah, you know where that goes, right?
Oh yeah, mate.
It goes with me and Haku slaughtering the panel. So let's not do that.
No, easy. I gave you a run for your money today, so please don't say you like. I did give you a money.
No, I'm talking about the gun argument.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you meant in general over the last 8 hours.
Me and Easy are undefeatable in gun debate. Come on. The only way to defeat us is kicking us. That is it. That is your only hope. Get rid of us quickly, you know.
I'm conflicted with that debate.
All right,
I don't.
listen, though, I've been streaming absolutely fucking long now. This is
Easy. How many? What is the hour that you're on of being awake? Like fucking 30 or something?
awake. Let's not talk about hour awake, but hour streaming. We're about to hit. It's gonna be 12 hours soon. Okay, so I need to get off this fucking thing.
Yeah, that's been about the same for me. Easy, roughly about 12 hours so far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Stone.
I did a stream about Vouch first.
Oh, okay.
That was a long stream. So then after that.
Yeah, that guy's a mess, mate.
Oh fuck. Yeah, don't even get me started with that fucking creeper.
Well, Stone we did his live, then he went to sleep. Now he's woken up. I'm still on, and he's in chat.
Team No Sleep, Team Vampires. Let's go. All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to go and shut my live down, but I'll send my people over here.
Good night, Easy. I don't think I'll be going for too much longer. It's been nearly 8 hours, plus Stone, whatever the hell he went on for. 4 hours.
No
4 hours. But thank you, Easy, for coming up and having that very colourful debate with me.
Oh, no problem. Anytime. Thank you
And
for having me.
no, thank you. And you do realize that was a friendly chat, right?
Of course, yeah.
Okay.
I'm not mad at nothing.
You're not mad at me, no?
No.
No.
Just a little disappointed, though.
I'm not even mad at Celia and Rhiannon too. They're both. I'll keep them in my heart. Dream about them while I'm sleeping tonight.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm saying because I don't really know them, but I'm not even mad at them. But I like you, so I'm not mad at you. Come on now.
No, good, because sometimes I will give you a run for your money. And, and sometimes you do need a woman to give you a run for your money because you're good at what you do. So sometimes I'm going to have to slap you down easy.
little bit jaded, and there's nothing wrong with that.
I did not say jaded!
I did.
I did not say that word.
You are a stirrer of shit, you fatty. Yeah, mate.
All right, love you guys.
Thanks, Easy.
Peace,
guys.
Great conversation.
It was great conversation tonight. Honestly, I knew that tonight's topic would be a really hot topic, and in fact, I'm really proud of. I know we've covered everything from the topic to everything else in between and well off, but I'm just really proud. Even though the panel got heated at times in chat, we still kept it like an intelligent, most of the time respectful conversation, But
Dave didn't show up, so everything's good.
I love these hot topics. I love them. Obviously, I understand. I did not say jaded, Stone. They were putting words in my mouth. Here, this man right down there, Uncle Fatty was putting words in my mouth. In fact, they were, as usual, the men were telling me what I was thinking.
No, I was offering a different interpretation.
No, as usual, men come up on this panel and tell the women what they're thinking. Now, the words were coming out of my mouth. So it was very clear what I was saying. But the men were saying I was saying something.
It's fine. We like Fatty's translation. We stand by the translation.
the translations, which I never at any point said jaded.
No.
But
that's a very typical thing that when guys get to going off and we get to not embellishing, we get to telling a story that the woman's first instinct is to say, well, what's, I want, who hurt you? Who broke your heart? You're just jaded. You're looking through a filter,
And
that
for the
does
first
tend to
time
happen.
ever, I
It
saw
definitely
Haku getting heated too.
This is me on my best behavior.
Don't forget
There
your
was
blood
a
pressure,
lot.
man.
There was a lot of heat coming from the panel and the chat at one point. But
Yes.
this is why this is why it's good to have these chats, guys, because there's always going to be a difference of opinion especially between men and women. And that's why I have these chats to kind of like open your mind and go, well, hang on a minute. Actually, yeah, I can understand it from his point of view, or I can understand it from her point of view. And I think we've seen a lot of that tonight, both panel and chat.
Yeah.
It's about
been a
offering
very good chat.
perspective. Not trying to change minds, just trying to offer information. And,
No, I'm trying to change minds.
Anybody that's even thinking about getting in a relationship, let alone having kids, check out that Parenting with Dignity stuff.
Hey, can I ask, do you get commission for that?
No, but it absolutely changed my life. I've recommended that to so many people, and I mean, I started a divorce group that is still operating as a men's group, whatever. And
that's good.
I swear by that fucking that everything in there is just, it's cognitive awareness, right? It's acknowledging, understanding, accepting, and changing. Just like we think about in recovery, just like we think about in life in general, through the cognitive, self-awareness, cognitive acting, realizing how our emotions aren't wrong, that we just have to deal with them as they come and know what our body is doing so we can preemptively act and not be in a state of reaction all the time. I was horrible. I swear, I tell you guys, 2 fucking years, I was an absolute fucking idiot. My chemistry, my brain chemistry, everything within me when I was going through my divorce completely fucking controlled me. And it became a cycle. It became muscle memory in my head. It became this complete dynamic that once I figured out kind of more what was going on from the cognitive side of thinking of, the serenity prayer. To accept the things that we cannot change, right? To accept the things we cannot change is a huge step in life. Having the courage to change the things that we can is an even bigger step, but having the wisdom to know the difference is so fucking crucial. And it should almost be put before the first, but that whole system is a cycle of recognizing, understanding, accepting, and changing. And that Parenting with Dignity class brings all that into the kids' realm of setting boundaries so we know where the consequences are. So when we're acting in life and giving the kids, they want to go out to a party. Okay, what are the 3 consequences that could happen? Not bad, some good, some bad, whatever. But recognize the consequences before you run into the boundaries gives the kids the empowerment to, at least be able to make their own choice and not feel like they're being helicoptered upon by their parents and shoved in certain directions that they don't want to go. 99% of the time, the kids will choose the right path. They will choose the right choice. And adults will too, if we just can recognize how our fucking brain works. Denial, fight, or flight. Denial, fight, or flight. Denial, fight, or flight. Or, okay, I'm fucking feeling weird. Take some breaths and then act and then strike with intention and not just from random spots. Yeah. Or just say, fuck it. Life's love. Fuck the police. Smoke some more weed.
Say fuck it. do heroin.
Peaches and
Just
cream,
enjoy it.
everything's peaches and
Hardest part
cream.
is just to enjoy it and not like. There comes a point in time when we have to, whether it's in recovery, whether it's getting, out of hard relationships, whether it's dealing with intense situations, when we have to just let it all go and not concentrate on any of that shit and just enjoy the moment. That's what's the hardest thing in fucking life for me. It always has been. I look so forward to the future that, like, do we ever really appreciate the 5 minutes that we're living in? And I try to adapt that the past few years working at the ski hills. Sunday night, I'm pretty sure I broke my record Sunday night. Well over 1,200, 1,500 high fives in one day. I've been jacked.
Fatty, I'm sorry, I still don't understand the high five concept.
Fatty is
being British.
It's intense. It's an intense amount of energy that I'm filled with at the end of the day. After giving 300 high fives on a slow day, 500 high fives probably average. But when we have a fireworks show and everybody's pumped up and everybody's high fiving each other, the amount of energy that just comes out of that, like the high vibe love tribe, right? Projecting that positive, walking up to somebody like, yeah, what's up? And next thing you know, you're hugging the dude. You'd never met him before. At the beginning of the day, you might get a little short high five. By the end of the day, everybody's high fiving each other. And the energy is just palpable. Or you can walk around going, fuck, it's cold. It's fucking windy. Yeah, fuck, we should go home. Like, no, man. It's not what life's about. Life's about projecting the positivity and not getting caught up in the negative. And we know how it is on these YouTube streets. Shit gets a little tense once in a while.
I like your outlook, Fatty.
I'm kind of a nihilist, kind of an absolutionist. Pretty much I'm a fuckitist. Fuck it, man. It's just fucking life. I damn near killed myself last week jumping off a cliff with not enough snow, but I'm here again, not pushing daisies yet. Not going to bitch about it being sunny out.
Wow. Last week?
Sorry,
yeah,
did I miss something?
Friday.
Did you say you tried to jump off a cliff?
Yeah,
he was talking about snowboarding.
Oh, okay. I was like,
Yeah,
I'm so confused right now.
on my snowboard, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he isn't literally just saying he's like to throw himself off a mountain. Like he's just doing a bad job at explaining. It's fine.
In general, I did though. Yeah, it's his 30, 40 footer, and it'd been snowing a little bit the night before, so it looked like it was deeper than it was, and I knew it wasn't deep, but whatever. The cameras were on, so sometimes you just have
You're
to
lucky
go.
you didn't break your leg.
No, I fucking dented my helmet, and I'm definitely whiplashed. Definitely got a little concussion.
Was it one of those?
You know
I love helmet moments.
the ragdoll move when you're cartwheeling,
Tomahawk.
like backward, scorpion style.
Tomahawking. We call it tomahawking down the hill. Yeah.
Tomahawking. Yep. Yard sale.
Yeah.
Everything goes everywhere.
I almost feel like bursting out in
Hello,
song.
Lauren.
I can believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky.
So I'm taking the week off. I got shit done and paperwork shit done for the business and whatever coming up for the rest of the year. So taking the week off. I usually try to ride 200 days in a row, but after doing that.
Peace. I am going to go and smoke a biff. So enjoy your evenings, guys.
Okay. Thank you for coming up, darling.
Oh, more than a pleasure, Mel. Always good to see you.
My love.
Thank you for having me. And thank you, everybody else, for being here. See you later, Simon. See you later, Arctic Wolf. See you later, Machine. And see you later, Fatty.
Oh, thank you. It's really sweet of you.
No worries. All the love. Bye.
Right. I want to say thank you to Autumn Rennie as well. That was a really sweet thing to say, especially after the conversation that we've had and it got heated on several occasions. But, I try and keep it respectful, even though I could have strangled Easy through the screen.
Well, and Haku's got one of those voices that Americans just don't understand. Isn't like an aggressive voice. It's just it's aggressive, but.
Hi, Skittles. Hi, sweetie. No, I mean, we had a great conversation, and what we did achieve. Yeah, is that we teach our children, both male and female, to keep their hands off each other. It's really simple as that. You know, this generation is a little bit harder to fix. Maybe. I don't know.
They're just not aware. I don't think they're as aware, and percentage wise per capita, at least the violent stuff has gone down. But when we're still in, what was that one stat? 1 in 4 women and 1 in 7 men.
I know. I was so surprised at the statistics. Yeah.
TV. It's kind of an ingrained societal fucking thing that we just have to be hyper aware of and set, good examples and be better examples for the kids and teach them how to deal with their feelings and how to breathe and not go off on each other. But
right.
Instead, man, with my situation, man, my ex was the absolute epitome, straight up definition textbook of poor white trash. Mom's got 4 kids with four dads, and neither of them, none of them, knew how to love or do anything but bounce around from house to house to house, and maybe be able to eat if the food stamps came in, and got mom putting that wedge in between everybody else and keeping the dads away, and that whole dynamic. And by the time I got together with my ex, that middle of high school, next thing you know, she's pregnant. Next thing you know, we're married. Next thing you know, I'm 21 years old. I got 3 kids, living in a single wide trailer with my wife, my 2 daughters, while my wife's pregnant with my son, her grandma, her mom, and her 3 sisters. Grandma dies. I end up adopting the 3 sisters, buying the house that I'm in now, and raising my kids after my divorce, 16 years full custody. And I studied a lot into this shit for a couple of years and then just let it become an ingrained kind of thing. Now that my buddies are all having kids and I get to be Uncle Fatty and not just Fat Daddy, because my kids, they all call me Fat Ass. It's kind of nice getting back into this whole, all this stuff is extremely intriguing.
Sorry, Mrs. Joe wants to link. Of course you can come up. No, I mean, obviously, tonight's panel, I love the fact that the men have come up and spoken about this, because it would have been better that the men came up and spoke about this rather than the women coming up.
Yeah. And every guy's got a story. I mean, it's pretty much, whether it's reported or not, and the stats, kind of show it, but it goes both ways. We just got to teach people to watch their fucking shoulders. Don't fucking touch each other. I mean, there's days where I wanted nothing more than to just, knock her the fuck out. And she beat the fuck out of me a few times, scratched the fuck out of my face numerous times.
Wow.
Like never, ever, ever, ever fucking once. A couple of times, yeah, I had to fucking arm bar over the fucking shoulder, slam her hard enough to get her on her fucking back and fucking walk away. And like we said, there comes a time for some of that shit, but there's no time for stalking. There's no time for, just anger-filled bullshit. And there's definitely no time to put up with fucking people that perpetuate stories.
I've been through some stuff, but I couldn't. I'm sorry, man. I couldn't. I get what you're saying.
You couldn't what, Simon?
I couldn't hit a woman, man.
No,
I couldn't. I couldn't. I saw, because I saw my mom. You get what I'm saying? My mom she was married twice, and I grew up sort of around that sort of stuff. So I just sort of vowed not to. Do you get what I mean? Like, well, not that I wasn't antagonized or I got hit on a few times. I've had a couple of women like go into the drawer, pull out a knife and all that sort of stuff, slam doors in my face.
Oh yeah,
do all types of stuff. But it's just I'd have to play pussy and run, man. I'd get the hell out of here. I'm like, because
there's no pussy in the world worth going to jail for. So
wow, do you get what I mean? It's just, couldn't, man, because
But that was the conclusion we came up to, Simon, that it was best in a situation like that to get out of the wherever you are and walk away from the situation, no matter how hard it is, to walk away before it escalates to something completely different.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't get the top end of the show, but I get it. You know what I mean? That's why I sort of wanted to hop on, but because yeah, I had a DV case against me, but I didn't do nothing. You know what I mean? In terms of the way it's set up, in terms of because she just wanted to leave, but and then like she got in a situation where the support system that was around and still is around is set up to actually sort of navigate women through that process, and it was that she actually got advised in this capacity to just make up a story because that was the best way she could get legal aid, or else she wouldn't be represented. And I had to. I was kerfuffled. I was like, wow, I've never sort of in all the years, you know what I mean? Like never not laid a finger on you, nothing. Do you know what I mean? But yet you're here, around these people turning around and saying I did this, I did that, and I was like, wow, and it's harsh, man. It's real harsh, and it's just real difficult not to lose your composure in them situations, like where because you're just so upset, like
Right. But do some women weaponize the system which supports females more than the male? Absolutely,
Right.
women will weaponize it.
Yeah, that's what
Can
I
I
was.
just say?
Yeah,
Can
go
I
ahead.
just say there? You're right, Mel. But 20 years ago, it wasn't.
No.
And what's happened is it's flipped the other way. Yeah, and now we're in a situation where, as you say, women are looked at first, and the man is removed. Just because that's normally the case, it could be the case, and I think the flipping on the other on its head, like it has done, is quite. It needs to be a balance. There is no balance there. There's no education, and there's no balance. There's no boundaries, and these things. I think as well, when you start a relationship, you need to have a really honest boundary chat. If someone likes a red room, you need to bloody tell them. If someone likes to go clubbing and watch a stripper, you need to tell them. And you need to do that straight away, really, in that beginning stages of that relationship. So that person knows where they stand and where they are at the beginning. Otherwise, those things crop up and it all goes tits up.
Yeah.
The machine, what were you saying, darling?
Oh no, I was just gonna say along the lines of what you were saying, Mel, about the women weaponizing the system, but I think it also has to, not only is the system gonna be skewed towards the women, because obviously there's a greater threat from the men in terms of violence, so just because of their their physical nature, but the thing is that there's a greater and I don't know if it's where you guys are at. But obviously, women abuse the child support system and all of that type of stuff here in America. But but also, women are more prone to mental illness. So they're more prone. So today, with the rise of mental illness, you have a lot of women that were involved in past relationships where they had to deal with sexual violence, and as a result, they have trauma, and they sometimes lash out in situations that are just so the men have to take care of the women too, because the women are now prone to all these mental illnesses, and it seemed like the spread of mental illness is disproportionately affecting women and not men,
Big time.
just because they have more, in my opinion, I think although women are emotionally more stable, they have more fragile minds, whereas a man can take a lot of, mental stress, but they're emotionally very erratic. They'll get triggered very easily, and they'll get aggressive.
Yeah. There are numbers on that. I'm trying to pull this thing up.
Fatty has been showing us stats all night, the entire nap. Thank you, Fatty. You have gone bang, bang, bang with the stats. And like I said, the stats
I love these. These are stats that I really dig because it really shows the human dynamic. And from the love perspective, and being a minister and marrying people, and being familiar with, the 6-month process, the minimum 3-month process that the Catholic Church puts couples through preemptively, premarital counseling, making sure that these things need to be on the table before you even think about tying that knot, right? That there's concepts above and beyond, let's get married and have kids and just live happily ever after. How did we make that happen? It's like I said, man, fucking Nintendo and Disney taught us how to fight for the princess endlessly and endlessly, and use multiple lives and keep on fighting, and then get the princess and then start a new game. And not how to be a prince, and not how to be a fucking king. We have maybe shown, on a chick flick that a guy can shed a tear or something, maybe only ever during his life. And to be hard, and all the bullshit that we're programmed with, we're not responsible for, but we are responsible to recognize it, accept it, and change it.
It still goes back to education. It still goes back to teen education. It goes back to school. It goes back to that, and it's not being done. It's not being talked about. We have cyberbullying, and we have the cyber situation, which they're trying to educate kids on. But there's nothing about this because it's a taboo subject.
Yeah,
it's a taboo subject, and you're especially for you guys, especially for you guys.
And just the DV, just the violence about it, is that the school can't take that up. That's got to be a parental issue, and sex ed and dealing with your feelings and dealing with domestic violence that's inherited through who knows how many generations of family, and it's just a sweep under the rug thing, or an acknowledge but don't do anything type of thing, or whatever the family dynamic is. There's something there, and the more we can keep families together, the more we can keep a strong 2-parent family structure, and like Easy was saying, pretty conservative values as far as it comes to relationships, and not expecting to. We all want to freak in the sheets, right?
Right.
But
Like
we
realistically,
all want to birth too, right?
yeah, like realistically, it's not possible unless you
Right.
take the cell phones out of the hands of the kids. Because the thing is that there's 12-year-olds that are into like bondage and shit, and that's a problem. They're exploring degrees of sexual violence that they're not prepared for through experiences that they have with the opposite sex. And the reason is because they're tempted to explore these things because they have access to them. So the thing is that the parents are giving them access to all of these, devices and things, and they tell you that you can explore any type of kink you want or whatever. You could be in any type of relationship you want. You can be in multiple relationships. You can even they're promoting like a pseudo like bestiality with the furry thing. It's all like crossing line. It's all about crossing lines. So the thing is that if you want a traditional, or if you want people to be able to have a chance to have a traditional relationship, these kids, I mean look at what they're seeing on the just on the Disney Channel. You got 11-year-olds and 12-year-olds telling each other, even in these Disney movies, that I'm in love with you. They don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. It's kind of like, they've been being trained and ingrained in this for a long time. Whereas, if obviously, people who didn't come from good families, it's going to take them a while, maybe till they're 25 or something, to be like sexually mature enough to even start to try to be in a relationship with somebody. So it's just like, it's like we're having unreal expectations. We're putting unreal expectations on these kids, and then we're giving them access to information that's trying to subvert them, culturally and spiritually, really.
Yeah.
The thing with that, though, the horse has already bolted, hasn't it? You know?
Huh?
And the buggy's already going down the road.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why it's like the steps have to be radical at this point. Like I'm talking about, like you got to just take the media and stuff away from the kids, you know, for a long time, like until they they can learn some critical thinking skills about what's going on in the world. So when they watch something like that, they can figure it out for themselves, more or less. You know what I mean? So,
which is exactly what that parenting community program is all about, is the empowerment of knowledge. You know, not holding information from the kids, but presenting it in a way where it's information that sets a boundary.
yeah, and that's the thing. The rise in CP and all these sex cults and all this type of thing, it's gone through the roof with cell phones and stuff. You know, this is just it. You know, kids are having conversations that their parents don't know about. You know, and they're meeting up with people. You know, they recently had an AI. In the recent Senate hearing they had on AI, one of them talked about a case where somebody was pretending to be a kid. I'm a 13-year-old kid. I'm trying to meet up with a 30-year-old, and the AI instructed them on how to do it.
Yep.
You know, so you can ask an AI on how to trick your parents on how to meet up with older people. You know, it's just like this AI thing has no moral compass. You know, it's helping kids do all sorts of things. You know, any kid could really make an Uber account. You know, get picked up and dropped off. I mean, it's just, it's ridiculous. You know what I mean? The type of access these kids have with the technology. You know, so I think that's one of the main problems. You look at CP and the rise in CP, it's got a one-to-one link with the technology, you know,
for sure,
and the destruction of traditions and communities, nonetheless, you know.
Yeah, stalking incidents in the 40s and 50s were at like 6 to 7% of all domestic violence related stuff. Now we're at like 60% of. Let's see. So of all reported domestic violence, 60% of females say that they've been a victim of a stalker. 45% of men say they've been a victim of a stalker. My ex stalked me. She stalked me for a fucking year before we even really.
I'm still being stalked.
Got pregnant, but exactly, yeah. So there's no red flags there, right? No, literally, she would follow me around, show up in the weirdest fucking places, and show up at parties and shit, like way out in the backwoods. Like she had to follow somebody way out there. Like I don't know, but
nothing could be done about it. That's the thing. It's like unless they actually, I don't know. I got videotape and everything, and every time, I'm on alert all the time. Do you get what I mean? So, and it's a shame. It's a shame, really, because I don't really want to be, and I don't really want to. I don't know. I don't. It's just an odd thing. I would never be able to do something like that. I just don't have the capacity. But it's like every time I know the pattern. Like there's literally a pattern. When you're on alert and stuff, and it's just not a good thing.
Yeah, it's not a fun way to feel,
especially for the children. I mean, Christ, like having to explain this stuff to my child how she's behaving, and that's her mother. It's like Jesus.
Yeah, my middle daughter's birthday is right after New Year's, and the ex-wife has spent every other year in jail on Christmas and missed her daughter's birthday every other year.
Right.
For the past 10 years.
That's the upsetting part. Like you can't even show up for a birthday, do you know what I mean? Or and all the rest of it. But you can think about ways of how to stalk. I don't think she even thinks like it's stalking, do you know what I mean? It's like she just thinks she thinks it's normal because she could get away with it. To a point, like even when the police get like she'll call the police like randomly and they've got her on file already, do you know what I mean? So
they don't
they know the pattern. They're the ones that told me it's more normal than you think. Like, and that was the first time I experienced it.
Yeah.
It
is. And a lot of guys just won't report too. And a lot of guys will definitely not seek any medical help when it happens.
I didn't for years. for years. I didn't, but it was like a forced thing. I really
Yeah.
didn't want to go, because it's a confusion. Is it stalking? Does she still think we're in a relationship? Like,
Right.
and you don't really want to cause harm. You don't want, I don't want to, in years time, sort of have my child sort of go, oh, this is the life you're gonna have to live as a grown adult. Like, what, she gonna
Yep.
stalk my child? You know what I mean? It's a circle and a spiral type situation.
And both sides have a tendency to get that. Well, I don't say it that way, but when we don't know what's going on, and we have that tendency to want to know and feel like we're getting lied to, especially when there's kids involved. I mean, that's the shit that drove me nuts. I mean, getting the freaking cops called on me at least a dozen times for picking up the kids late from the daycare center, where the wife was so wasted they wouldn't let the kids eat. They wouldn't let the kids either go with her, or they would just call me and say, "Look, she's down here wasted. We're not going to give the kids to her." She'd call the cops on kidnapping for me in those situations, and then typically go home and scratch herself and tell them that I beat her, and all this, major false accusations every time with, oh, he's probably carrying a gun and he's definitely got drugs on him type of shit. And, any wedge issues she could try to force into the situation, all the vindictive shit. Man, my kids have seen more before they were 18, before that most people will ever see in their own lives. Like, in and out of jail, multiple husbands, multiple boyfriends. And I never, fuck, she still owes me over 14 grand in child support.
It's the boyfriend thing that, she'd literally go off with somebody else, and then they'll sort of attack her, and then she'll come around and go, oh, then call the feds and be like, yo, this he did it, like, and it's like, what? You know what I mean? I'm here trying to be like, the father, like, and it's like, damn, it's like, wow. But I'm new to this, man. I'm like, I'm listening to you, and I'm thinking, Jesus, am I gonna have to live with this for the rest of my life? I don't know. I hope not, but chances are, I don't know. You never know. I hope she gets better anyway.
It took a long time. It's probably 5 years ago, 4 summers ago, my oldest got married, and then 2 summers ago, my middle daughter got married, and then here next summer, my boys get married. So that really, I think, more, at least for our relationship together, I mean, it was nothing but contentious head-to-head shit for 10 years straight. But she, to credit of the situation, was Dr. Oxy and all the other stuff that comes after you get off of Oxy. So that just played a huge part in her whole deal, and she's finally clean and sober and doing really fucking good. We have great conversations now. We can actually sit down and have dinner together and enjoy parties and weddings together and not have really any contention. And she married a guy that I actually was really good friends with in high school, little brother of one of my good friends. And they've got a great relationship, and they're just doing so good, and it's just so it's fucking awesome to see. But man, it took 20 years to get there. This March will be 20 years that we've been divorced.
Wow.
And it's it more or less came down to I got caught growing weed in my house. Right after we got divorced, I started growing in the basement, and I'm in Idaho, which is very conservative. They had a bunch of meth lab busts and shit going around town, and a bunch of CIs were all ratting on each other. Confidential informants were throwing out names, and every other weekend when I didn't have the kids, when she had custody, I was down at the bars hanging out. And they came around and did all these drug lab sweeps with the drug task force. Hit this place for glass pans and Pyrex and coffee filters, which there'd never been any of in here. I don't even fucking drink coffee. Sure wasn't filtering meth with it. But they found my plants. and I live right next to a school, and I had 14 guns in the house. So every school within that, or no, every gun within that drug-free school zone counted for its own felony, and they wanted to put me away for like 40 fucking years for weed. So I did a year and a half, did my rider, came out, was on probation, felony probation, pissing in a cup every week, going through these cognitive self-awareness classes, going to the parenting with dignity classes, really working the system for what it was worth, you know, because I kind of had to, and it was worth it. Got ordained again, really got very spiritual. My ex-wife's grandma was passing away, and she was an amazing spiritual woman, like fucking angel, actually. By the time the ex got so fucked up, she'd attacked me on Thanksgiving. She'd attacked me again in between Thanksgiving and probably early December. And then it was her year to have the kids on Christmas. And I had Christmas Eve. She was supposed to come pick the kids up at 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock Christmas Eve, get them home. 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, midnight. Okay, kid, let's just go to bed. 1:30 in the morning. Shows up completely fucking wasted. We go to shut the door, and she kicks the door back up and gets on my back and does this move. Got just that one piece of skin, just that one perfect one, right? That just will not stop bleeding. Takes off, goes home, calls the cops on me, of course, for kidnapping and abuse, right? Because she'd go home and scratch herself around her neck to make it look like I tried to choke her, because that's enhanced, you know, choking. Called my buddy down the road. He's like, all right, yeah, shit happened, whatever. Come on down. Sitting out in front of the house. 1 car, 2 car, 3 cars, just like always. 6 cops coming down, you know, through the dark. Hey guys, what's up? Oh yeah, is that you? Yeah, that's me. Okay. I lift my head up, guy in his flashlight, and I left all the blood for a reason, right? Like 2 or 3 just streaming down my face. Number 1, number 2. The judge went into his chambers on Christmas morning and signed over custody. Because there was so much shit that had gone on. He got that fucking ticket that next morning. Called my PO. My PO showed up over here while we're opening presents. I thought my PO was coming over here to fucking raid me, right, on Christmas Day. To look for a beer can or something stupid. Do a home sweep, right? Opens the door and she goes, Merry Christmas. Hands me an envelope, and it was fucking custody papers. Best Christmas present I ever fucking got. Changed my life. Gave me a reason to actually want to fucking, you know, be more than just a dad, but now I had to be. Forever, you know, and to be a mom too. And the kids took that, you know, and we fucking ran with it. We had nothing but fun. We fucking kicked ass. They were all straight A students. I put them all through college. We went snowboarding 200 days a year. We skipped half their fucking school, and they fucking still graduating with 4.0s, going out doing 2 semesters abroad in high school, doing 2 semesters abroad in college. There's ways to work the system, and we worked every one of them. Couldn't be happier. And now they're gone, and I'm like, why is it so fucking quiet around here?
Yeah.
You never know what life's going to throw you.
I mean, I think the problem you're having is just with white women, because like I'm with a white girl right now, you know, and that's how they are, you know. That's just how they come from families like that, you know what I mean, right? I'm talking about American white women, you know what I mean, and then you know when you're with a black girl, like, you know, they're like too obsessive. That's the problem with them. And then when you're with a brown girl, it's always their family. You know, they got a brother or a dad or some shit that just doesn't fucking like you. And it's not gonna end, you know what I mean? So like it's always like some problems. It's like you just gotta take it with the race, you know what I mean? It's just like it's the race. It just come with the problem. it's just crazy.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of that ingrained redneckish kind of just
Yeah,
what
because
the
I
fuck
don't want to
ever,
say
you know?
like they want to be free, but like yeah, white girls want to be free. Like they don't want to be like tied down. Like they don't want to be told what to do. And it's like brown girls, they want to be told what to do, but but then you got to meet all of their standards, like with their family and all that stuff. Because
Sure.
a girl that wants to be told what to do, she's got other people that tell her what to do too. So it's just
Yes.
like, so you got to
And-
deal with
and
those people
standards,
too.
yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's just like, you know, so it's like white, brown. It's like shit, you know, like the way I say it is like every brown dude has a Krishna complex and every white girl needs an exorcism, you know. And so they just believe at this rate. It's just like
Yeah,
shit.
I mean, I get where you come from, Machine, but
So
my
true.
first daughter was with an Italian, and my last was with an African. It is exactly the same thing. It's not really like it's not a choice here in terms of like
Right.
demographic or race. Like it's just what goes down. It's like, you know, and at what point in time in your life you sort of end up hooking up with somebody and what's going down. You know, I mean, because what I hear, and you know, I'm sort of trying to gauge as well, because obviously I'm in the same sort of situation, but not exactly the same situation as
Yeah,
Fatty
yeah.
is. You know, initially you sort of you have a bond with somebody, and you know it gets very very intense, and you know, it depends on what kind of person you are, what kind of person you let into your life at that point in time, and your understanding. You're going through a journey, really. That's all it is.
Yeah.
You know, and that's the point where I had to step back and understand that this is actually a journey. This ain't really about me or this other person. Something else is going on here. I need to understand this. And then there's this
Yeah.
other person, which is the child. So you really do have to detach yourself from like trying to go, well, you know, stereotyping situations and going, oh well, you know, is this because, you know, I came from here? Is it because this person is this person? Is this person's got a drug addiction? This person's got a mental health issue? You've really got to like really step back and
Yeah.
go, well, this is just a journey, and I need, you know, I'm in here for a reason, and I need to
Well,
figure this out.
I've been a little bit. I know you guys been public about your relationship. I've been a little bit public about my relationship, and I know we've been dealing with the same thing. You know, we're dealing with some crazy girls. So it is what it is. You know, they. I mean, we're dealing with women that are mentally insane, and the thing is that we were all warned by everybody, like, oh, you know, like, you know, don't mess with her, she crazy, you know, all this type of stuff. So I mean, it is what it is. I mean, we took
Well, it
that
doesn't matter.
responsibility somehow. So
Doesn't
you
matter
know,
how hot some chick is. She's always got some dude out there that would absolutely fucking just
love her to death or whatever.
every
Yeah, it is
one of
what it
them,
is.
every one of them, you know. But so do
She's
we.
got there's some
So do
dude
we.
out there that'll do exactly the same thing we did in the
Yep.
first place. That's you see
So do
what's
we.
going on.
I know where you guys are coming from, but the thing is that, you know, I'm a lot younger than you guys. I mean, so like I'm just looking at it like, you know, because I've been, you know, I'm on my second marriage now, you know, but the last girl I was with, you know, she was Punjabi like me. And now I'm with a white girl, totally fucking different. Like it's crazy. Like they're totally different, like species almost. It's like what is going on? You know what I mean? Like to where like, you know, like
Yeah.
my last wife, like she was completely like, you know, she just had different goals, you know, she had a different view of her family. It was all about her family. I had to
Yeah.
do
Well,
everything to impress her family, you know, to where
maybe it's not.
this girl ain't even got no family. It's just like
Right.
there's no family. It's like family. It's like, well, it's just like you make your own family. It's like whatever, you know.
But maybe it's not the race thing. You get what I mean? Maybe you've grown up a bit. Maybe you've got a bit more experience. Maybe you know maybe you've now got the capacity to deal with a person in a different
Right.
way. It's like
Yeah.
I just based on like what I've been through, like it hasn't deterred. Well, initially I was like a bit like, oh, I never want to be in a relationship again. But now, like I'm in a new relationship, and the girl is actually kind of the same kind of crazy, but I just know how to deal with her in a different type of way. I'm not sort of so aggravated. I'm not so responsive. Like I know how to actually maneuver a bit more. Do you get what I mean? And I know
Yeah.
how to manage myself to a point where it's just like, oh, okay. So you know, I sort of like try not to call people crazy now, because it's like, is it crazy or is this just going on? Because it's like, you know, I mean, we don't have a choice in the matter, you know, and we can't walk, you know, walking around calling women crazy all the time. It's like you are who you attract. We're making these choices. We got to own it. You get what I mean? And you know, I'm just that person. I like a bit of crazy in my life. Do you get what I mean? I find it like interesting.
For
Like
sure.
I do. Like for
Yeah.
real. Like
That's
so,
that,
I don't know.
that's
It's,
Yeah.
I get
It's
bored real
addicting
quick.
even. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So I got to take some ownership and go, okay, if I'm going to be this type of person, then I got to run with it as well. You know, I can't be the blame. The thing is that I just didn't recognize it in the beginning. I was thinking, oh, this is just going to go smoothly. There's not going to be any hoops, mountains, loops, and dips and dives and all the rest of it. I was go, oh, everything's going to be okay. It's like, no, you actually need to understand what you're dealing with here. It's like this is a whole woman. Like, so it's a different thing. But
yeah, and it's all gravy. Like I could probably get like hook up with like a 40-year-old who's like a history professor and get her to fund my YouTube career, just sit at home and it wouldn't be shit. I'd be like, I'm this young new philosopher, but it's like, I lie to myself, I lie to everyone else, fuck that shit. I mean, I'm here to just, make what I can out of who I am, and live to my full potential and shit. So like, I'm not trying to gonna roll up, take the easy way out here, So that's kind of the thing is like, you already know, right? I mean, it's like, and I love when Simon be talking about like the higher order of like commitment. Like it doesn't even matter what's happening in the world. It's like you got a higher order of commitment to follow. Right. So yeah, I feel that for real. Yeah.
Appreciate you. I gotta go and get my.
Used to look at that one quite a bit, just about social order, and how we really need to concentrate on self to keep balance.
You should put those links in the description or something because it's really useful, man.
I've got a bunch of these. I got to put onto a list. I sent some to Mel, and then I'll link it into the back chat when this thing, or into the comment section when this thing gets posted.
Peace. I really appreciate all of you, man. This has been. Sure. I'm gonna go back to the beginning, but I'm gonna catch you next time. Thank you, Mel, for having me.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you, my love, for coming up. Right, actually, I was just going to say, thank you, darling. I'm really flaking, guys. I've been streaming for 12 and a half hours, and and I'm really, really struggling to keep my shit together. But I do want to say to everybody that's been in this marathon of Alive, and the ones that went to sleep, woke up, and come back. The people on panel, everybody, this has been a really, really like amazing chat that we've all had. I'm so super grateful to all of you, but I'm literally sat here flaking. I'm not thinking now. I just don't think I can go on for much longer.
Yeah,
but I do.
Let's shut her down.
It needs to be shut down now. Mel's fucked completely. I'm tired. 12 and a half hours is a long time to be sat at a laptop.
Holy shit.
So,
yeah. Yeah, you had the one before.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Mrs. J, for coming up. Thank you.
Sorry, my internet's been rubbish, and otherwise I would have been with you longer. Good to see you all. One love.
Thank you, Mrs. J, for coming up, and thank you seriously for the incredible debate we've had, both on panel, in chat. It's just like people sharing their experiences. Thank you to the men who have shared their experiences. It's not always easy to share things like that. So thank you to Pandora. I'm going to kill my dog in a minute because she's so demanding. She's like, what about me? Look in the background. What about me? So the panel have been incredible. I'm going to kill my dog. Pandora, wait. I'm going to kill the Chihuahua.
I only come by for the dildo talks anyways. Mel.
No, listen. She's like, no, it's my attention now. You've been on too long. This is what she does. She's a little bitch, and she knows it.
You heard a couple weeks ago, Machine, that I married their dogs, right? So Mel and Resto, their two dogs were the ones that got married on live stream.
Let me just grab Pandora quickly. She's been a little bitch. She's trying to climb on a desk. Pandora, come here.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, within 48 hours, the rumor was on the YouTube streets that I myself got married to two dogs.
Is that what it was?
Yeah. So
the rumor was that you got married to two dogs.
Yeah. So people kind of, did you get married to a dog online? No. And then it turned into two dogs. And I'm like, I'm a minister and I'm married to two dogs on live stream.
That's so
pulled
funny.
out the old TML. Ladies and gentlemen, we gather here today to give thanks and praise. You know, one of those.
That's the brain is away from me furries.
But eloping is the best. If you have a chance to elope, definitely elope, and then just figure it out from there. Because, you know, trying to fucking worry about all this shit before you get married will sometimes scare you away from it. And I say get eloped, fuck the parents, fuck everybody else. If you feel the love, I mean, I even got an Elvis wig. I can marry you as Elvis, right?
Oh, excellent!
I got a long hair wig. You can do it however you want. So.
Haku,
Always
thank you
elope.
for all your input today. Thank you, darling.
Love you,
So
baby.
no, but everybody that had inputs tonight, Machine, it was really lovely meeting you. I'm glad you popped up.
It's nice to meet you. Yeah,
Look,
very
my
nice.
dog. Can you hear my dog trying to, like, she's a Chihuahua trying to break through the door that I've just shut?
Yeah.
Hey, they were scratching on the door. Yeah.
She's such a little bitch, Wolf. I mean, she thinks she's a pit bull. Yeah, so she's like, I'm gonna go through this door. Obviously, she's not gonna go through the door, but she's gonna try. I am gonna get some rest, Autumn, because I was supposed to go out today, and I don't think I will now because I'm so tired. I'm actually worried that I might fall asleep at the wheel driving around. Thank you, Celia. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you
Couple
for
more
being
rock
here with
stars.
me.
You'll be fine.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
bless you.
Thanks again for another
yeah, bless
fun
you, Uncle
stream,
Fatty.
Mel.
Yeah, it's
you,
good to
Wolf.
see you again. Yeah, thank you, Arctic Timberwolf. I'm gonna bow out here, but yeah, I'll be back for you guys. Yeah, bless you guys, man. See
Oh,
you guys.
thank you, darling. It's lovely you coming up and meeting us, and thank you,
Yeah.
Wolf, for being. Have you been up here the whole nearly 9 hours, Wolf?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, so thank you, my love, and thank you, Fatty, for you've been up here most of the live as well. I'm literally like this at my desk. It's like time to go. It's time to go because you know what time I woke up last night? Because I just happened to wake up earlier than what I normally would. So after I only had a few hours sleep, so I woke up at midnight. So I was kind of like lying in bed thinking, oh God, I don't have to be up yet. But so midnight last night, and it's now 4:30 in the afternoon. So yeah, that's a bit much for Mel now. I need to get some rest, and thank fuck I'm not streaming tonight.
I always forget that when you go on with Stony that you're actually like, it's like you start streaming at 1 a.m.
No, he starts streaming at my 3:30 a.m. But normally, like what will happen is that my body's so used to waking up at the same time every night. So I'm getting about 4 hours sleep. Then I'm waking up. And normally after I stream, I go straight out. So I don't think that's going to be, even though I've had like a million phone calls, because that's just the way it is in Mel's life. You know, how is it that nobody can function without Mel in their life for one fucking day?
You're popular.
Sorry?
Well, behind every strong man is a strong woman.
Well, no, it's my family, full stop. Family, friends, you know, it's like my mum will be on the phone, my dad will be calling, my son will be calling, my cousin will be calling, my friend. And I'm like, for one fucking day, do you all have to call Mel? I get stalked by my family. Yeah. Yeah, I get stalked by my family. It's like, where's Mel?
Boundary. I will be available from this time to this time only. And just, you know, lay down the law.
Yeah, I'm just like, honestly, I swear, sometimes I think my family is stalkers. They're stalking me.
That's there's a lot of that when in that dynamic for sure. It's definitely inherited.
You know what it is? We're such a close family that when we're not around on a daily, it's like it's an oddity, even though it's not really an oddity, you know?
Yep.
Yeah.
So
which is fine because only reason I was late to this stream was I was talking to my daughter down in Hawaii for like an hour and a half. She called just to say hi, right? Hour and a half later, she's walking down around the beach, and I'm like, I gotta get on and talk to these guys.
It is. But like I said, sometimes when I just think, you know what, today I don't fancy driving to A, driving to B, because I'm constantly always driving around, And I just think, like, I don't fancy giving this person a lift or that person a lift, go and do this, that, right? But that can't happen in Mel's world. It's like I should have a sign over my car saying taxi, private hire. anything like that.
I wore a couple of minivans down to nothing. Lots of miles.
And when you're this tired, Fatty, it's not wise. Well, I'm so tired I can barely keep my eyes open. That's not a good idea for me to go driving around like a lunatic now, is it?
Take a little rest, little power nap. Just poof yourself over here for a minute, and I'll give you a little back rub.
Oh, okay, I'll poof me. I'll poof me. Where's that? Your living room?
You know, it's my little condo up at the ski hill. So.
Oh, do you actually live on a mountain?
Well, in the wintertime, yeah, I've been staying up here because it's just easier than driving back and forth to town all the time. So it's like an hour to get home, but for the most part, I've just been up here all winter.
That's why you go throw yourself off a mountain with your ski board, right? Because you're there. Yeah. I just thought you were trying to learn
I work
to fly.
weird hours too. I'm doing the snow reports in the morning and doing the snow report, and then we call into the radio and do the recordings for the snow ski stuff. And then we got 4 guys that do a live stream every morning at 6 a.m. our time, Pacific time, for the local avalanche crew. And then we got the snow report that we'll do at like 7 o'clock live stream, just 4 guys checking the stick, checking the marks. And then I'll work with the media department doing just kind of random shit through the morning. And I'm just basically a mountain greeter. So I just walk around and give people high fives and get paid to give people high fives.
No, listen, that's fair enough. Like Creative Witch said, it's almost like our handshake. So, you know, that
It is. I mean, it's a handshake, but it's, it's a, Tom Cruise, Top Gun. It's
I see it. I just don't
It's
get
a
it. We
bro-
don't do it in the UK. We just don't do that. We don't do it. That's why.
Weird. I can always tell when I'm walking up to a foreigner too, especially even like the Russians, especially like kind of like you're walking up like, "What's up, yeah?"
Yeah, they cringe like you're gonna hit them.
We don't do it. Honestly, we don't do it here in the UK. You don't see people giving each other high five. That's why I said to you, I don't understand it. But that's because we don't do it here. So if it makes
That's
you
a big
feel good,
thing here in America.
yes,
it's like it's a stoke building thing. We're building the stoke. We're trying to increase the stoke. How high is the stoke? The stoke is high, and just walking around with that bubble of energy around you, people just absorb it, and then it gets bigger, and then the whole fucking mountain, everybody's high fiving each other and just grinning and having a great day, and they're playing reggae over here, and they're playing punk over here, and they're playing Marley over there, and everybody's just jamming. And like, God, when you're not up here, the days are just like not as bright. Like even on a sunny day, I'm like, I know, I'm trying to show you guys this is manifest destiny. This is what manifest destiny is all about: is put positive out into the world and follow it and be it and transfer it. And these kids are like on their first job, never used a rake, never used a shovel, sitting at the bottom of the lift, like, oh God, I'm bored. Like, rake some snow, dude. Like, show some effort, have some fun, put some energy into it, and you'll get out of it what you put into it. And can't philosophize with 14-year-old stoner kids that just want to snowboard. So
listen, trust me, I know all about that. So like all the kids like at work as well. Where I work, they employ a lot of agency staff, and they're very, very young. And where some of them are really quite impressive, a lot of them aren't, and they just want to do nothing and get paid for it. So I get it. That's why we need to sort out our kids, people. We need to motivate them. We need to teach them, and we need to push them to be better.
Yeah. And to be positive, in general, just throw that positivity out there. I should have probably got evacuated off the hill when I jumped off that cliff on Friday. I mean, I tumbled bad, and I got up and I got myself down into the village, and I wasn't my typical self, bebopping around and high-fiving, and oh shit, no, that wasn't Valentine's Day. Valentine's Day, I'll send you some pictures. I was wearing the big full-size heart mascot suit, big pink heart. And then after lunch, I put on the frickin' the Tinkerbell Cupid tutu.
Oh fuck! Tomorrow is my son's birthday. I didn't realize. Sorry, just to complete. It's today the 20th.
It's yes.
Oh shit! It's my baby's birthday tomorrow.
What are you doing, Mel?
Right,
So-
tomorrow I'm gonna have to go and run off and get some. I mean, I've got him presents and stuff. We're gonna have to go and run off and get. I mean, not that he's a kid anymore. He's like, whatever. You know, when he's 16 tomorrow, he's gonna go. Doesn't even like presents anymore. Just give me cash.
Yeah, works
Yeah.
better.
Mm-hmm.
So only 504 more weeks, huh?
No, but I never said, Faye, that the intention is there to wait till he's 18. I never said it was going to be successful.
You never know. Depends on how soon you make it up here to Idaho.
I don't. Is Idaho anywhere near Texas?
No.
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 On a different note, though, you guys know who Brennan Kavanaugh, the piano player that plays the piano at the airports over there in London?
Right.
Have you heard anything about that guy?
Mm-mm.
So he's like a honky tonk. He likes to play honky tonk and rockabilly, and they've got the public pianos around in like Heathrow and the subways, and he'll just go and do these little two to three songs and do a film and YouTube stuff. Dr. K, God, what's his channel? Dr. K something or other, rockabilly something. Brennan Kavanaugh. The Chinese came up to him last week or a couple of weeks ago. You've seen this on your news, where the Chinese people came up to him and like he's filming himself playing the piano. His girls, filming him, and they come up and are standing around the piano, and then they try to forcefully like tell them that they can't be filmed in public, that they have Chinese diplomatic immunity, and they made a big stink out of it. It's like an international stink right now that's going on in the national news of these two communist Chinese citizens flying communist flags, telling a guy in, I believe it was in Heathrow, that you can't film us in public. It became a huge
you know
national
more
thing.
about the UK than I do.
It's just because I love this guy. He does like every morning he'll do a live from wherever he's at in the subway or something. But yeah, dude, check him out. I'll put a link to that in the description after this gets posted. I've got all those slides that I sent to Mel. I put those into a Google Photos, whatever. I'll link that as well. Lots of good information in there. And definitely check out
Thank you, Patty, tonight
Parenting
for
with Dignity. It's a great freaking program. Would definitely recommend it to anybody, even that doesn't have kids. It's just a great cognitive kind of tool of how to look at things through the cognitive lens of think first and act second, instead of feel first and blow up second.
Right.
Right, I'm gonna have to go before Mel faints right in front of your very.
Right.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
me
Will,
too.
for being on panel for so long. I'm really grateful to you. Thank you, Fatty, for all
All
the
right.
information that you provided
Thank
us
you.
tonight.
I'll check out those links for sure.
Sure. Great conversation tonight. Thank you, sir.
All right. You guys have a good night.
I'm approaching night. I'm not that far off.
Breakfast time here, baby.
Yeah, I just
It's
made
time
myself
for
some
me to
very
hit
late.
the sack and get some shut eye.
Yeah, get some shut eye, darling. Absolutely. Yeah, we hi Penny, sweetheart.
What are
Oh,
you doing
thank
throughout the
you.
week?
Yes, my baby's going to be sweet 16 tomorrow. But do you know what? He doesn't even think of himself as a 16-year-old. He thinks he's a grown-ass man. He's, he doesn't, because when I talk to him, he's like, yeah, like if I, like yesterday, he's going, Mom, where can I get a car? Well, when you're 18. Nah, I can drive now. No, you can't. No, But he is sweet 16. But like I said, he's mentally, he's so grown up that being 16 is almost an insult to him.
Yeah, and anymore, even over here in the States, I think that the maturity is definitely, the boys are a lot more mature now at 16 than we were, for sure.
Absolutely.
All the technology, all the flood of information and choices, and it's all about helping them guide their choices. and know where the boundaries and where the consequences are, and they'll make the right choices. It's
I
adults
hope
that
so, Fatty. Like I said, my son, yeah, he's so intelligent and opinionated. And opinionated that I sometimes think like, wow, you know, at your age, I remember the boys weren't anything like him. And I wasn't anything like him. You know, at 16, what was I thinking about? Not a lot. Like occasionally, not a lot at 16. So Penny, even though he's the only male in my house, he has grown up with my dad and my brothers a lot. He spends a lot of time with my family. So he does have, you know, male figures in his life. But he doesn't like children. Well, I call him children, he's a young man. He doesn't like hanging around with people his own age.
Yeah.
That's what it is that he wants to hang out with the older, you know, like my age up. He's comfortable with that. And it's like, okay.
He's probably like me, he's more likely to be standing around with the gooses in the kitchen than the ganders out in the backyard.
Yeah, whenever I say to him, you know, Anthony, dude, you should really try and find friends your own age. He's like, fuck that, they're kids. Well, what are you then? Like, what are you?
My kids felt the same way though too. But
it's like, you know what? Sometimes I try and because I always think try and remain a kid for as long as you can, because being an adult is for the rest of your life and you can't go back. And so as a you know, and I'll say to him, trust me, when you get older and you become an adult and you have all these responsibilities over your head, you wish you were a kid again. Enjoy it. But nowadays they want to run before they can walk, don't they?
Or fly before they can crawl.
Absolutely. I think my son was born with a phone hanging out of his mouth when he came out my vagina. He didn't even come out. He came out of my belly, shall I say. I got a cesarean. He came out of my belly.
My oldest daughter still remembers the beepers, so that's cool.
Yes, no, Penny. I mean, he's very lucky. He does have male figures in his life. And my dad, you know, is a great example to him as a male figure, as are my brothers. So, right, time for Mel to go because I can't cope no more. Thank you, Fatty, for everything that you've done for me tonight. It's really kind of you.
Babe. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
All you chatters.
All the chatters. Yes, the chat have been amazing tonight, as always. Right, I am ready, guys. I'm ready. I'm done. It's been a long. I am so happy with the live. It's been incredible live. You know, everybody that's been part of it and been, you know, I'm just really proud of this chat that we've had tonight. And thank you, all the new people that have come to check me out as well today. Thank you. You know, that's really kind of you to come and check me out. And I will be deciding, I'll be live next on Thursday night. I'm not really sure what's happening Thursday night. I should, in theory, have a numerology live on, but I'm waiting for my numerologist to confirm it with me. If not, I'm sure I'll pick another difficult subject that we can all fight about. Anyway, I've got to go. I'm so messed up. I will see you all Thursday night, first in Stoned but Not Alone, and then obviously from Stoned we move to the after party. So, guys, have a good day, have a good night, have a good morning, whatever it is over where you are, and thank you for being with us. Yes, thank you, Penny. Uncle is a gem, Celia. Uncle is a gem, and I'm very lucky to, you know, to have him up here. And everybody that's come up tonight. So good night, good day, good morning, whichever one it is. Enjoy your day, your morning, your night. Get some shut eye if you haven't had any. And I will see you all hopefully on Thursday.
Living life every day, late at night, not okay. All I want, and I pray, all I need are some better days. Fuck me, I'm looking in the mirror, so foggy, but I've never seen clearer. I don't really think anyone can save me, and honestly I'm not really sure I want saving. I like to be my own worst enemy. There's no risk if you don't try at anything, so I'ma just keep buying everything. See you in the next life, have to be a better me. I don't think that my head's on straight, gotta flip it and grip it and go and get an x-ray. What's wrong with me? I just feel weight pushing on my chest and it squeezes till I suffocate. Better change my mindset, meditate. It's pretty cool that I'm alive and have better days. I could walk, see, hear, I should celebrate things. think I could change my mind, maybe elevate. Living life, every day, late at night, not okay. All I want, and I pray, all I need are some better days. Yeah, all I need are some better days. Cause all I want, and I pray, I believe in the better days. I'm kinda stuck between a rock and a hard place. Do I work hard or live at my pace? You're only young once, yeah that's all great, but I also want a future where I'm okay. Living life is doing lots of cocaine. Wait no, it's living with no shame. Wait no, it's sleeping in on Sundays. I guess it's different for each of us and that's okay. Well I just wanna be happy, how to get there? Glad that you asked me. I think it's different for everyone. Some of us need work, others need fun. Some of us need purpose to overcome. But try to do what you love when it's said and done. Cause there's so many differences in each of us. Trust your gut, it can show you what you want. Living life, every day, late at night, not okay. All I want, and I pray, all I need are some better days. Yeah, all I need are some better days. Cause all I want, and I pray, I believe in the better days. Living life, every day, late at night, not okay. All I want, and I pray, all I need are some better days. Yeah, all I need are some better days. Cause all I want, and I pray, I believe in the better days.